The blind date was a scam. The 60-year-old lady I was promised turned out to be a stunning female CEO. At the Peace Hotel. In a rather inconspicuous corner, there sat an unlikely pair that seemed out of sync with the atmosphere around them. A young man and a lady who looked to be at least 60 years old. The air between them was rather tense. After about 5 minutes, the young man finally spoke up. "Big sister, you're my blind date." The young man's name was Suyang, a 22-year-old senior about to graduate from Haicheng University. Tall and handsome, he was a well-known heartthrob on campus, but his family wasn't in the best shape. He had a father who liked to drink, a divorced mother, and a younger sister with a congenital heart condition. On top of that, he hadn't landed a job yet, and he spent sleepless nights tossing and turning in worry. By chance, he saw an ad for a matchmaking agency looking for date actors, offering 200 yuan a day. So, he came along to earn some pocket money. But what he didn't expect was that his blind date would be an elderly woman. Although her skin looked fair, suggesting she was quite beautiful in her youth, there weren't too many wrinkles on her face, though the crow's feet around her eyes stretched almost to her ears. She looked to be at least 60 years old, and it seemed like she could even be his grandmother. It was surprising that she was still out here looking for a match. Even someone as experienced with part-time jobs as Suyang was left in silence for a moment. This 200 yuan definitely wasn't something just anyone could earn. Nevertheless, Suyang, determined to fulfill his role as a date actor, forced a polite and awkward smile. "What? Do you think I'm too old?" The elderly lady smiled, seemingly unfazed by his reaction. If it weren't for the time being almost up, she wouldn't have bothered coming to this matchmaking market. Most of the people here were just actors, and the remaining ones were like her elderly women trying to manipulate others. No. Just feels a bit new to me," Suyang responded with a faint smile. Indeed, the world was a strange place. He had done all sorts of odd jobs over the years and had seen many bizarre things, but a blind date with a 60-year-old woman was something new. But he wasn't worried. After all, he was just there as an actor, to go through the motions. He had already prepared an excuse to reject her, though it felt a little out of place. For any normal blind date, no matter how strange the person was, he could always say at the end, "You're great, but my circumstances are average, so maybe we're not a good match." Of course, if the person were a rich woman, Suyang might add, "I can try harder for you." Suyang wasn't like others who were overly idealistic. He had spent a lot of time with female classmates in college eating together, watching movies, but when it came to anything more, it all fizzled out. Plus, what was the point of chasing young girls? They couldn't help him in his career and wouldn't save him from 30 years of hardship. He knew the value of a soft life early on, especially since he had already become the pillar of his family at such a young age. So, he stayed single but maintained a strict fitness routine. Now, he wasn't saying he could pull a plow, but he definitely could meet the needs of a wealthy woman. And he had a system that, though a bit useless, could still offer some support. It only activated when the system recognized his part-time job identity and approved it, granting him corresponding skills. For Suyang, who desperately needed money, it wasn't of much use. But he wasn't discouraged. He always had hope for the future. Once he met a rich woman, he knew he could turn his life around. With his handsome face, extraordinary physical strength, and the system's various skills in serving people, he was confident he could rise to greatness. Most of the people using this matchmaking service were likely to have decent conditions. After all, just the annual fee of tens of thousands of yuan was enough to discourage many. So Suyang came here with some hopes of striking it lucky. What he didn't expect was that his blind date would be an elderly woman. Even if she were a wealthy woman, he wondered whether pursuing her would ruin the hard work he'd put in over the years. Even the strongest ox can't plow a barren field, and his hopes of skipping 30 years of hardship would be dashed if he went down this road. He still had a younger sister to take care of, and this couldn't be a casual matter. "Enough. You just think I'm too old, don't you?" The elderly lady smiled knowingly, her years of experience allowing her to see right through Suyang's thoughts. Suyang, hearing this, again forced an awkward but polite smile. There was no way to continue this conversation, so he chose to stay silent. "Little brother, don't look so awkward. The one you're supposed to be meeting isn't me." The elderly lady lightly tapped the table and sighed a little. "It's my niece. She's over 30 now. When she was younger, she focused too much on her career and never had a relationship. She's fair-skinned and beautiful, but has never even had a boyfriend. She had been hoping to find someone these past couple of years, but last month, she got into a car accident. She's been in the hospital since. She didn't die, but now she's a vegetable. Soo-young, upon hearing this, maintained his awkward smile. Great. Just when he thought things couldn't get any stranger, now he was hearing about a vegetable as a potential blind date. Hey, lucky for me, I'm just an actor. This matchmaking agency's game is really deep. But still, out of politeness, Soo-young decided to offer a word of comfort. My condolences. The arrival of tomorrow or an accident, both are uncertain. The elderly lady gave a wry smile when she heard this, then glanced at Soo-young and suddenly said, "You're a date actor from the agency, right?" Soo-young's heart skipped a beat at her words, but he didn't respond. Instead, he calmly picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of water. Seeing that Soo-young didn't deny it, the elderly lady continued. I can tell from your face you're probably a college student, here to earn a little pocket money with this part-time job. Soo-young raised an eyebrow at this. What does that mean? If she lays out my identity and motives so openly, it'll make me look like an unprofessional actor. But Soo-young didn't deny it. He simply listened quietly as the elderly lady continued. I have a deal worth 200,000 yuan. It's not too difficult. If you agree, I'll pass it on to you afterward. 200,000 yuan. When Soo-young heard this figure, he was truly tempted. Over the years, he had been struggling financially. His younger sister's heart condition, his father who had lost the ability to work, and his daily school expenses. If it weren't for his constant part-time jobs, he'd be barely scraping by. But Soo-young wasn't a fool. Money is hard to earn, and there's no such thing as an easy meal. If she was offering 200,000 yuan, something about this job was probably fishy. But to him, as long as it wasn't anything illegal, well, he was willing to give it a shot. After all, what could be worse than being poor? 200,000 yuan could provide better conditions for his sister. Soo-young calmly sipped his tea before speaking softly. May I ask what this deal is? The elderly lady's eyes flashed with a mischievous glint as she replied softly. Like I said, my niece is now in a vegetative state. I just hoped she could find someone to marry her and bring some joy. But you know, a vegetable is almost like being dead. No one wants to take on this job. If it weren't for being desperate, I wouldn't have come to this matchmaking agency. Just this. Soo-young frowned when he heard this. For most people with hopes for the future, marrying someone in a vegetative state would indeed be an unacceptable idea. But for him, thinking about his sister at home, it didn't seem that hard to accept. The only question was this reliable? Soo-young looked up suspiciously at the elderly lady, trying to gauge something from her with his limited experience. He was worried this might be a scam leading him into a trap. But the elderly lady didn't show any signs of deceit. She just looked at him kindly, seemingly waiting for his response. Soo-young hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of the 200,000 yuan, he made up his mind. This was almost his entire yearly income. Given his current financial situation, taking a gamble might be his only way out. Even if it was a scam, he'd take the risk. For years of scrimping and saving, working part-time jobs every day, with less than 5 hours of rest, he was exhausted. What could he do? This useless system was of no help at all. I agree. Soo-young closed his eyes and spoke quietly. The elderly lady smiled in satisfaction when she heard this. That afternoon, Soo-young followed the elderly lady to a private villa. Before they even entered, Soo-young, who had already been cautious, felt something was off. Big sister, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Soo-young suddenly said. The elderly lady, walking ahead, turned around and smiled. Don't worry, we won't trick our own people. Soo-young, hearing this, suppressed his doubts and heightened his vigilance. The elderly lady had already opened the door and entered. Inside, she kindly said, Come on in, handsome. Seeing this, Soo-young fell into a brief silence. The familiar feeling gave him a sense of unease. Could this really be a scam? With that thought, he took a step back. Oh, Grandma, maybe I should reconsider. The pigs at home need me to help deliver their babies. Chapter 2, Am I Sold? Hey, you're really changing your titles a lot. 1 minute, big sister, the next, granny. Don't worry, I won't trick you. I'll pay you. The elderly lady stepped out and pulled Suyang inside. Despite her frail appearance, she surprisingly had a lot of strength. Suyang didn't resist, not because he couldn't, but because he was worried about accidentally hurting her and getting scammed. Plus, he still had a bit of hope left, so he allowed himself to be led inside. Song Nuanuan, now 32, had started her business even before graduating from college. From then on, she threw herself completely into it, without any romantic entanglements. By the time she realized it, she had reached this age. Last month, her company officially went public, and she was satisfied with her achievements. But every time she returned home and saw the large villa, empty except for herself, she couldn't help but question her past choices. At 30, a woman is like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. In the past, Song Nuanuan had never thought much about relationships. However, as time passed, her attitude began to change. She tried to improve her current situation, hoping to start a romance to make up for the regrets of her youth. But she soon realized that she just couldn't feel that spark. It even seemed like a hassle. If she really wanted a man, she might as well just buy one. Yes, buy one. By chance, Song Nuanuan came across an ad for a male slave on a platform. After assessing her own needs, she decided to go for it and spent 2 million yuan. The vendor asked for her contact details and related passwords, then promised delivery within a week. Today was the last day. If everything went according to plan, she would meet her new little male slave. The thought made her excited. As long as he wasn't too ugly, she should be able to accept it. The main thing was that he had to be obedient, sensible, and fun. She had even cancelled her company meeting and was waiting at home. Bored, she glanced at her phone just in case there were any urgent matters from the company. Suddenly, she heard footsteps, faint but coming from the first floor. Her curiosity sparked. She quickly opened the security camera feed. Was that him? Her little male slave. When she saw the handsome guy on the screen, Song Nuanuan nearly stopped breathing. His body, his profile, this 2 million yuan was definitely worth it. She didn't think this was an intruder. To enter her home, the password was required, and only the vendor had it. So, she was certain it was the young man. She unconsciously wiped her mouth, quickly rummaged through her drawers to find her skincare products and foundation, and applied them hurriedly. Then, she grabbed her lipstick and applied it. As for clothes, she opened her wardrobe and glanced at it. Well, nothing too sexy. She hadn't cared about this before, but now, at 32, she knew that if she didn't dress up now, she might not have another chance. A little regretful, she picked out a nice-looking outfit, quickly changed, and left the room in one fluid motion. Hey, handsome, wait a moment. Don't rush. By the way, you'll need to sign this agreement later. This is a marriage contract. Once you sign, the 200,000 yuan will be transferred to you immediately. As for other wedding formalities like the certificate, we can take care of that later. Don't worry, it's just for good luck. If you can't stand it after marriage, you can divorce. I'm not a bad person. The elderly lady looked at Suyang kindly. Then she flipped to a page of the agreement and slid it in front of him. Suyang felt more and more uneasy. Instead of immediately signing, he furrowed his brows and began to think. Just then, the sound of high heels tapping on the stairs reached his ears. Suyang looked up in the direction of the sound and was immediately stunned. This woman was a total beauty. She was slim, with graceful movements, a flawless oval face, a delicate nose, sparkling eyes, and a subtle, alluring charm. She exuded an aura of innocence, yet there was a hint of seduction in her every step. Each time her high heels clicked on the floor, it felt like they were tapping on Suyang's heart. Hey! Handsome, stop staring. Actually, I lied to you. My niece isn't in a coma. Now, sign the agreement. The elderly lady, hearing the footsteps, turned around in surprise. She then whispered, urging him to sign. Suyang snapped out of his daze and, upon hearing her words, felt overjoyed. Sign it. He had to sign it. Although he hadn't read the contract, the real woman in front of him reassured him it couldn't be a scam. Otherwise, it was all just unnecessary. A beauty like her, offering money in exchange for marriage, she was definitely a rich woman. As for being scammed. What scam? This was an opportunity to test his heart. He understood. He quickly picked up the pen and signed his name with bold, flourishing strokes. Afterward, he pressed his fingerprint. Seeing this, the elderly lady nodded in satisfaction. She picked up the two agreements, checked them, and, confirming everything was fine, turned to face the puzzled Song Nuanuan. Ms. Song, right? Your order has arrived. Here's the contract of sale. It's in 2 copies. I'll keep one, and you can take the other. If you're satisfied, please sign here as well. What? A product? Su Yang froze, staring at Song Nuanuan as she eagerly signed the agreement and placed her thumbprint on it. He stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell? He had become a product. The matchmaking agency had sold him off. As he stood there, the elderly lady smiled at him and turned to leave. Su Yang hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Wait, big sister, what does this mean? And what about my money? The elderly lady smiled and pulled a bank card from her pocket. The password is 6/8. She handed the card to Su Yang and left, closing the door behind her. What? Su Yang stared at the card in his hand, utterly confused. What was going on? Why didn't anyone explain it properly? As he stood in a daze, a scent wafted over, and a delicate hand wrapped around his neck. Little brother, from now on, you're mine, okay? Saying this, Song Nuanuan sniffed him as if she were some kind of pervert. TSK. That manly scent, so good. This was way faster than dating or matchmaking. No need to figure out emotions. Just get a completely obedient little male slave to call your own. I've been sold. Su Yang's mind was spinning. He stood there, completely frozen, then seemed to suddenly realize something. Chapter 3, Can this be practiced in advance? In a panic, Su Yang pushed away Song Nuan behind him and snatched the contract he had just signed out of her hand, flipping through it quickly. Finally, he saw the key information. Labor-employment relationship, male-slave, must fulfill all the master's demands, and the penalty for breach of contract is 100 million. 100 million. He'd never be able to pay that off in 10 lifetimes. This male-slave contract, his reputation would be tainted for life. Su Yang felt like the sky was about to collapse. It was over. He had been sold. What would happen to his family? His good-for-nothing alcoholic father wouldn't be of any help. His younger sister was still underage. Without him, how would they survive? The thought of that made Su Yang feel dizzy and light-headed. But then, an idea came to him as he looked at the bank card in his hand. He could only hope that there really was 200,000 in the card. Otherwise, he might seriously consider ending it all. Despite all his precautions, he had still fallen into the trap. In the end, it was his inexperience that had led to this. Su Yang regretted being so greedy. But now wasn't the time to think about this. He looked at Song Nuan in a panic. Sis, do you have a POS machine at home that can check the balance? Song Nuan looked at Su Yang in confusion when she saw his state. She adjusted the skirt that had been wrinkled and then looked at Su Yang with interest. You want a POS machine? Are you unsure whether there is money in this card? Yes, I'm really in a hurry. Please, can you help me? I'm begging you. Su Yang's voice cracked with urgency. No matter how hard life had been, not even when his mother left without saying goodbye, had he felt as helpless as he did now. The panic, anxiety, regret, and helplessness overwhelmed him, making his usually handsome face twist with distress. Song Nuan heard his words and pursed her lips, giving him a seductive smile. What? With your attitude, you still don't know what coming here means. Before selling yourself, didn't your boss tell you your current identity is just that of my male servant? As she spoke, Song Nuan leaned closer and boldly placed her hand on Su Yang's shoulder. Then, right in front of him, she sniffed his body. The strong scent of male musk, mixed with a hint of laundry detergent, made her, a woman who had never been around men, feel a little intoxicated. So this is what not dating in youth was for, to have a high-quality male servant now. Song Nuan felt a little excited, looking at Su Yang with increasingly amused eyes. Sis, please, I was tricked here. She didn't tell me anything. Just said you're her niece, that you were unconscious and I was supposed to marry you for good luck. Su Yang almost wanted to cry but instead began explaining. He could only hope that, given he was deceived, this older sister might let him go. Song Nuan heard this and felt slightly disappointed. Then she casually shrugged and said, "Well, I can't help you. You're mine now. I've paid for you, you're in my house, the contract is signed, you're my little male servant." She lazily stretched, then sat sideways on the nearest sofa. Her long, slender legs were crossed, wearing white knee-high socks, pure and seductive at the same time. Any man who saw this would be drooling. But Su-yang wasn't in the mood to admire her. Instead, as he heard her words, his mind was filled with regret, thinking, how could I have been tricked by such a simple trick? At the same time, he looked at the bank card in his hand with one last shred of hope. He desperately looked at Song Yuan, praying, "Sis, is there a POS machine here that can check the balance? This is really important." Ding! At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Su-yang's mind. Detected host is about to take on the part-time occupation of a male servant. Skill acquired, flattering speech. Flattering speech, whatever you say will make your master find it pleasant. Su-yang, who was nervously looking at Song Yuan, didn't he even notice the notification? Phut! Pay attention to your current identity. How are you speaking to me? Song Yuan noticed she was acting a little weird and, for some reason, began to feel a bit playful seeing Su-yang's helpless and pitiful expression. Can you give massages? No. Su-yang replied, his face full of frustration. There was even a moment when he wanted to rush at her, but he was too afraid it would anger her to the point of losing any chance of negotiating. But there was no way he was going to just give in. A person should have dignity, even if he was a male servant. Even if his massage skills were pro, if she didn't agree to his request, he wouldn't tell her the truth. Even though Song Yuan wasn't happy with his response, she didn't get angry. On the contrary, she found it kind of cute. She rolled over on the sofa and lazily said, "Can't do that either." "Well, at least come over and press my back or legs." "I can't do that either," Su-yang said stubbornly, and there was a hint of defiance in his voice. Song Yuan looked up at him. She wasn't angry, just amused. After thinking for a moment, she smiled. "What kind of work do you do? You don't know how to do anything and yet you're talking back to your boss. This attitude is a little too negative for a job." Song Yuan was quite satisfied with this little male servant. He just needed some proper training. She treated this like a nurturing game. "I'm in my last year of college, not graduated yet. Sis, you don't know how hard my life is. A father who's a drunk, a divorced mother, a sick mom, and a broken knee. Please, I beg you, let me go. How will they survive without me?" Su-yang, halfway through speaking, began to exaggerate his tragic story. Tears almost started to form on his face, which made Song Yuan almost laugh out loud. Interesting, this is really interesting. So this is the joy of being a master? However, hearing his story did sound like a bit of a joke. If it was real, it really did seem tragic. Song Yuan wasn't some ruthless capitalist, and if her servant really faced so many difficulties, she wouldn't continue to mock him. After thinking for a moment, she turned toward Su-yang and softly said, "All right, enough crying. I can't let you go, but things are so bad for you. What's wrong with sticking with me?" Su-yang, hearing this, felt even more devastated. "Sis, this is a slave contract. The penalty for breaking it is 100 million, and my identity is that of a male servant. How could this be good for me? TSK, it's fine. A male servant is just a male servant. I'm not asking you to do anything bad." Song Yuan lazily sat up, still smiling at Su-yang. After thinking for a moment, she opened her red lips and spoke, "You're in your last year, right? Do you have a job lined up? Have you bought a house or a car? Is there a girl you like who would be willing to suffer with you?" "No," Su-yang answered honestly. Having tried every method, he realized that this older sister wasn't going to let him go, so he could only take it step by step, trying to figure out what she really wanted. However, based on her words, Su-yang still held onto a faint hope. If she could arrange a real job for him, paying a few thousand a month, at least his family wouldn't be destitute. This male servant identity he could accept. Of course, if the male servant also got paid, that would be even better, though Su-yang thought the chances of that were slim. Isn't that all sorted? What job isn't a job? And if you're with me, I'll take care of everything. Song Yuan crossed her legs and added, "What major are you in?" Song Nuan didn't he think she was being unreasonable? If Su Yang had really been tricked and had family issues, even if she had to use the contract to pressure him, she wouldn't he want to leave him with resentment. She was tea into the whole romantic nonsense, but that didn't he mean she didn't he long for a sweet little male companion. She had needs, and now she had her little servant. She would train him slowly. In her eyes, what did a young man who hadn't he even graduated know? Was it easy to solve with a couple of Rolls Royces and a sea view villa with a pool? But even that wasn't enough. Chapter 3, Can this be practiced in advance? In a panic, Su Yang pushed away Song Nuan who was behind him, snatched the contract she had just handed him, and flipped through it hurriedly. Finally, he found the key information. Labor-employment relationship, male-slave, must satisfy all of the Master S requirements, and the penalty for breach of contract is 100 million. 100 million. He couldn't pay that off in 10 lifetimes. A male slave, his identity would be tainted for life. Su Yang felt like the sky was falling. It's over, he has been sold. What would happen to his family? His drunken father was no use at all. His younger sister is still underage, and without him, how would they survive? Just thinking about that made his head spin, feeling both dizzy and lightheaded. But then, an idea popped into his mind. He looked at the bank card in his hand. Now, all he could hope for was that the card really had 200,000 in it. Otherwise, he might as well be dead. Despite all his precautions, he had still fallen for it in the end. It was his lack of experience that led him to this. Su Yang cursed his greed. But now wasn't he the time to dwell on that. His face full of panic, he turned to Song Nuan. Sis, do you have a POS machine at home that can check the balance? Song Nuan saw Su Yang's expression and found it a bit puzzling. After straightening the crease in her skirt, she gave him a curious look. You need a POS machine? You're not sure if there is money on this card? Yes, I'm really in a hurry. Please, I'm begging you, can you help me? Su Yang had never felt this desperate in his life. He'd gone through so much hardship before, but never this badly. Even when his mother left without a word, he hadn't felt like this. Flustered, anxious, uneasy, and full of regret, his handsome face was now twisted with all kinds of negative emotions. Song Nuan, hearing his plea, pursed her lips and smiled seductively. What's the matter? Don't you understand what this means? Didn't your boss tell you what your identity is now before you sold yourself as my male servant? She leaned closer, even boldly resting her hand on Su Yang's shoulder. She inhaled deeply right in front of him, the strong masculine scent mixed with a hint of laundry detergent. It intoxicated her in a way she hadn't expected. So this is why I didn't date when I was younger, all for now, to have a high-quality male servant. Song Nuan became more excited, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she looked at Su Yang. Sis, please have mercy on me. I was tricked here. She didn't say anything except that she is my aunt and that I should come to marry you to bring good luck. Su Yang was on the verge of tears, desperately trying to explain. All he could do was hope that this sister would take pity on him, knowing that he'd been tricked. Song Nuan, hearing this, lost interest and casually replied. Well, that's not my problem. You're my servant now. I've paid, you've signed the contract, and now you belong to me as my little male slave. She stretched lazily, then lay down on the nearest sofa, crossing her long, snow-white legs. With her white socks and elegant posture, she was the perfect combination of innocence and temptation. Any man would drool at the sight. Su Yang, though, had no time to appreciate it. After hearing Song Nuan's words, he was overwhelmed with regret and frustration, his mind flooded with the realization of how easily he had been fooled. At the same time, he still held onto a shred of hope, looking at Song Nuan with a pleading expression. Okay, I'll do it, but I just need to ask, do you have a POS machine to check the balance? It's really important to me. Ding! At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification sounded in Su Yang's mind. System detected. Host will now take on the part-time job as a male servant. Skill unlocked, flattering speech. Flattering speech, no matter what is said, the master will always find it pleasing. Su Yang, who was anxiously looking at Song Nuan, didn't pay attention to the notification. Phut! Watch how you talk to me. Don't forget your current identity, Song Nuan said, noticing the change in his demeanor. Su Yang's voice carried a hint of petulance as he replied, I'm just trying to practice for when I meet my master, I can't help it. Practice in advance. Can you really practice something like that? Song Nuanuan thought to herself, a few question marks popping up in her head. She suddenly had the feeling that this guy wasn't as innocent as he appeared. Chapter 4, The Encounter. Although Su Yang had been sold into male servitude, he wasn't actually imprisoned or restricted by Song Nuanuan. She allowed him to return to school freely. However, to prevent him from running away, she had him wear a GPS tracking watch, one with a password that couldn't be removed by him. At the same time, Su Yang learned her full name, Song Nuanuan. Though it felt like surveillance, Su Yang didn't really mind. After all, the Mercedes-Benz E300 car key was now quietly tucked in his pocket, and Song Nuanuan had also given him 10,000 yuan as pocket money for the week. Su Yang was quite happy with the situation. He loved the feeling of being pampered by others, a luxury he had never experienced before. Having struggled on his own, he now understood just how satisfying this feeling could be. Moreover, Song Nuanuan had promised that in a few days, there would be a seaside villa waiting for him. Whether it was a mere dream or not, at least the things in his hands now were real and tangible. What more could he possibly complain about? The only drawback was that he couldn't flirt with other women, like he had done before. That night, when he returned to school, Su Yang felt a sense of ease. His school, a regular university in Haicheng, was nothing extraordinary. In fact, Su Yang had excellent grades and could have applied to top-tier schools like Tsinghua or Peking University. Based on that year's cutoff scores, he would have easily qualified. But he chose to attend Hai University instead, partly because it was closer to home and partly because it offered free tuition. His family wasn't exactly poor, but finances were very tight. Finding a proper job while attending school was also difficult, so with the help of the system, Su Yang had taken on some part-time jobs just to get by. Despite this, his grades were still among the top in his department, but he didn't participate much in campus activities, so he wasn't any different from others looking for jobs. But now, he didn't have to worry about anything. Even though he hadn't graduated yet, the major milestones of his life had already been taken care of. In this era, when vocational colleges were seen as inferior and undergrad degrees were everywhere, Su Yang had already reached the pinnacle of his life. He even walked with a bit of swagger. As for the 200,000 yuan the old lady had given him, he had checked and confirmed that it was real. However, he hadn't sent it home yet, as he feared it would scare his father and younger sister. He figured it was better to keep it for now and take his time. His thesis wasn't finished either, and the civil engineering thesis wasn't cheap. Yo, Yang Ji, what's so funny? Did the company you interviewed with finally accept you? As soon as Su Yang entered the dorm, he heard Duan Chao's voice. Duan Chao was his roommate, and the two of them got along well. They were both single, so they had a bit in common. Hey, don't even mention it. I passed the interview, but the terms aren't what they said. It's single shift, 996, with a salary of only 1,800 a month. They tried to poor me even before I started. Su Yang chuckled, hearing Duan Chao mention the interview. It was a bit of a laughable situation. While 3,000 yuan wouldn't even attract migrant workers, 1,800 yuan for a university graduate seemed too low, especially for someone like Su Yang, who was the top student in Hai University's civil engineering department. It just showed how disadvantaged ordinary undergraduates were when it came to finding work. That kind of job was worse than working at a factory assembling parts. At least in a factory, there was food and accommodation, and maybe some factory girls would even pursue you without any strings attached. 1,800? That's better than the company I went to. They offered a 3-month internship period with no salary, and the living stipend was only 1,500. Duan Chao responded helplessly. For years of university, no romance, and his major was a mess. He was the type who played 6 rounds of games every day in the dorm. Knowledge was something he always forgot. Su Yang laughed when he heard this. There was no point continuing the conversation, they were on different levels now. He had already made it out. Sitting back on his bed, he opened his second-hand gaming laptop and decided to play a quick, exciting round of Three Kingdoms Kill. Three Kingdoms Kill had been his only form of entertainment for the past few years. It didn't take much time, and even without spending money, he could still enjoy it, though he often got destroyed in the process. But that didn't affect his enjoyment of playing against AI. As for the gaming laptop, it wasn't something he had bought. He found it at a second-hand stall while doing some part-time work. Along with it, he had obtained a max-level repair skill from the system. He managed to fix it using parts he scavenged from the stall. He had planned to sell it for some money, but because it looked too bad and the model was outdated, no one wanted it. A few people offered just a few dozen yuan, but Su Yang figured it was better to keep it for himself. At least he didn't have to borrow someone else's computer to do his homework. Damn. You guys still remember that campus beauty, Chen Chu, who confessed to Yang Zi in front of everyone? The door suddenly flew open after just a few minutes. A well-groomed guy walked in. Hu Chang, another one of Su Yang's roommates. Unlike Su Yang and Duan Chao, two homebody guys, Hu Chang had already racked up quite a few conquests. In his first year, he had pretty much changed girlfriends every week. He was always busy posting dating photos on his social media, and his reputation in the class was terrible. But this guy was tough. He didn't stop there. He went to other departments and still managed to have multiple girlfriends, even taking on older and younger students without any hesitation. His motto was, if you love her, don't let the water just flow from your eyes. Huh? Did you manage to win her over again? Su Yang casually asked while controlling his computer. Yang Zi was the nickname Hu Chang used for Su Yang. As for the campus beauty who had confessed to him, Su Yang had some vague memory of her, but couldn't recall much. He only remembered that her legs were very fair, and her figure wasn't bad. She had said that she had liked him for a long time and had even given him flowers. However, Su Yang, being someone who aspired to do big things, had learned about her family background and turned her down immediately. Are you kidding me? Even if I'm a scumbag, I definitely can't mess with someone who has a connection to you. Hu Chang laughed and walked over to Su Yang, giving him a playful hug. This campus beauty got noticed by a listed company and jumped straight into their management team. Her salary in the first month is 12,000 yuan, and it's still the internship period. I heard they'll be giving her 15,000 after 6 months. What do you think, Yang Zi? Regretting it now? Back when you rejected her, it was because you thought she was poor. Now she has the looks, the figure, the brains, and the capability. Should I call her back for you? Hu Chang said while shaking Su Yang. Don't even mention it. What does she have to do with me? She's great, but that doesn't mean I'm lacking. I've got the looks, the charm, and the ability. Why should I go for her? Su Yang said, pushing Hu Chang's arm away. The main reason was that Hu Chang was blocking his game screen. LOL. Hu Chang laughed, then shoved Su Yang from behind. With a soft clink, something slid out of Su Yang's pocket and fell to the floor. What the hell? Hu Chang, who was closest, immediately spotted the car key and bent down to pick it up. His face was full of shock. But he quickly regained his composure and gave Su Yang a suspicious look. A Mercedes? Damn, Yang Zi, you've been acting poor and not chasing girls. And here you are, secretly a rich second generation. So what if I'm hiding it? You've been seeing me wear that yellowed shirt every day, and the guys have been paying for your water and electricity. And now you're playing with a car like this. Stop pretending. It's game over, you've shown your hand. A mere Mercedes is just a toy for you. Hu Chang grinned, as if he had just uncovered a huge secret. Bro, we're brothers. We've been tight, but you've been hiding things from us all along. As he said that, he raised his eyebrows suggestively. Su Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed, hastily finished the last move in his game, stood up, and grabbed the car key from Hu Chang. Don't make a big deal out of it, bro. This really isn't mine. You know better than anyone else what's going on. Do you really think I could afford a car like that? Hu Chang's face was full of disbelief, and he looked genuinely hurt. Yang Zi, I thought we were bros, but you're still not being honest with me. If you don't buy me dinner tonight, I'm gonna spill the beans about you being a rich second generation. Those girls who've been after you would love to know. I've delivered hundreds of love letters for them. You don't want me to spill, do you? Hu Chang teased, making suggestive gestures. Before Su Yang could say anything, Duan Chao, who had been browsing for jobs on his laptop, was also frozen. He stared at Su Yang and the car key in Hu Chang's hand for a full 3 seconds before suddenly cursing. So, I'm the only one useless in this dorm. You don't even have to try. Su Yang was extremely embarrassed. Yes, the car key was his, but the car hadn't been transferred to his name yet. And he wasn't a rich second generation. He was just a male slave bought by a wealthy woman. He wasn't even a kept man. If his roommates found out, wouldn't that be social death for him? He quickly finished his game, stood up, and snatched the car key back from Haicheng. It's not what you think, guys. Seriously, it's not mine. I know my situation better than anyone. You guys know how things are. I can't afford this kind of car. Haicheng's face was full of suspicion, and he looked hurt as he spoke. Yarnzi, I took you as a brother, but you're still not being honest. If you don't buy me dinner tonight, I'll tell everyone you're a rich second generation. Those girls who were already crazy about you would definitely be interested. I've helped you deliver dozens of love letters. Don't make me spill the beans, alright? Haicheng continued, raising his eyebrows. Before Su Yang could speak, Duan Chao, who had been searching for jobs on his laptop, suddenly spoke in anger. Damn it, I have to have dinner tonight. Don't you remember the days when we worked together to achieve our dreams? I thought we were close, but you've been hiding such an important thing from me. You're out here job hunting, and I look like a fool. Su Yang, you're not being fair. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He really wasn't a rich second generation. But seeing the expressions on his roommates' faces, he reluctantly nodded. All right, fine. Where should we go? Haicheng Grand Hotel. Let us get something nice. Su Yang fell silent. Who would have thought that just when his pocket money was still warm, he would already be spending it on dinner? He felt so sorry for his money. But there was no way to explain. He had to accept it. In the girls' dormitory, campus beauty Chen Chu stared blankly at the red exclamation mark on her chat screen. It had been 2 months since then. She had sent a long message, but no one had ever seen it. Now, she couldn't help but regret her impulsive behavior, which had cost her even the chance to be friends. However, when she thought about the reason Su Yang had rejected her, her teeth clenched in frustration. You little brat, you never even imagined that my father is the CEO of a billion-dollar group, huh? But that didn't matter. She would climb up on her own merit, step by step, until she reached a position where Su Yang would have to look up to her. She would make him regret his decision. Isn't it all about material things? Isn't it about money? She would crush him with money sooner or later. As for her new role as an executive in a company, it was just her first step. And Su Yang, he probably hadn't even found a job yet. He would regret it, for sure. The more Chen Chu thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, yet there was also an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. The two emotions intertwined, making her want to both cry and laugh. Oh, Chu Chu, you've already earned over 10,000 this month. The rest of us are still waiting for 3,000. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal? Chen Chu was snapped out of her thoughts by her roommate's call. She nodded lightly. All right, fine. Let us go to Haicheng Hotel. There are 8 of us, so I'll book a private room. Chapter 5. You are a very nice person. Song Nuanuan is always busy. When she started her business, she was both the boss and the employee. Now that the company is listed, she is even busier. She needs to sign all kinds of cooperation agreements in person. After Su Yang left, she returned to work. She just made an appointment with a boss to discuss the project. In fact, she doesn't need to do this kind of thing in person. But the habit she has developed over the years still makes her feel uneasy. Okay, Mr. Wang, let's go to Haicheng Hotel. Okay, Mr. Song, we'll see you later. I'll bring the contract and related materials that need to be signed. Okay. Song Nuanuan hung up the phone and looked at the same positioning watch on her hand as Su Yang's, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Originally, Song Nuanuan wanted to go to the coffee shop. It's quieter there, and the atmosphere is more suitable for talking about business. But just when she was about to speak, she suddenly saw the positioning watch she left for Su Yang. It shows that she went to Haicheng Hotel. Haicheng Hotel is her industry. Although it is not her mainstay, it is also a hotel with high profits. She usually takes care of it a lot. The consumption inside is relatively luxurious, especially for students like Su Yang. And she is also quite curious, why does Su Yang go to their hotel, treat classmates to dinner, or experience with some ambiguous object? It shouldn't be that the little male slave does something to let her down on the first day of work, right? Then he must be trained well, thinking of her mouth curled up a smile. It seems that she thought of some extremely interesting pictures. For example, whips, candles, chains. However, she didn't feel jealous. She is already over 30 years old, and she gradually found that she seemed to be unable to accept a relationship normally. She is even a little afraid of marriage. Quarrels, cold violence, divorce, cheating, property division, these are all things that her sisters have experienced. It is for this reason that, under comprehensive circumstances, she chose to buy a part-time job to make up for her emotional vacancy. She didn't ask Soo-young to be devoted to her, because mental cheating is boundless. As long as Soo-young was absolutely obedient to her, and brought her enough fun, it would be enough to be a qualified little male slave. Of course, she would also leave Soo-young some space for himself. However, he couldn't flirt with others, because she had misophobia. Sir, how many people? Private room. At Haicheng Hotel, the waiter looked at Soo-young and his friends and bowed politely to greet them. There are 3 of us, no private room. Soo-young said softly. In fact, there were 4 people in their dormitory, and that person was also their dormitory head and deputy class leader. However, he moved out as soon as he was a senior and lived with his girlfriend. Their relationship could only be said to be average. Okay, please go in there. The waiter was about to lead Soo-young and the other 2 to sit at a table inside. Suddenly, another female voice sounded next to them. Waiter, we have booked a private room, 305. Chen-chu was busy talking to her roommate. She looked up and said something to the waiter, and just happened to see Soo-young and the other 2. Her eyes jumped slightly, and she was flustered for a moment. But she soon regained her composure. She smiled faintly and walked toward Soo-young and the other 2 with grace. What a coincidence, are you here to eat too? Soo-young was stunned for a moment when he looked at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't react at all. Who was this person? Hoo-chang next to him pushed Soo-young from behind, and then took over the conversation. Yes. Why? You too. Chen-chu nodded, of course. Which private room are you in? She looked at Soo-young, but saw that Soo-young still looked confused, as if he didn't know her. She suddenly felt uncomfortable. Was he pretending not to know her, or did he really not know her? She could understand the former as embarrassment. But the latter, isn't it a bit too hurtful to one's self-esteem? Did she really not leave any impression after she gave him flowers and confessed her love in front of so many people? Isn't it said that it's easy for a girl to chase a boy? Chen-chu gritted her teeth secretly, suspecting that Soo-young had a problem with his sexual orientation, just like her roommate. No private room. Hoo-chang saw that Soo-young was still acting like a fool. After replying to Chen-chu, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, Chen-chu, the school beauty I confessed last time. Oh. It's you? After hearing Hoo-chang's reminder, Soo-young immediately reacted and said in surprise. Then he realized that this seemed a little impolite, and touched his nose awkwardly. Seeing this scene, Chen-chu was really angry. She didn't even remember her face. Is she so unbearable? She obviously has many suitors. And they are in the same class. When he thought of the small essay he sent on Feishan with a red exclamation mark, his face turned red. Chen-chu's roommates also followed. Looking at Soo-young and the other 2, they were talking about it. Most of the content was about the last confession. After all, the arrangement of the venue and the purchase of flowers were not without the help of their military advisors. The result was a direct Waterloo in life. Soo-young didn't even raise his head at the time, but just looked at the information on a job search software and asked. Do you have a car? Do you have a house? What kind of job? Do your parents have a pension? Can you guarantee my life in the future? Can you arrange a job for me? The series of questions not only stunned Chen-chu, but also made the military advisors who gave advice speechless. How could this be a normal person's answer? It was a firm rejection. But they really couldn't think of why Soo-young rejected Chen-chu. Chen-chu was a famous campus beauty in their Haicheng University. She was beautiful, had a good personality, and a good figure. She had many suitors, but she never flirted with him. She could hardly find any flaws, but she was rejected. In the end, they all agreed that Soo-young had a problem with her sexual orientation, at least that's how they comforted Chen-chu. When they met again this time, they naturally had to discuss it. One of them, who had the best relationship with Chen-chu, was so surprised to see Soo-young, as if he had just remembered who she was. He couldn't help but say, "Su-yang, even if you don't like Chu-Chu, you shouldn't do this. Do you know how much courage a girl needs to take the courage to confess?" The roommates next to him also spoke up for Chen-Chu. Su-yang scratched his head. Did her confession have much to do with him? He didn't even look up at the time, but he saw her legs. Isn't it normal that he didn't recognize her? But he didn't dare to explain it at this moment. He always felt that if he said it, he might not be pointed at. Hu Chong next to him hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. He often dealt with women, so he calmed down in such a scene in a short while. When everyone's emotions were stable, he suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Sisters, this is indeed Aiyang's problem. How about this, let's have a meal together and let Aiyang pay the bill." "Of course we can have a meal together, but I'll pay the bill. I guess you've heard that I joined the company early and the salary is okay. I'll just treat you to a meal and sprinkle water. If it's Su-yang, it should be more difficult to pay the bill." Hearing this proposal, Chen-Chu's eyes lit up, and he pretended to be very considerate. But in his heart, he thought, opportunities, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully a poor girl. If she doesn't give Su-yang some eye drops and vent her anger at this time, she doesn't know when the next time will be. She hesitated for a long time when she confessed, and thought about all the ways to refuse she could think of. It was for a decent exit even if she failed. But she had never heard of the man's behavior of covering her family background with firepower. The most important thing is that Su-yang doesn't look like he has a good family background. Isn't it said that children from poor families grow up early and pay more attention to personal efforts? He wanted to avoid 30 years of detours right from the start, which shocked her. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that she can arrange everything. Although she can't say it due to the current conditions, she will always have a chance to explain it later. But damn, Su-yang left after he said that, without giving her a chance to speak again. It's obvious that he doesn't care about her. He can't be selected directly. She was so angry that her breasts proliferated. Even in the imperial capital, she is the object of pursuit of many people. But Su-yang actually rejected her. Who understands the family members? The daughter of a trillion-dollar president was ruthlessly rejected by a shrimp-headed man because she was too poor. If this matter is known by those paparazzi, she will be famous all over the country tomorrow, and Haider will become famous, and she will be promoted to 985 on the spot. The day after tomorrow, Su-yang will be dead. Don't ask, the answer is that her father spoiled her too much since her mother died. Hu Chong looked at Duan Chao when he heard this. He wanted to explain that Aiyang was a rich second generation. But Su-yang said seriously, "This is not good. Someone rushed to pay the bill, and there is such a good thing." Su-yang suddenly felt more favorable towards this beautiful schoolgirl. Knowing that he had no money, she was still considerate. Chapter 6. I can't stand it anymore. But it was only a moment. Su-yang felt that he was not as poor as before, so there was no need to take advantage of him. Besides, he had confessed to him before, so he must have a good impression of him. In a way, not taking advantage is to keep in touch and draw a line. Since he had already passed him, there was no need to have any extra contact. Did he get it? Seeing Su-yang take the initiative to speak, Hu Chong's eyes lit up. He still had a good impression of Chen-Chu. She was beautiful, had good grades, and a good personality. She and Su-yang were also quite compatible. But the next moment, he realized that he had thought too much. Some people were single because of their strength. How about we split the bill, you girls pay half and we boys pay half? The consumption of Haicheng Hotel is not low, so I'll do it. Chen-Chu was quite sensitive. He immediately sensed a heavy sense of alienation from Su-yang's behavior. Subconsciously, she thought that the more a person lacks something, the more he wants to show it. After all, he just wants to show that he is rich and doesn't want to owe others anything, to maintain his pitiful self-esteem. The more this happened, the more excited Chen-Chu felt. She just wanted Su-yang to break his defense, regret, and then apologize, and it would be best if he could pursue her in return. Cross out the last one, she just wanted Su-yang to know. She, Chen-Chu, is no longer the same as before, and relies entirely on her own efforts, not like before, just wanting to rely on others to take shortcuts. She was determined to show off her muscles in front of Su-yang. How can you let a girl pay for dinner with a girl? Aiyang, these are all your friends. Waiter, call your manager. At this time, a cold and royal sister's voice came from not far away. Song Nuanuan stepped on high heels and walked straight towards Su Yang and others. Several people were stunned when they heard the words, and they all looked in the direction of their voice. A plump woman with a queen-like temperament slowly walked towards them. Until she stood in front of Su Yang, they hadn't come back to their senses. Su Yang was also a little stunned. I never expected that when he went out to eat with his roommate, he would not only meet Chen Chu, but also Song Nuanuan. But Su Yang soon thought of his positioning watch, and it was very likely that he came to find him. Could it be that there was something important to find him? No, I just mentioned that the girl was having dinner. Oh, could it be that she came to check on him? In a flash, Su Yang roughly analyzed Song Nuanuan's purpose in his mind, and immediately wanted to explain. The beautiful life of being fed by a rich woman has just begun, and he doesn't want it to end like this. But he was stunned just as he was about to speak. What should he call? Should he call Master? Thinking about the name he called when he gave Song Nuanuan a massage last time, he suddenly felt his face getting hot. Can't call, absolutely can't call. My roommates are all here. This is not just a social death. Then call her Nuanuan. It seems a bit inappropriate. I am just a little male slave. How about calling her sister? I don't know if my sweet talk will make Song Nuanuan ignore the problem of addressing me. Just when Su Yang was wavering, Song Nuanuan took the initiative to speak with a smile. What's wrong, brother? You don't say anything when you see your sister. Su Yang came back to his senses and responded very quickly. No, sister, I just came here to have a meal with my roommates. I didn't expect to meet you. At the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, Song Nuanuan was so powerful that he didn't lose face. Eat. Song Nuanuan pretended to be surprised, and then glanced at Chen Chu and other girls casually. You brought your girlfriend with you, right? Can you let a girl pay? They are all our own businesses. Just tell the manager and get a free meal. By the way, have you booked the private room? Everyone came to their senses when they heard about their own business, and they couldn't help but take a breath. Everyone looked at Su Yang in surprise. They never thought that Su Yang, who usually looked inconspicuous and no different from ordinary people, would be a rich second generation. Then it seemed reasonable to look down on Chen Chu. No, it seemed even more unreasonable. They were already rich second generations. The reason for rejecting the school beauty was the car, house, job and parents' pension. If ordinary people said this, you could still say he was materialistic. But rich second generation? Oh. The reason for rejection was really weird. But when everyone thought about it carefully, they could understand it. If it is really a wealthy family, it is estimated that there should be requirements in terms of family background. The school beauty is really not up to the standard except for her figure and appearance. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Chu with a little subtlety. Chen Chu felt the strange eyes of everyone. Although she didn't know what everyone was thinking, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Why did it seem that pursuing Su Yang was like marrying up? Her family is also very rich. If her father's business empire was not so big that he was worried about attracting the black hands of competitors, would she have run to this low-key university in Haicheng? She even dared not show her wealth in the past few years, which made everyone think that she was from an ordinary family. But what broke her defense the most was not this. It was that she just rushed to pay the bill and wanted to show herself in front of everyone. She wanted to make Su Yang regret rejecting her that day. As a result, you suddenly told her that this was your own property. What's the difference between going to someone else's house for dinner and saying I'll treat you? The big embarrassment made Chen Chu's face start to heat up. But what made her even more upset was Su Yang's next sentence. No, sister, she is just a classmate whose name I can't remember. Su Yang didn't care what Chen Chu thought. If you don't explain it clearly in person at this time, what else can you explain later? A little male slave should have the awareness of a little male slave. How can she misunderstand him when he eats and uses others' things? Good days have just begun, and stupid people will show off at this time. What is waiting for him when he returns is definitely a whip dipped in alcohol, and disinfected while beating. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say this, for Su Yang, it is more important to avoid 20 years of detours. It was this sentence that made Chen Chu blush completely. A classmate whose name you can't remember? It's really the truth. But shouldn't the focus of your answer be this? Didn't your sister ask if you booked a private room? Among several important questions, you picked the most embarrassing one to answer. Am I really not good enough? Are you afraid that I will marry up to you? When I was considering you, I simply thought you were handsome, had a good personality, and most importantly. Forget it, let's not talk about that, let's just talk about the conditions. I'm not bad in terms of family background, appearance, and figure. But when I think about it, my superficial identity is indeed disliked by Suyang because of my poverty. Chen Chu felt that his head was steaming, and he really wanted to slap Suyang in the face and tell him loudly. Her father is Chen Jianzi, a leading tycoon in the real estate industry and a leader in the consumer industry. The Chen capital he founded radiates all walks of life. Once on the global rich list, it was suspected that the assets had exceeded 1 trillion. As the only daughter of Chen Jianzi, she was naturally held in the palm of his hand, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a jewel in his palm. As a result, she confessed her love and was disliked because she was not rich. It was really far from the truth. Chen Chu stared at Suyang angrily, and her eyes made him want to eat him. Her chest was bulging, and the buttons seemed to be in danger of bursting at any time. That was not because her figure was too plump, but because she was about to activate her martial soul. She felt that she could not bear it anymore, and she was about to explode. Chapter 7. I'm really not a rich second generation. But she finally restrained herself. When she thought of all the efforts her father had made, just to make her disappear from the public eye, Song Nuanuan forced herself to calm down. Her father was well connected, and her rivals were no pushovers either. As long as she was angry here, it would be hard not to be photographed by passers-by and thus noticed. The possibility of her father's layout being completely disrupted would soar to an extremely high number. And the tragedy in the past could always be thought of, and by then she was afraid that even she would not be able to accept herself. As for being rejected and looked down upon by Suyang at the moment, in comparison, Chen Chu felt that it didn't seem to be that important. She, Chen Chu, the daughter of Chen capital, what kind of man could she not conquer as long as she wanted? In Haicheng, an ordinary rich second generation was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. One day, the crisis would be resolved and she would return to her original identity. Suyang would certainly kneel down on one knee to beg her. As for why on one knee? I was daydreaming, and I felt happy. The more Chen Chu thought about it, the faster her heart beat, and the stronger her restraint became. The look she gave Suyang seemed unchanged, but she was already somewhat proud and happy. It seemed that she had seen Suyang kneeling on one knee to present the ring. Her anger slowly dissipated, and the temperature of her hot face gradually recovered. At the same time, she couldn't help but give herself a boost. It's just a little bit of vicissitudes. Don't bully a poor girl. Suyang will be controlled by me sooner or later. Although Chen Chu didn't show anything special, Song Nuanuan caught the flash of anger. She was able to build a company from scratch and go public on her own. Song Nuanuan was a smart person. Especially in cooperation negotiations, she always had her own understanding. Therefore, she can see people's micro-expressions and thoughts very clearly, even if there are some errors, it is almost accurate. Based on the performance of this little girl, maybe she really likes her little male slave. But what is more interesting is that the performance of this little male slave is very eye-catching. This keen insight, this desire to survive. Go back and give him a chicken leg. TSK TSK TSK. I don't know if it is the effect of sweet talk, Song Nuanuan almost wants to laugh. But considering her current image, she still restrained herself, but the arc of her mouth still betrayed her thoughts at the moment. As Suyang, who has studied rich women for 4 years, knew that it was safe when he saw Song Nuanuan's mouth curled up. So he began to answer Song Nuanuan's other questions. The private room has not been booked yet, but we are discussing it. Song Nuanuan smiled gently. In fact, she didn't care so much about Suyang's answer. Just came to take a look, and unexpectedly gained unexpected happiness. However, she was still in a hurry, otherwise, it would be nice to have a meal with them and explore the interpersonal relationship of the little male slave. President, you are looking for me. The manager of Haicheng Hotel is a middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Mo. After hearing the news, he hurried downstairs and spoke with a half-bent waist. He has been working with Song Nuanuan for many years. Even so, he still speaks with a bit of respect. Only those who have followed Song Nuanuan personally know how strong Song Nuanuan's business ability is. The reason why Haicheng Hotel was able to go from being on the verge of bankruptcy to now being firmly in the top 3 hotels is all arranged by President Song. Of course, the most important thing is that the president is extremely cold and looks like a stranger who has to be respectful to everyone who comes. Song Nuanuan was listening to Su Yang's speech. When she heard the words, she turned around and took a look. Then he pointed his eyes at Su Yang and said lightly, "My brother Su Yang has not been seen much before. Today he is having dinner with his classmates, please take care of him." The manager was stunned when he heard this. When did the president have a younger brother with the surname Su? He has been following her for many years. Isn't it said that the president is the only daughter? It can't be a gigolo. Don't people in the company say that the president is a lesbian? But he is also smart, and he immediately reacted and whispered, "President, don't worry, I will arrange these things." "Okay." Song Nuanuan responded, and then seemed to remember something, "Is Mr. Wang here? I have been waiting for 10 minutes. Okay, I'll go over now." After Song Nuanuan finished speaking, she looked at Su Yang again. "Sister has something to do here, and I have something to say to Lao Mo." After speaking, Song Nuanuan turned and left. She has always been brief and concise in her communication. If it weren't for Su Yang, she would not have said so much. Su Yang only had time to respond before Song Nuanuan almost disappeared from his sight. Manager Mo straightened up immediately when he saw the president leave, but still spoke to Su Yang respectfully. "Mr. Su, how many people are there?" Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, 7. There are 3 in their dormitory, plus 4 in Chen Chu's dormitory. After all, they knew each other and agreed to have dinner together, so it would be embarrassing not to bring them along. "Then follow me. There is only 1 room left in the number 1 room on the 3rd floor." Manager Mo took the initiative to lead the way. Hu Chong and others were all looking at Su Yang at this moment, and no one dared to speak nonsense. They moved their feet only when they saw Su Yang following them. Although they didn't know what the number 1 room meant, they could tell from the name that it must be a symbol of some kind of status. That's why they felt a little embarrassed. However, their timidity was not wrong. Haicheng has been able to maintain its position as a high-end hotel not because of the basic consumption on the 1st floor. Although that is also very expensive, it is 2 or 3 times more expensive than the private room on the 2nd floor. Not to mention the Chanzihao private room on the 3rd floor, which starts at 18,000 yuan, not to mention the other various services and food. A normal person who comes here for a meal and eats and drinks casually will spend hundreds of thousands of yuan. It is equivalent to the total income of most ordinary people in a year without eating or drinking. For this group of college students who have not graduated yet, and even if they have graduated, they only have a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, they dare not even think about it. Fortunately, they don't know, otherwise they would be more restrained. That is Chen Chu, who doesn't care at all. She has seen much bigger scenes than this. Even many billionaire CEOs in the imperial capital have to bow their heads and toast her when they see her. 2 minutes later, Manager Mo led everyone into the private room, and then went down to arrange the specific meal. In the private room, everyone couldn't help but look at all the luxurious decorations in the private room with the eyes of a country bumpkin entering the city. They wanted to take a picture with their mobile phones and post it on their friends' circle, which would also make them look more impressive. The look they gave Su Yang was even more stunning. Hu Chong couldn't help but excitedly shouted, "Yangzi, are you still quibbling that you are not a rich 2nd generation? This Haicheng Hotel is all yours. I dare not imagine how rich your family is." Duan Chao also agreed, and even his eyes were faintly filled with some expectations. "Brother Yang, if I come to work as a security guard for you, won't you pay me more salary a month? Brother Yang is so low-key. I apologize for what happened before." Yes, ignorance is not blame, Brother Yang, don't take it to heart." Even the girls who came with Chen Chu began to flatter Su Yang. It only took 10 minutes from the shrimp head man to Brother Yang. And Su Yang just laughed dryly and didn't say anything. Although this feeling is really good, if it is possible, he still wanted to say that he was not a 2nd-generation rich man. Chapter 8 Calling the Master. Family members know their own business. He was just a little male slave who had signed a contract to sell himself. If it weren't for Song Nuanuan, he would probably still be struggling for a living. As for his golden finger? Har, come out to get beaten. Only Chen Chu sat there with a pout, watching Su Yang steal the show, and felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't ruin the atmosphere at this time. A little intolerance can ruin a big plan. It's normal to have some difficulties on the road to taming Suyang. Soon, the banquets arranged by manager Mo came up one after another. Various dishes that ordinary people have never heard of pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Suyang completely became the center of the crowd, and as for Chen Chu, no one cared. College students don't understand any wine culture, and Suyang doesn't like it either. So this meal was extremely simple, just playing games and chatting. The banquet ended, and it was the end, and everyone left. Only Suyang stayed, waiting for Song Nuanuan. He knew clearly where all this came from. Song Nuanuan's move really gave him a golden touch. If he left without saying anything, it would make him, a little male slave, seem ignorant. On the other hand, Song Nuanuan's work had been done long ago. She had already discussed many things with President Wang on the phone. The meeting was just to sign a contract and expand her network. He was sitting in the private room drinking tea and thinking about the company's next move. Until manager Mo walked in. "President, your brother is waiting for you. It's been 20 minutes. Song Nuanuan was stunned for a moment, then her lips slowly curled up. Waiting for her? Interesting, is this the feeling of someone caring about you? At the same time, except for Suyang, the 6 people returned to Haider together and went their separate ways back to the dormitory. Chen Chu was naturally the same, but the first thing she did when she returned to the dormitory, she began to search for relevant information about the female president. She wanted to use this as a starting point to spy on Suyang's specific family situation. When pursuing a boy, you can't just start from one angle. When you can't get in front of him, you have to understand him from more aspects, and finally kill him with one blow and win him over completely. This was told to her by her best friend. However, she and Suyang have hardly communicated over the years. Even if she wanted to understand him, she lacked specific ways, and asking directly would be presumptuous. It was precisely because there was no progress that she finally rushed to confess her love. Although being rejected was expected, the reason was in outer space. But now the opportunity has come. In just a moment, she checked out Song Nuanuan's online information. Song Nuanuan, 32 years old, an outstanding graduate of Haicheng University, a representative of self-made people, the founder of Haicheng Blackstone Group, the only female among the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Haicheng, the only female national top chef. The information is not very detailed, there are only some simple public information and general identity titles. But it made Chen Chu narrow his eyes. Song Nuanuan and Suyang, these 2 names seem to have different surnames, and from the perspective of age, they do not seem to be siblings. So, how did the scene at Haicheng Hotel come about? Could it be that Suyang, like her, has a higher hidden identity, and the Blackstone Consortium is a subordinate of his family? No, she doesn't remember which family in the capital has the surname Su. Or is it a consortium from another place? Chen Chu couldn't figure it out, but her keen sixth sense still felt that there was something fishy. She carefully recalled every detail at Haicheng Hotel. In the end, she only concluded that Suyang and Song Nuanuan should have another relationship, but they were definitely not siblings. Suyang, a woman, a successful person, and a money-obsessed woman, Chen Chu felt that she had caught some kind of inspiration. But she couldn't figure it out no matter what, because the answer she thought of made her unable to look directly at it. That is, Suyang was kept. But she herself couldn't believe this result. Suyang has been very low-key throughout his 4 years in college, and he doesn't seem like someone who likes to show off his wealth. He often works part-time and is not afraid of hardship. She knows this very well, so she firmly believes in Suyang's character. There is a problem, there must be a problem. Just when Chen Chu was lost in thought, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Chu, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought. Are you still dreaming of being with Suyang? Chen Chu came back to her senses, turned her head and saw that it was her good friend Lin Qingxue. So she suppressed the strangeness in her heart and said with a smile. Why? No way. Say goodbye, Chu, you saw what happened today. He is a rich second generation. He doesn't like you and is not interested in you. You have almost no chance. Lin Qingxue hugged Chen Chu from behind and persuaded him. Yes. Chu, it's important for people to know themselves. It's okay if you didn't know before, but now please put down your unrealistic fantasies. Another roommate also persuaded him. Hearing this, Chen Chu just smiled faintly, but actually didn't care. This lady is not worthy of him? How is she not worthy? The real identity is not worthy of him. But for the sake of her own safety, she must not say that. Just thought about it and spoke softly. I like him, not to show off myself by his high branch, just what? Chen Chu also forgot, only remembered the clear and clean smile of the boy in her memory. Several sisters in the dormitory smiled when they heard the words, and no one persuaded them. You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep, not to mention that they have already tried the final confession. It's still a girl chasing a boy, I guess many people are laughing. Chen Chu didn't care, she just suddenly thought of a great way. That is to enter the Blackstone Group, which is Song Nuanuan's company. She wants to explore the hidden and unknown relationship between Song Nuanuan and Su Yang. Is it really as she thought? If it was really a sponsorship, she would definitely pull Su Yang out and get back on the right track. If not, then she would wait for an opportunity, and she didn't believe she couldn't get Su Yang. Some happy scenes seemed to appear in Chen Chu's mind again. She hummed an unknown ballad and left the dormitory with her mobile phone. She didn't make a call until she was in a place with fewer people. The call was quickly connected, and a standard female voice came over. Miss, do you have any instructions? Didn't I pass the management interview last time based on my personal ability? I won't go for now. Chen Chu said in a low voice. When she heard the words, personal ability, there was a brief noise on the other end of the phone, and it soon returned to normal. Okay, miss. Chen Chu hung up the phone after hearing this, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She started searching the recruitment website of Blackstone Group directly, and she would go there for an interview tomorrow. With her conditions, no matter which position, if she passed, it would be easy. Haicheng, Songjie Road, Qinghe River. Song Nuanuan and Su Yang walked one after the other, exchanging a few casual words from time to time, looking very comfortable. But suddenly, Song Nuanuan stopped and turned around. Even though Su Yang reacted quickly, he almost bumped into Song Nuanuan. However, the refreshing fragrance still filled his mouth and nose, making his heart sway slightly. However, Su Yang didn't have time to think about it, and the next moment he felt a chill on his chin. Song Nuanuan actually lifted his chin with her slender fingers. This extremely provocative and ambiguous posture made Su Yang's heart sway, and he couldn't help but speak. Sister, what do you want to do? Call me master. Song Nuanuan looked at Su Yang's embarrassed look, and a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Chapter 9. Do you really not want to? Song Nuanuan and Su Yang were very close, so close that their breaths seemed to blend together. The delicate face with charm and the coldness almost occupied Su Yang's entire sight. Mature but pure, the perfect combination of two temperaments, coupled with the tempting red lips, can't help but make people want to kiss her. At the Adam's apple, the cold and smooth fingers were stirring unscrupulously. Su Yang felt that he seemed to be a little confused, and his heart was uncontrollably accelerating. Even some scenes that were not suitable for children were derived. Even if he tried his best to suppress it, he still felt a little dry in his throat. Following Song Nuanuan's words, he said a little hoarsely. Master, what do you want to do? Song Nuanuan heard the words, and the corners of her mouth were hooked. She leaned over and blew a breath in Su Yang's ear. Close your eyes. Su Yang's heart beat faster. Although he had realized what might happen next. But he couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple when he heard these suggestive words. This is not good. Su Yang said so, but he still closed his eyes honestly. But there was a slight tremor, probably because of nervousness. In the past few years, he was always busy with part-time jobs to make money, and he had almost never had such an experience. Not to mention being teased, he had never had close contact with the opposite sex. It was not because he looked poor and no one approached him. On the contrary, there were so many opposite sex who wanted to get close to him that Hu Chongbang received more than a dozen love letters every week. But for his own reasons, he never responded. And Chen Chu was the boldest of his pursuers, holding flowers in front of dozens or hundreds of people. Even that time, the distance between him and Chen Chu was kept at about half a meter. But this time, Su Yang knew for the first time that it would feel like this to have contact with the opposite sex without the pressure of survival. Uneasy, expectant, anxious, and excited. He kept his eyes closed for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, he felt to his heart's content, as the cold and delicate finger moved from his Adam's apple to his chin, and then from his chin to his Adam's apple. But the scene he expected was not what he expected, and his heart felt itchy as if it was scratched by a cat. Finally, he couldn't help but open his eyes. He immediately saw Song Nuanuan looking at him with a playful expression. The smile in his eyes, even through the cold face, was about to overflow. Su Yang immediately realized that he was being teased, and he wanted to be angry, but he couldn't get angry. Seeing Su Yang open his eyes, with a bit of resentment, Song Nuanuan directly retracted her finger and laughed. Interesting, too interesting. Is this the little servant? I really want to know what he was thinking just now. After all, the change in his facial expression just now was really wonderful. Seeing this scene, Su Yang was sure that he was being fooled. But he seemed unable to get angry. Although he felt a little resentful, he soon laughed along. He was just a little male slave. Everything he had now was given by Song Nuanuan. Was he still asking for more? What was he expecting? How greedy! What are you laughing at? Song Nuanuan thought Su Yang would be a little angry, or at least act like a spoiled child and be a little resentful. She thought it would be more interesting and fun. But unexpectedly, Su Yang quickly returned to normal and laughed with her. Could it be that she was not charming enough, and the play she had just done was not enough to arouse Su Yang's thoughts about her? Song Nuanuan felt it necessary to explore and see if more instructions for using male servants could be developed. If the master is happy, then it is normal for me to be happy, Su Yang said with a chuckle, which was originally a nice and soft word, and under the blessing of the sweet words, Song Nuanuan felt pleasant to the ear, and a sense of guilt came to her heart. What a cute and clear little male servant. Still obedient, wasn't she a little too much just now? Song Nuanuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Holding her chin, she walked around Su Yang and said, "Let's go to my house." Su Yang was stunned and didn't react. What? You still want to go back to school? Don't forget your identity, you have to call me master. Song Nuanuan smiled lightly, then turned and walked forward. Su Yang reacted and followed quickly. Song Nuanuan drove to Haicheng Hotel by herself, and this is the east side of Haicheng Hotel. Her car is still parked in the parking lot over there. 15 minutes later, Su Yang sat in the co-pilot of Song Nuanuan. Half an hour later, Su Yang followed Song Nuanuan home. Sit for a while, I'll arrange a room for you after I take a shower. After Song Nuanuan got home, she just said one sentence and went to take a shower. Su Yang stayed there honestly after hearing this. Half an hour later, Song Nuanuan came out with a bath towel. She held her hair with one hand and held a hair dryer with the other. You could see crystal water droplets on her exposed white skin. Su Yang, a young boy, almost didn't want to look away. Song Nuanuan felt Su Yang's gaze, but she didn't care at first. But she didn't know what she thought of, and suddenly her eyes turned and she said to Su Yang, "Come and help me blow it." Su Yang stood up after hearing that, walked over in 2 or 3 steps, and took the hair dryer from Song Nuanuan. "Can you blow it?" "A little bit." Su Yang had been an apprentice to a barber, but he went to get the part-time skills of the system, and he succeeded. Not only can he blow hair, he can also cut hair and dye hair, and they are all at the maximum level. After that, Su Yang took the initiative to comb Song Nuanuan's hair, combing and blowing. Although Song Nuanuan is over 30 years old, her hair quality is very good. It was shiny black, and should have been straightened. It felt very smooth, and the fragrance of shampoo was added. Even if it was just blowing hair, it was a kind of enjoyment for Su Yang. But Su Yang was not thinking about it at the moment. Because Song Nuanuan was tilting her head when blowing hair, and Su Yang was standing behind her, and he was taller than her. Even if it was unintentional, he could always see a little white ravine. Women have a special ability. No matter how fast a man swept across her chest, she could clearly feel it. But Song Nuanuan seemed not to notice it, just fiddling with her hair until it was dry. She suddenly said, "Does it look good?" Su Yang was almost distracted all the time, and the reason why he was still blowing hair was almost entirely due to his own skills. He was disturbed by Song Nuanuan's voice, and then he came back to his senses and couldn't help but say, "It looks good." After saying that, he reacted and his face was slightly red. "Well, I didn't mean it." Song Nuanuan smiled and said, "I didn't say you did it on purpose, but do you want to try it?" "What do you mean by try it?" Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Song Nuanuan brushed her hair aside and whispered in Su Yang's ear. Don't you want to start? No, of course I do. Su Yang was righteous. Of course Su Yang wanted to start it. It was big and white, with deep grooves. He couldn't take his eyes off it just now. I said I didn't want to start it because, it felt impolite. My servant, tell the truth. Otherwise, your salary will be postponed. Song Nuanuan heard it and blew gently in Su Yang's ear, saying it very temptingly. When Su Yang heard about the postponement, he seemed to understand something. It's bad. I'm really going to be played with, but I seem to be looking forward to it a little. She immediately said, I want to. Song Nuanuan nodded with satisfaction, and then said with a bit of teasing in her eyes. Answer me a question, you have a chance to touch it. If you don't tell the truth, then your last sentence is a lie. Chapter 10 Su Yang's Cooking Skills. Su Yang's heart was suddenly moved when he heard it. Okay. When I asked you to close your eyes by the river before, what were you thinking about? Song Nuanuan was very curious about this matter. After Su Yang closed his eyes, she was still provoking Su Yang's nerves, and she watched his expression change a little bit, and she found it very interesting. She was quite looking forward to it. Later, Su Yang found out that she did it on purpose. Would there be a huge gap? It was also very interesting to think about it. But Su Yang's performance made her a little dissatisfied. He actually laughed with her. This made her feel that her training methods were a bit unsuccessful. Su Yang hesitated when he heard it, and was about to speak. But his lips were blocked by a finger. Think it over before you speak. Tell the truth, but there will be a reward. Song Nuanuan's breath was as fragrant as orchid. She had a pure face and a cold temperament, but she always had a fascinating charm. Su Yang's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again when he heard it. He took a deep breath and said with some trepidation. I thought you were going to kiss me. Song Nuanuan nodded when she heard it. This was the same as what she thought, but it was not the result she wanted. Go on. Do you want to kiss me? Song Nuanuan added. Of course I do. Su Yang blurted out. Then why is your expression so flat afterwards? Isn't there a gap? Song Nuanuan felt more interesting when she heard it. She circled around Su Yang and said with interest. Su Yang was silent when he heard it. After a moment, he said, I'm just a male servant. Song Nuanuan suddenly realized that it was because of her identity. But wouldn't that be more exciting? Servant pushes down the master. This script seems to be more interesting than watching it. Song Nuanuan bit her red lips, chuckled, and turned to the other side. Come with me. Could it be? He is going to get rid of the hard days. Thinking of this, Su Yang's heart beat faster. He couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple again. It must be said that Song Nuanuan's methods always make him unable to help but have a hint of charming thoughts. So much so that every moment, he felt a dull pain in a certain part of his body. Song Nuanuan took Su Yang to an empty room. This is your room. There is a separate bathroom and toilet, but there are no men's clothes. You can make do with it for now. She turned on the light and walked in to look around. After making sure there was no problem, she added, remember to rest early tonight and go to work with me tomorrow. After that, she turned around and was about to leave. Su Yang couldn't help but call her sister. Song Nuanuan paused, half turned sideways, and said jokingly with her red lips slightly opened. You don't learn your lesson. When no one is around, you should call the master. As for what happened just now, I only said there is a chance. After saying that, she turned sideways again and approached Su Yang step by step. Until the distance was very close, she leaned close to Su Yang's ear and said temptingly. Or do you really want to overthrow the master? While speaking, Song Nuanuan blew in Su Yang's ear again. No, I don't of course mean that. Su Yang felt itchy, his body was a little nervous, and even his Adam's apple couldn't help rolling, but he still said it nonsensically. But at the same time, he couldn't help but say a fairy in his heart. Song Nuanuan noticed Su Yang's abnormality, pulled the bath towel down slightly, until Su Yang's face turned red, and suddenly pulled it back. With a little pride of teasing successfully, he laughed out loud. Little male servant. You'd better not have one, otherwise the master's salary will be delayed again. After saying that, Song Nuanuan left completely and closed the door of the room. But Su Yang did not relax at all. He was completely relieved until a few minutes after Song Nuanuan left. It was too torturous. It was only the first day, and he was almost broken by Song Nuanuan. She was already a 32-year-old old lady, and she was still playing such a trick. Su Yang felt that his concentration seemed to be a little useless. He pulled his pants, adjusted a comfortable posture, and then walked towards the bathroom. After Song Nuanuan left, she did not go back to her room directly. Instead, she wrapped herself in a bath towel and went to her office. Although it was already past 10 o'clock, the company had just gone public and expanded a lot of new cooperation, and there were always endless things to worry about. The simplest thing was that there was not enough manpower. There were serious vacancies in assistants, secretaries, employees, sales and other positions, and even security and cleaning staff were a little tight. She didn't like to let one person do too much work all the time. Although it would save costs, it would inevitably add to the fatigue of the person. She opened her recruitment website and looked around. Suddenly, a resume caught her attention. Chen Chu, the president of the student union, the class monitor, participated in competitions, won awards, looked quite luxurious. However, what attracted Song Nuanuan was not her excellence, but that photo. Song Nuanuan instantly recalled the girl who had a crush on the little male slave. It turned out to be you, interesting, really interesting. In this case, I will give you a chance to perform. I hope you can satisfy me. Unconsciously, Song Nuanuan's mouth curled up again. In a short time, she had conceived a new idea in her mind. Just teasing Su Yang would be a bit boring, so it would be better to play with this admirer as well. Things became interesting. Song Nuanuan felt that she had not laughed more times in the past few years than today. The appearance of this little male slave really provided her with a lot of fun. If Manager Mo knew what Song Nuanuan was thinking now, he would probably lie on the ground looking for his glasses. She would rather suspect that she was blind, but she was still thinking about where the aloof and serious President Song had gone. No one talked all night, except that Su Yang was really angry in the middle of the night, secretly using his own hands to achieve his dream. But even so, he didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. The next morning. It was just 6 o'clock, and Song Nuanuan got up. She always got up very early, especially in the years when she started her business. She was both a boss and a customer service representative, and she didn't dare to sleep too long at night. Compared with the past, she felt that her life was much better now. But what surprised her was that she saw Su Yang sitting on the sofa in the living room just after she came out of the shower. Su Yang got up earlier than her? In her memory, didn't college students get up at noon as long as they didn't have classes? But soon Song Nuanuan's attention was attracted by something else. The table in front of Su Yang was filled with steamed dumplings, buns, fried dough sticks. Did you make all these? Song Nuanuan came over and was a little surprised to get close to a bun and pinch it. It was still a little hot. Try it. It should taste good. Su Yang did not deny it and was very confident in his cooking skills. During his freshman summer vacation, he worked part-time as a kitchen apprentice, directly got the cooking max. Of course, high cooking skills do not mean that you can cook all dishes. You still need to watch the tutorial, but as long as you learn it, you will be able to cook it. The color, aroma and taste are beyond words. Song Nuanuan looked at Su Yang with some suspicion, then pinched the bun with her green jade fingers and took a small bite. The next moment, the delicious soup leaked out through the small bite. What taste! In an instant, Song Nuanuan's index finger moved and stuffed the whole bun into her mouth. It's quite delicious, not bad, I'll give you a raise. Chapter 11 Interview. Song Nuanuan was generous with her praise. She had lived alone for many years. Besides work, her favorite thing was to find an afternoon to cook a delicious meal and treat herself well. And she seemed to be very talented in this regard, and even took the time to get a chef's certificate. It is still lying in her cabinet, but Su Yang obviously doesn't need to know about this. However, as her cooking skills improved, Song Nuanuan became a little picky about food. Generally, she rarely eats out except for what she cooks herself. Su Yang really gave her a surprise. The blending of the fillings, the texture of the noodles, and the appearance, his cooking skills are comparable to hers. I don't have to cook anymore. Song Nuanuan was very satisfied, and then she tried something else, and the taste was excellent. For a moment, she almost forgot to ask Su Yang why he got up so early. Su Yang got up early purely because of habit. On the other hand, he adapted to his status as a male servant very quickly. Song Nuanuan treated him well in all aspects, especially in terms of economy, and almost solved all his problems. In return, he went to the kitchen in the morning, thinking about showing himself again, and it would be best if he could consolidate his current position. Not just a plaything that generates value because of interest. That can also be thrown into a corner at any time because of losing interest. He needs this job, or more accurately, the efficient benefits generated by this job. Su Yang has a clear view of himself. But he didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise, and he immediately said shyly, "Thank you, master." Song Nuanuan was very satisfied with Su Yang's sensible appearance. Waved his hand and motioned Su Yang to sit down. "Let's eat together. I'll take you to the workplace later, so you can adapt first." Su Yang did as he was told. On the other side, Chen Chu also got up early. Although the movement was as small as possible, it still disturbed Lin Qingxue in the clinic. He came out from the tent with a little confusion. "Qingya, what are you doing?" Chen Chu did not hide it and whispered in her ear. "Interview. Interview." Lin Qingxue was still a little confused, but she woke up when she heard the word interview. She looked at Chen Chu in disbelief. "Haven't you been accepted as a senior executive by a certain company?" She and Chen Chu were roommates for 4 years in college and were almost inseparable. She knew Chen Chu's character very well. She was not the kind of low-ranking girl who liked to exaggerate and deliberately lie to them to save face, so she was particularly surprised. Chen Chu quickly covered her mouth and glanced at the other 2 roommates who were still sleeping. Then he leaned close to Lin Qingxue's ear and said, "I turned that down and planned to go to Blackstone Group." "Blackstone Group? Are you crazy, sister? You don't want to be a manager of a good old company, but turn it down to go to an emerging listed company." Lin Qingxue suppressed her voice and looked at Chen Chu in disbelief. For a while, she was a little confused about her brain circuit. After thinking for a while, she retreated back into the tent, and after a while, she put on her clothes and came out again. "This is not a place to talk, let's go out and talk." Climbing down the ladder beside the bed, Lin Qingxue stepped on cute rabbit cotton slippers and pulled Chen Chu to go outside to chat. But Chen Chu gently pushed her hand away. "I've already postponed it. I made an appointment for an interview last night and will go today." Lin Qingxue was stunned, with a look of anger and amusement on her face, not knowing what to say. Her chest rose and fell, and she finally resisted the urge to say that her best friend had no brains and asked a question after 3 or 5 minutes. "What position are you interviewing for? Are you sure?" Lin Qingxue originally thought that Chen Chu would say something like an assistant, secretary or other middle-level position. After all, she had already passed the interview for another company's senior management position. If the position at Blackstone Group was not good, she would definitely not have postponed the interview at Blackstone. But what she didn't expect was that after she asked, Chen Chu's eyes actually evaded a little, and hesitantly dared not speak. Lin Qingxue knew her best friend very well, and she immediately realized that there must be something fishy. So she asked, "Chu, tell me. You can't even hide it from me." Hearing this, Chen Chu hesitated for a moment, but still said with a slightly red face, "Cleaning." "What?" Lin Qingxue felt that she was going crazy, the best friend around her. Resigning from the executive offer of the old company that had already been in hand and choosing the emerging Blackstone Group was fine. After all, the development of Blackstone Group in the past 2 years has indeed been far ahead of others, and pursuing a higher development ceiling is actually acceptable. But, cleaning? Say it again. Lin Qingxue picked her ears and put them close to Chen Chu's ears. She seriously suspected that she had heard it wrong. Or maybe she hadn't woken up yet and was confused in her dream, otherwise how could she hear such an outrageous thing? "I won't go for the executive job, I'll just play with the cleaning job." "Sister, have you forgotten that you are from an ordinary working-class family? Is the temptation of a monthly income of 10,000 yuan not even as good as cleaning?" Chen Chu was shocked by Lin Qingxue's reaction, but it was indeed very abstract when he thought about it carefully. But the real situation is. After thinking about it, Chen Chu decided to be honest. Except for the identity, he never concealed anything about his best friend. "I applied for the assistant position at first, but the HR said that I have great potential after reading my resume. Their company also welcomes outstanding talents and thinks that it is a waste of talent for me to be an assistant. So they let you do cleaning." Sister, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? If you are a waste of talent, why do you do cleaning? Did you realize yesterday that there is a big gap between you and Suyang and give up on yourself? Chu, why don't you torture yourself for a man? Lin Qingxue was shocked by her best friend's brain circuit and advised her earnestly. It's not like that. The HR said she thought I should be qualified for a better position, but I have to start from the grassroots. She promised me that as long as I work as a cleaner for a month, I will be promoted to CEO of the branch immediately. Chen Chu lowered his head and explained everything. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue became even angrier. A cleaner was promoted to CEO from the bottom. Sometimes, she really wanted to open her bestie's head to see if it was water and batter. She could believe such a weird thing. Chu, you are not being deceived. How can a CEO start from cleaning? Lin Qingxue almost pointed at Chen Chu's head and roared. The sound was already uncontrollable. The remaining two roommates in the dormitory woke up, but they only eavesdropped in the tent and did not disturb her. They just thought they were eating melons. No, she couldn't lie to me. She said she was Song Nuanuan, the president of Blackstone Group, and she showed her ID card. I'm sure of it. Okay. Don't worry. I'm smart. I'm going to the interview and can't chat with you anymore. Chen Chu said with a firm face. Lin Qingxue was completely speechless. After a long time, she only said one sentence. I'll go with you. She wanted to see what kind of talented president could say the incredible statement of being promoted from cleaning to CEO. Chapter 12. Did I ask you to sit down? The Blackstone Group is headquartered in the central urban area of Haicheng. Before 7:50, Song Nuanuan took Suyang to the office building, Blackstone Building. In the office, Song Nuanuan crossed her legs to form an amazing arc, leaning against the back of the chair to read the latest weekly report. After a while, she put it down, looked at Suyang who was still standing, and said lightly. As mentioned before, your job is to follow me and protect my personal safety when necessary. You can think of it as a bodyguard, and you don't have to stand all the time. In addition, your clothes are not suitable for this position. If you have more formal clothes, you can wear them next time. If not, I will take you to customize them another day also. You have to call me boss in the company and don't talk too much. Okay, boss. Suyang immediately made an okay gesture, and then sat down on the other side according to Song Nuanuan's instructions. There was no extra movement throughout the whole process. He also found that Song Nuanuan in the company and Song Nuanuan at home were completely two different people. In private, he always saw Song Nuanuan grinning, and even teasing him with words. Even in the car, she was still teasing him. But once he entered the office building, he immediately became aloof, exuding a temperament of strangers. Although this huge contrast made him a little uncomfortable at first, he quickly adjusted. There was even a faint feeling of excitement. Who can refuse a beautiful woman who is eccentric or even stuffy in private, but appears to be extremely serious and cold on the surface? Although, he is just a little male servant. But Suyang is very confident in himself. He will be able to suppress her and completely turn the tables step by step. At that time, it is not certain who will be the master. It feels a bit exciting to think about it. Of course, Suyang only dares to think about it in his mind at this stage. It is still too early to say anything. Just when Suyang sat down, an electronic sound sounded in his mind again. A new part-time job is detected, private bodyguard, and the skill fighting max is obtained. Suyang's pupils shrank slightly, and then returned to normal. Fighting is an extremely practical skill, but I don't know how strong this max is. If there is a chance, you can try it privately. People cannot lack self-awareness. After dealing with Suyang's affairs, Song Nuanuan quickly entered the working state. Like a robot, she kept checking the various documents submitted and then approved them one by one. This state lasted until an hour later, when an elite female white-collar worker in a hip skirt and professional attire walked in. She was Tang Enki, the director of the Human Resources Department, who was generally responsible for the recruitment interviews of personnel and was directly responsible to Song Nuanuan. Go ahead. Song Nuanuan heard the voice, but did not even raise her head, and just said lightly. The latest batch of interviewees have arrived. Are you sure you want to interview in person? Although she had received Song Nuanuan's message last night, Tang Enki still asked a special question. Song Nuanuan has always pursued an efficient way of working. After clearly dividing the work of each department, She no longer asked about these trivial matters, and handed them over to them to handle, and she was in control of the overall situation alone. This operating mode has not changed since she joined the company. But for some reason, Song Nuanuan actually asked for an interview in person today. Is this a doubt about her work? Tang Enki was a little uneasy, so she did it in vain. Song Nuanuan raised her head when she heard it. I have other plans for this matter. Take me there. She stood up and turned to look at Su Yang when she was about to leave. With a little entanglement on her face, she hesitated for a moment and said, If you feel bored, you can walk by yourself, but don't run far. After that, she turned and left. At this time, Tang Enki discovered that there was a man in the president's office. He was a top handsome guy. Oh my god. She didn't notice it just now. But she can't be blamed. In the past few years, the president has been cold to everyone. Even according to the old group of people, the president doesn't like men. Many people have expressed their love. But without exception, they were persuaded by the president's personality. There is only one person in the office all year round. Even if it is them, they only come here for work. They thought that the president was born lonely and at most a lesbian. But today, there is a man in the office. There is a secret. Behind all the unreasonable things, there must be something big that she didn't know. Tang Enki took a quick glance and memoized Su Yang's appearance, and then followed Song Nuanuan away. Su Yang just nodded, and when he looked up again, Song Nuanuan's figure had disappeared from his sight. He couldn't help but smile. Song Nuanuan was so vigorous and resolute that he kept refreshing his impression of her. But it was really boring to sit in this huge office. After thinking about it, Su Yang walked out of the office. On the other side, the interview room. Like many people, Chen Chu sat in one of the seats waiting for the interview. She didn't have any anxiety, on the contrary, she was extremely confident in herself. On the one hand, she had passed the interview of another company, and she was quite clear about the interview process and what to ask. On the other hand, the president named Song Nuanuan had promised her last night that she would pass. But the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. Unlike Song Nuanuan, who was sitting on the daoitai, Lin Qingxue was asking around and whispering. Finally, he returned to Song Nuanuan and whispered in her ear. Chu, you are safe. Do you know that they are all here for interviews? They are all assistants, and 2 young ladies are here for secretary interviews. There are more than 100 people in the audience, and only you, my goddess Chu, are here for cleaning. You are safe, there is no competition in the niche track, and you are far ahead. Chen Chu was originally full of confidence, but after listening to Lin Qingxue's words, she inexplicably felt a sense of shame. She seemed to be ridiculed. Chen Chu hit Lin Qingxue in a bad mood. Am I a cleaner? I am here for transition, who am I looking down on? Watch me jump from cleaning to CEO in a month and beat you up in the face. Yes. What transition is cleaning? Exercise your hard-working, physical strength. Lin Qingxue spread her hands, really unable to understand Chen Chu's train of thought. Who is normal, giving up a high-paying job and switching to cleaning? It was not until a tall figure walked in that she opened her eyes wide. Is this Su Yang's sister? Suddenly, Lin Qingxue seemed to understand something. She turned her head and looked at Chen Chu, but found that she was not surprised. Only then did she understand that she gave up a better position and became a cleaner because of Su Yang. But, isn't this a bit too clown? Will Su Yang really look at you more for this when a senior executive changes to a cleaner? Lin Qingxue didn't know why she felt that it was not worth it for her best friend, but at the same time she was looking forward to seeing the love scene of the white dove and the crow. Lin Qingxue stopped talking and just sat quietly, with thoughts surging in her mind. She seemed to be unable to remember when her best friend fell in love with Su Yang. Was it a class dinner, mountain climbing, or love at first sight when they first met? It seemed that none of them were true. Su Yang had never appeared in any group activities such as dinners and mountain climbing. If Su Yang's appearance was excluded, this kind of person was no different from a nobody. The first time I knew her was from someone else's conversation, that there was such a handsome guy. Until Chen Chu suddenly had someone he liked. Lin Qingxue thought about Chen Chu's secret love over the years and just sighed softly. A dog that licks the dog doesn't get a house. Inside the interview hall, there is a separate compartment. Song Nuanuan's interview was held here, and one by one, people were called in and out. Finally, it was Chen Chu's turn. She sat down opposite Song Nuanuan with a calm expression. The next moment, she heard, "Did I ask you to sit down?" Chapter 13. Song Nuanuan's new toy. Song Nuanuan's expression didn't change at all, and she didn't even look up at Chen Chu. He just lowered his head and looked at Tang Enki, who took Chen Chu's resume. But the words that were spoken gave people a great sense of oppression. Chen Chu was stunned for a moment. "You don't want to give up your seat? Then why did you put this stool there?" She remembered that it wasn't like this during the first interview. She just sat there, and the interviewers said that her qualifications were excellent and admitted her directly. "Why wouldn't you let me sit this time? Could it be that I let the interview go last time?" Impossible, absolutely impossible. She got in completely relying on her own personal ability. Although it was just a hint of her identity, the interviewer said it. "It has nothing to do with the background, it's mainly because I'm too good. I think maybe different companies have different interview directions." Chen Chu hesitated for a moment, but still stood up again. As a result, when she was halfway standing, Song Nuanuan raised her head, glanced at Chen Chu, and then pretended to be surprised. "It's you? Ayan's classmate, then take a seat." Upon hearing this, Chen Chu gave an awkward yet polite smile and sat back down. Then, Song Nuanuan lay back, holding Chen Chu's information in her hand, and spoke leisurely. "I looked at this resume and the qualifications are very good, but I always pay more attention to the company's rules and regulations. For those who don't follow the rules, I usually pass them directly." "Are you saying she has no manners?" Although Chen Chu had never worked before, his emotional intelligence was not low and he stood up immediately. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan said soothingly again. "Don't be nervous, you are classmate Ayan, I won't make things difficult for you over such small details, sit down." Chen Chu sat down again, but still felt his smile was a little stiff. Who understands the embarrassment of standing up and sitting down frequently? Even the interviews that were full of confidence now make me feel a little nervous. If I fail the cleaning job interview because of this, I will be embarrassed. Directly contracted the dormitory's laughter for the next week. Maybe it will be mentioned half a year later, there was a fool back then. Just thinking about it made Chen Chu feel a bit socially frustrated, so he decided to use all his abilities to handle this interview. As a result, Song Nuanuan suddenly said something again. However, this may be a bit unfair to other interviewees. Damn. Chen Chu, who had just decided to take it seriously, was immediately defeated. She felt she was being targeted. Why did he always continue to replenish her after she had already completed the action? Can't you just say it all at once? For a moment, Chen Chu's temper, which had not been shown for a long time, suddenly came up. She really doesn't want to take this crappy job. But when he thought about the fact that he had other purposes, he suppressed it again. Moreover, Song Nuanuan frowned and looked like she was thinking seriously. Chen Chu thought that he might be too sensitive. The president recognized me so much last night, and doesn't he sound like a bad person from the way he said it? How could he deliberately target me? I must be overthinking it. So she stood up again, and even the smile on her face became a little sweeter. However, Tang Enki, who was assisting in the interview, had a somewhat subtle look on her face. What's going on? Don't CEOs usually ask a few simple questions during an interview and then tell you to go home and wait for news? What is this doing? Why does it feel like a deliberate training? Something is wrong. Everything about the president is wrong today. There is a man in the office who deliberately trains the interviewer. He is completely different from before. There is something fishy going on. Could it be that he was in love? I heard that only love can change a person. But that is impossible. Only women understand women best, and love cannot achieve this level. The remaining answer is quite subtle. First, the identity of this interviewer is rather special. But how to explain to the men in the office? Especially with that figure and beauty, she, a married woman, wants to have a second spring. There is only one answer left: menopause. Tang Enki subtly adjusted her glasses and secretly observed Song Nuanuan. Especially when he saw the barely perceptible smile on the corner of her mouth, he immediately confirmed the decision. It must be menopause that caused the drastic change in temperament. Otherwise, how could the president smile like this? Har har, I caught your little tale. But I heard that during menopause, people are more likely to become irritable and angry. Tang Enki suddenly felt a little dangerous. So he began to reduce his movements as much as possible, not wanting Song Nuanuan to notice him. Song Nuanuan couldn't suppress the smile when she saw Chen Chu's dazed look. She didn't know why, but things related to the little male slave always seemed interesting to her. Especially when she thought about the scene that might happen later, she wanted to laugh out loud. Bodyguard versus cleaner, especially when Chen Chu is interested in the little male slave. How interesting would it be if you saw this? It's a pity that I didn't prepare a security uniform for Xiao Suyang in advance, otherwise it would be more interesting. Ahem, suppressing the image in her mind, Song Nuanuan regained her coolness and spoke seriously. Don't think too much. I always think about things more, but I will definitely still talk about feelings. So what position are you applying for? I see that you wrote assistant above. Cleaning. Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling like it was a normal interview. So she's still standing in the end? Damn, all this useless stuff. But Chen Chu was not angry, as long as the final result was good. As for why I filled in assistant on my resume, it was because Song Nuanuan said last night that there were no cleaning positions and they were only recruiting assistants and secretaries. Just write one on your resume and discuss it in detail during the interview. Cleaning? Tang Enki was stunned. Aren't the cleaning interviews all the time the day after tomorrow? How come a cleaning lady got in here? Besides, aren't these usually women in their 40s or 50s? Isn't the competition fierce? You're a college graduate. Tang Enki suddenly felt that the little girl in front of her named Chen Chu might be a genius. Simply skip the struggle process, avoid 20 years of detours, do the 3 good things, and have a stable job for life. Oh. It's you? I didn't expect that you are not only outstanding, but also Aiyang's classmate. What a coincidence. Song Nuanuan showed a hint of surprise and realization, as if she just remembered the interview scheduled yesterday, and then added, "You have been accepted and can start working now." After saying that, Song Nuanuan stood up. Enki, you come for the next interview. I'll take her to familiarize herself with the work process. Tang Enki was numb. What is the cleaning process? Are you kidding me? Can't you just ask an old man to take care of it? Why do you have to do it yourself? Tang Enki was about to say something, but when she thought that the president might be irritable and angry because he was entering menopause, she just nodded. Chen Chu was also stunned. Joined the company so quickly. But she soon realized that it was because she was too outstanding, and it was also because they had already agreed on it last night. So this effect can be achieved. She said that Lin Qingxue was too suspicious, how could she be deceived? So he willingly and expectantly followed Song Nuanuan out of the interview hall. The scene of being taken away by the interview personally immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. They all thought that the position had been secured and they might have no hope. Looking at Chen Chu's eyes, it is inevitable to feel a little envious. Lin Qingxue also saw the gesture Chen Chu made to her, so she clenched her fist in response to Chen Chu and left directly through the back door. After a moment, Chen Chu looked at the mop, bucket and the gloves soaked in them in front of him and fell into a brief contemplation. It seems that this job has nothing to do with being a CEO. Even she herself began to doubt the authenticity of Bao Jie's promotion to CEO. Don't worry, work hard, and I'll give you what I promised you. I'll even create opportunities for Aiyang. I can see that you like him. Seeing Chen Chu in a daze, Song Nuanuan gave him a timely trick. She had discovered through their positioning watch that Suyang was only 20 meters away from here. This is an extremely important hub and we will definitely pass through here. We must speed up the process. Create opportunities for me and Suyang? Chen Chu suddenly felt motivated and immediately made a promise to Song Nuanuan. Don't worry, Mr. Song. I'm just a screw. I'll be put in wherever I need it. After saying that, he put on gloves, picked up the mop, and looked like he was going to work hard. The teasing in Song Nuanuan's eyes became more and more intense. She patted Chen Chu's shoulder, forced herself to hold back her laughter, and walked to a corner to watch the show. She only talked about creating opportunities, not what opportunities they were. At the same time, Suyang walked around the entire floor. His first reaction was that it was huge. For someone who had only worked part-time, the shock he received was unprecedented. But suddenly, he seemed to notice a figure. It seems familiar. Suyang took 2 steps forward, looked carefully, and his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 14 When the cleaner was caught on the spot. Chen Chu? Why is she here? What is this doing? Cleaning? Didn't she say she passed the interview with a senior executive of a certain company? Is this the executive job she mentioned, with a monthly salary of 10,000? Su Yang's expression became subtle. He suddenly felt fortunate that he did not agree to Chen Chu when he confessed his feelings to her. Look, he has already started cheating for the sake of face before he even graduated. I was clearly a cleaner, but he insisted that I was an executive. TSK, the young people nowadays are just impatient and care about face. If someone else saw this and the lie was exposed, it would probably cause her a lot of trouble. But fortunately, I am a good person, so I will just pretend I don't know about this. Thinking of this, Su Yang was about to turn around and leave. Song Nuanuan, who was secretly waiting to watch the show, felt a little dissatisfied when she saw this scene. But Chen Chu was currently mopping the floor with his head down, lacking the necessary triggering conditions. Suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She hit herself and then slapped the wall next to her hard. The sound is not loud, but enough to attract attention. Chen Chu also raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Nothing seen. So he looked around curiously, and his eyes met Su Yang's. Awkward, really embarrassing. Su Yang was about to leave, but then he ran into this incident. It would have been fine if she hadn't been discovered, but now that she has been discovered, she knows that she is just a cleaner and the so-called executive is just bragging. She must be very panicked now, right? Su Yang felt very embarrassed. He had no ill will towards anyone. If this has affected her, I can only say sorry. And just as Chen Chu thought, the moment he saw Su Yang, his brain froze for a second. She never expected that Su Yang saw her cleaning here. So what should he think of himself? You have to know that she was in Haicheng Hotel at that time, and repeated her current achievements many times. As a result, he was caught red-handed while mopping the floor. The impression must have become worse. Chen Chu felt that he was now short of oxygen. No, it must be explained clearly. Otherwise, this road, which is already not prosperous, will be blocked by yourself. Chen Chu quickly put the mop aside and threw the leather gloves into the bucket. Then he came to Su Yang. Listen to my explanation. I saw nothing. The two people spoke almost at the same time, then each paused for a moment, and then continued in unison. It's not what you think. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The two were stunned for a moment, and finally they both tapped their toes, too embarrassed to know what to say. In the end, it was Su Yang who broke the atmosphere. Well, you don't need to be so excited. Although being a cleaner and being a senior executive are two different things, I'm not a big mouth. I'll keep this secret for you. When Chen Chu heard this, his eyes suddenly turned dark. Woo woo woo. Who among my family members understands? In the end, the shrimp-headed man misunderstood. What are you keeping secret? Did I ask you to keep secret? Did you get my consent? Chen Chu was speechless and didn't know how to vent. And that is not actually the case. It's all the fault of that CEO. She is a rich girl, but she is caught working as a cleaner here. If this gets out and is seen by people who knew her, she won't know how she will end up in social disgrace. Well, even if it didn't spread to the imperial capital, it would be embarrassing enough just within Haicheng University. By then, I guess no one will listen to my explanation, which is really terrible. Really don't give her a chance, sooner or later that guy named Song will have to be her cleaner. Oh. This is so annoying. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Chen Chu couldn't help but start explaining. It's not what you think. I turned down my offer and came here for the interview as a cleaner. Ms. Song told me that I would be promoted to CEO in a month. Su Yang's expression became even more subtle when he heard this. Cleaning staff replaced by senior management. Could this reason be more outrageous? Only a fool could do such a thing. And the cleaning lady was promoted to CEO. Do you think this is a game? Are the two related? Alas. Just to save face, they made up such unreliable lies. Chen Chu, I thought you had good taste. Su Yang sighed. This matter caused a lot of trouble. In fact, he didn't care what Chen Chu's personality was like or what job he did. After all, he is just like that, looking good on the surface, and everyone thinks he is a rich second generation, but in fact he is just a little male servant kept by Song Nuanuan. He is not qualified to comment on other people's careers. The main thing is that Chen Chu must be very worried that she will tell this matter to others, which will undoubtedly make her lose face. There must be a lot of discussion. After thinking about it, Su Yang decided to comfort her. After all, they were classmates. Well, I believe you, but you should also believe me. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Changing the cleaning staff to a senior executive sounds very far-sighted. He saved himself 30 years of detours and was promoted to CEO in January. He has ambitious goals and is full of hope for life. Come on, do a good job. Su Yang's expression was extremely serious, and as firm as some kind of belief. But the words he said made Chen Chu break down. Goddamn, I'd rather avoid taking 30 years of detours and have ambitious cleaning goals. The more she explained, the worse it got. It would have been better if Su Yang didn't say anything. As soon as he said it, she knew he didn't believe it at all. Even she herself felt that this reason was too exaggerated. But there is no way to explain this. This is the truth. So much so that she is now at a loss. Finally, the eldest lady became so angry that her temper flared up. Forget it, destroy it. Believe it or not. Chen Chu said this unhappily, turned around and left. Buckets and mops were left lying where they were. The more you explain, the worse it gets. There's no need to explain any more. But as soon as she turned around, she felt a little regretful. Why couldn't she control herself? The character that I had worked so hard to cultivate over the years was actually broken. Doesn't this confirm that I'm lying? Chen Chu felt his body a little stiff, but he still left. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, then sighed. He understood Chen Chu, he really understood. Judging from the situation, he is probably going to resign. He was really sorry about it, and losing her job. Forget it, let it be. There is no right or wrong, it can only be said that it is too coincidental. He just came out for a walk and encountered this mess. Su Yang felt a little uncomfortable. Then he saw the mop and bucket on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and picked them up himself. He is a good man, please help Chen Chu. It is not easy for children. Song Nuanuan was almost laughing madly in secret. If she hadn't covered her mouth with her hands, she would have laughed like a goose. It's really fun. This little male slave, this little girl, TSK, let's see if she will set her sights on her own male servant. But isn't this a bit too much? After thinking about it, Song Nuanuan took out her cell phone and sent a message to Tang Enki. Assign a special position to the cleaning department, just clean my office, let the girl who came today do this. After saying that, she left contentedly. He just turned a corner and returned to his cool and aloof CEO look. He walked into his office with an expressionless face and handled the remaining work. Su Yang, out of guilt, originally planned to help clean up. But as soon as he picked it up, he felt that his guilt didn't seem that serious. After gently dragging it on the ground, he felt that although he was a good person, he should not help with everything. Besides, he is already so tired of living, why would he have the time to care about others? Fortunately, I was determined at the beginning and did not agree to confess my love just because Chen Chu was beautiful. TSK, look at cleaning, is this his job? Whatever he wants to do must be related to his waste, otherwise wouldn't all his training over the years be wasted? As for Chen Chu losing his job because of himself. Bullshit, don't talk nonsense, it has nothing to do with you. I guess it's just 2 days' salary that will be deducted, so it's not my fault. Let go of the helping complex. You might as well use this time to show your presence to your master, and maybe even get a raise in salary. Thinking of this, Su Yang put the cleaning tools in a corner and returned along the same path. I haven't seen you for a while. I wonder if you're back yet. I'm so pissed. Oh. Shrimp-headed Su Yang, brain-dead CEO, you both bully me. Chen Chu just came out of the Blackstone building and couldn't help but burst into curse. But after cursing for a while, he just listened to it and gradually calmed down. Things have already come to this point, and if we continue to be swayed by our emotions, things will only get worse. We must think of remedial measures. However, it would take a lot of time to make this matter clear, and the chat records between him and Song Nuanuan would also need to be used as part of the proof material. But she couldn't contact Su Yang at all, as her Feishan account had been blocked long ago. Could it be in the class group? Well, doesn't everyone know that? After much thought, Chen Chu decided to wait here for Su Yang to come out. She just didn't believe that she couldn't explain it clearly, so at least she could restore her image. Oh. Why is it so difficult to chase a man? What does this rich girl want? Chen Chu sighed, feeling that he still had a long way to go, and then went into a nearby coffee shop. Chapter 15. Do you want to commit a crime? Song Nuanuan returned to her office and quickly got into work mode. As for what Su Yang was doing, Song Nuanuan certainly knew it. But she didn't care. The only value of the little male slave's existence is to provide her with entertainment and warmth when necessary. It adds some spice to her always empty life, and of course it can be used for more purposes when necessary. As long as Su Yang doesn't do anything excessive, Song Nuanuan will let him do what he wants. As for Chen Chu, just a toy. As a result, just a few minutes after she got into work mode, there was a slight knock on the door. Song Nuanuan frowned subconsciously. Who is this person who doesn't know the rules? She hates people knocking on the door when she is working. If you have something to say, just open the door and talk. She will listen while handling her own affairs and will give you an answer after you finish speaking. And because of her cold temperament, no one would deliberately come in frequently. Work efficiency has more than doubled. Work efficiency is also something she has always paid great attention to. So basically, anyone who has followed Song Nuanuan for a period of time will know these rules. If the person is new and the senior employees don't guide her, I will give her some advice. There will basically be no knocking on the door. But today, does Song Nuanuan feel that she seems to be easy to talk to recently? Thinking of this, Song Nuanuan's face darkened. His face, which already looked very cold, now looked even colder. She uttered 2 words softly and calmly, but everyone who knew her knew that this was the calm before the storm. Come in. Su Yang didn't know what Song Nuanuan's rules were, so he pushed the door and walked in when he heard the voice. As a result, when I looked up, I was met with a pair of eyes that looked as if I was looking at a dead person. They were motionless and looked a little scary. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. What happened? What is this for me? Is the master angry? Is it because the interview result was not satisfactory? You won't take your anger out on me, will you? Su Yang suddenly became cautious. He didn't want to offend Song Nuanuan at this critical juncture. Otherwise, wouldn't his salary be delayed? He would never accept such serious consequences. Thinking of this, Su Yang lowered his head and dared not say a word, as if he had committed a crime. He walked on tiptoe towards the corner where he had been sitting before for fear of making any noise. That's enough. Who allowed you to walk like that? Song Nuanuan was almost laughing out of anger. Who among my family members understands? It's not like she can't see. Are you tiptoeing around like a thief? Originally, Song Nuanuan was angry before she met the person. But after opening the door and seeing that it was Su Yang, his anger subsided a little, but it was still there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be staring at Su Yang with a cold face. However, when she saw Su Yang acting like a mouse, not only did her anger subside, she also felt a little uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because her aloof image over the years had become too deeply rooted in people's minds, so that everyone in front of her was trying to be as close to her as possible. No one has ever acted so funny in front of her. It really hurt her internal organs. However, the image must be maintained. So Su Yang saw a horrifying scene. Song Nuanuan stared at him coldly. There seemed to be a chill in her eyes, but there was an evil smile on the corner of her mouth, coupled with words that could not tell the specific emotions. Su Yang's eyes suddenly went dark. It's over. The sky is falling. He often heard that during interviews, he would often encounter many strange people. This is so severe that many interviewers would get hurt internally due to anger, and Song Nuanuan is probably one of them. But isn't it a bit too much to take your anger out on yourself? I was just walking, and the most I would worry about is disturbing her work. I just tiptoed. Is it that serious? Look at this crooked-mouthed dragon king. Is he going to eat a few Su Yangs? Su Yang felt under a lot of pressure. If he had known that Song Nuanuan was in a bad mood, he would not have come. But it's useless to think too much now. What we should do is to avoid becoming a punching bag and comfort Song Nuanuan. So Su Yang behaved more cautiously, turned his head and spoke in a low voice. Sister, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll be out right away. Having said that, Su Yang stood on tiptoe and wanted to run away. That funny look made Song Nuanuan, who was already feeling uncomfortable, completely unable to hold back. The eyes that were originally staring at Su Yang narrowed into crescents. All right. I don't mean to blame you. Next time you come in, just push the door. Don't knock. Forget it this time. After saying that, Song Nuanuan looked back at her work. And Su Yang was a little confused. What happened? This woman's emotions come and go quickly, don't they? Could this also be the effect of the system skill sweet speech? Su Yang felt puzzled, but he also knew that the disaster was over. He immediately returned to his previous position and became an invisible person. But after a while, he noticed a detail. That means Song Nuanuan's cup is empty. Su Yang immediately became more energetic. The opportunity to improve your favorability has come. He immediately stood up, tiptoed to Song Nuanuan's desk, and reached for the cup of water. Song Nuanuan hadn't realized that the cup was empty yet, and she was holding it with one hand as usual. As a result, the next moment, the two people's fingers touched each other. Song Nuanuan was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses from her work. When she looked up, she met Su Yang's somewhat innocent eyes. He immediately chuckled. What? Have you watched too many soap operas and want to commit insubordination? As she spoke, Song Nuanuan leaned back in her chair and looked at Su Yang with interest. It was just some physical contact, and at her age she really doesn't care. But it is nice to take the opportunity to tease the little male slave. She's been working for so long, can't she take a break? I didn't mean to do that, I just wanted to give you some water. Su Yang had no bad intentions and explained immediately. When he touched it just now, he was stunned for a moment, and then a cold touch came over him. His heart was moved, but he immediately pulled back. Although he was reluctant to let it go, he had to recognize his current status. He is a male servant who has signed a contract to sell himself. It's okay for him to have some thoughts in his mind, but it's hard to say what the consequences will be if he really does it. Although Song Nuanuan has been teasing him, she is the boss and pays him, so what's wrong with him being teased? But what Song Nuanuan said about insubordination was really tempting. Especially in the current environment, in the office, with a single man and a single woman, and a female boss, if nothing is done, it seems. But Su Yang was just thinking about it. Everything is good now. The salary is high and the benefits are not bad. Although the status is a bit low, it doesn't matter. As long as he could keep getting the money to support his sister who was lying in bed, none of this mattered. He really doesn't have the courage to do anything out of the ordinary. Oh? Really? What if I give you this chance? Song Nuanuan's voice carried a hint of temptation that was hard to conceal, and she inadvertently lifted her round legs. Su Yang swallowed hard. It's not impossible, but... Chapter 16 Cruel. Replace the Panamera with a chamois SU7. But what? Song Nuanuan bit her red lips and looked at Su Yang with a half smile. Although she has been teasing Su Yang all the time, and even seems particularly open at certain times. But to say that it is really that easy to win is just wishful thinking. If Su Yang really has such an idea, he should give him a warning as soon as possible. There are some words and some things that she can say and do, but Su Yang can't. Of course it's only possible if the master wants it, even if I have the chance. As Su Yang spoke, he picked up the cup to get a glass of water for Song Nuanuan and put it back on the table. After spending the past 2 days together, he also noticed it. This Song Nuanuan just likes to play this kind of boring game that looks ambiguous but is just for fun when there is no one around. It's like just treating him as a toy to entertain yourself when you're bored. Don't believe a single word of what he said, otherwise it will be like last night, with a gun pointed at me and unable to sleep all night. When Song Nuanuan heard this, a smile appeared on her lips. Good boy, you have learned your lesson and deserve a reward. But this would take away a lot of the fun. Women are like this. If you follow her ideas, she will say you don't know the rules. If you don't follow her ideas, she will find you boring. Song Nuanuan is like this now. She has already thought about how to criticize Su Yang. As a result, Su Yang's lack of cooperation made her feel bored, and she still needed to be disciplined. Song Nuanuan picked up the water cup that Su Yang placed on the table and took a sip. In my mind, I was thinking about how to punish Su Yang. Being unreasonable is not her style, and she would not bother to use tactics like deducting wages. So, Song Nuanuan spoke lightly. You should get off work first. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. What does that mean? Is Song Nuanuan dissatisfied with his behavior? Did he just do something wrong? I quickly went over the details in my mind, and there was no loophole from answering to collecting water. Was it because I accidentally touched her hand? That's not right. Wasn't there no problem just now? Could it be that the water I got was of the wrong temperature? Su Yang fell into a brief period of self-doubt. When Song Nuanuan saw his dazed look, the corners of her lips slightly curled up. It's a toy, you can always find a way to play with it. College students who have not yet graduated always like to doubt themselves. And this is just the beginning of the training. Her real punishment was that the Porsche Panamera that was originally intended for her was replaced with a Xiaomi SU7. Isn't he that cruel enough? This is the price of not obeying her wishes. As for letting Su Yang go off work, Song Nuanuan had other considerations. She found that the presence of this little servant greatly affected her work efficiency. Whenever she had free time, she couldn't help but tease him, wasting a lot of time. Although she likes to play, in comparison, business is more important. Besides, she just wanted to spend more time at night. Isn't that more interesting than working in the office? At this time, Su Yang also spoke nervously. Did I do something wrong? Song Nuanuan raised her eyebrows slightly. Shouldn't you ask yourself what you did wrong? Why are you asking me? Su Yang was suddenly speechless. Sister, how would I know what made you unhappy? If I could think of it, couldn't I have avoided it directly? Of course, saying this out loud is definitely a bit too much. It is possible that Song Nuanuan deducted her salary for this. Although she said before that she would not deduct wages. But he just needs to listen to the capitalist's true face, and cannot take his master's words seriously. After thinking for a while, Su Yang said cautiously, is it because the water I just poured is not at the right temperature? Song Nuanuan did not answer when she heard this, but just said it lightly. Okay, don't think too much. You can go home or go to school first. I still have work to deal with. Don't let me see you later. As he spoke, he sat up straight, shifted his gaze away from Su Yang, and looked back at the computer screen. Seeing this, Su Yang felt his vision go dark again. Who among my family members understands? Is it so difficult to communicate with women? He still hasn't figured out what happened. Judging from her current appearance, Song Nuanuan is obviously angry. This was beginning to drive him away. Shouldn't he be lost? His feeding life, which had just begun, was it possible that it would end just like that? Su Yang was a little nervous, but seeing Song Nuanuan working seriously, he thought about it and gritted his teeth and walked out. No matter what, it's always better to be obedient. Just go home after get off work. It shouldn't affect my weekly pocket money of 10,000 and my monthly fixed salary of 100,000. In just a few minutes, Su Yang walked out of the Blackstone building and stood at the intersection in a daze. He didn't know where to go. Going home? He didn't seem to know the password to Song Nuanuan's house. It seems like I have no choice but to go back to school. His first day in class was really confusing. After a brief thought, Su Yang called up the evil map and started navigating. Then I searched for shared bicycles on the roadside. He has always been frugal. It is impossible to get a taxi. As a result, he seemed to see an acquaintance. Ha! Running towards him. Hiss, it seems I saw it just now. As the distance got closer, Su Yang was completely certain. Wasn't this Chen Chu? She hasn't left yet. Su Yang was a little surprised at first, but then he reacted. Maybe she was worried that he would say something after returning to school, so she was waiting here on purpose. Are you kidding? Is Su the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? If I say I won tea talk nonsense, then I definitely won tea talk nonsense. I finally waited for you. Chen Chu said breathlessly. God knows how hard she ran over when she saw Su Yang appear not long after she entered the cafe. Why are you waiting for me? It's just cleaning, isn't it? There's no distinction between high and low jobs, and I won't say anything nonsense, don't worry. As soon as Su Yang opened his mouth, Chen Chu's eyes went dark. Is that what she was going to say? She came here to explain. She is not a cleaner. No, she is a cleaner, but she is definitely not here to do cleaning. Wait, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with cleaning, it doesn't matter whether others say it or not. She just didn't want Su Yang to misunderstand. She wants to prove that she is a potential stock, not a cleaner with no ability. Although Su Yang doesn't belong to her now, she still wants to fight for him. After all, it's not like she doesn't have the conditions, she's just restricted by certain reasons and can't confess it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so she doesn't want to make a bad impression on Soo-young. It has to be said that even she herself felt that her idea was a bit too abstract. But there is no way, liking someone is unreasonable. She was willing to change herself to please Soo-young. You have to believe me, I'm here to interview the assistant position. Chen Chu couldn't help but speak. Yeah. I believe you. Even the fact that Bao Jie was promoted to CEO is true. I believe you. Don't worry. I won't say anything nonsense. Soo-young said lightly, looking at Chen Chu. He couldn't help but show a little pity in his eyes. Look, the child is so anxious. Isn't he that all? It does matter. As he spoke, Soo-young had already scanned a shared bicycle and drove away. Chen Chu looked at Soo-young's back as he left. He felt inexplicably angry and amused, and also a little disappointed. If your efforts are destined to receive no reward, then what about letting go? But I feel a little unwilling. Chapter 17. It's time to assist. Hey! Wait for me. Soo-young was riding a shared bicycle at a moderate speed. Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind me. The voice sounded familiar. I turned around and saw that it was Chen Chu. They're haunting, Soo-young said in his heart. He couldn't understand why his character was so bad. So much so that even after repeated explanations, the other party was unwilling to believe. As for more reasons, Soo-young didn't want to think about them at all. He couldn't feel Chen Chu's love at all, nor did he want to feel it. In other words, it's not that he couldn't feel it, he just subconsciously ignored it. Of course he knows how much courage it takes for a girl to confess her love to a boy. But so what? His family is already in a difficult situation. Should I accept it and suffer with him? What seemed like a ridiculous reason for rejection in the eyes of others was actually his true thoughts. If Chen Chu really likes me, then there is no need for me to agree. People should always bow to reality. This applies to liking something and even more so to being liked. And he didn't think there was anything wrong with it now. Song Nuarnuan is a pretty good person, at least for now. I was sold to her and lost my freedom, but I got everything I wanted. He has a car, a house, money, and everything. He will never walk more than 10 kilometers just for a few dollars of fare. There is hope for my sister's congenital disease. She will be able to pass the social examination and enter a good university in the future. You can date a nice boyfriend and give birth to a porcelain doll-like nephew or niece. He is already very satisfied. As for himself, he had never thought about it. Damn shrimp head man. Soo-young clearly saw that he was catching up, but his speed did not slow down at all. Chen Chu was so angry that her breast cancer was about to grow. But what can we do? She couldn't restrain Soo-young at all, and the relationship between her and Soo-young was only one way. And she always feels very unlucky recently, wondering if it's because of bad feng shui. Ever since she confessed her love, she felt like everything was going wrong, and she had an urge to break down her defenses no matter what she did. Could it be that there is a villain who is unlucky for her? Chen Chu gritted his teeth and silently increased his speed. God bless her, she has never ridden so fast before. Even before she was 18, she had hardly ridden a bicycle. She was always picked up by a special car when she went out, but now, she was as tired as a dog and felt that she had no strength in her body, but she still had to desperately chase after Soo-young. She even wanted to stop and curse herself. What on earth is wrong with me that I have to try it again unwillingly? Is it necessary? A phoenix man who is obsessed with money is not worthy of her rich daughter. But I like this thing, it's unreasonable. The spiritual her drives the physical her to pursue higher level needs. It's like two people are racing on bicycles, with one person in the front turning a deaf ear. One was behind, chasing him with gnashing teeth. It was not until the traffic light ahead appeared that Soo-young pressed the handbrake and stopped, but he still ignored Chen Chu. Chen Chu also took this opportunity to breathe heavily. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and her delicate face was flushed after the intense exercise. She stood beside Soo-young, fanning herself with her hands and speaking intermittently. Soo-young, are you doing this on purpose? Riding so fast, are you trying to tire me to death? Hearing this, Soo-young turned to look at her, his face full of confusion. Aren't we sisters? Are we familiar with each other? Who asked you to chase me? Chen Chu suddenly became angry. For a moment, she really wanted to stuff Suyang's head into the toilet. See if what's inside it is the same as what's inside the toilet. Even if it's just an ordinary acquaintance you've met once, when you call someone, you will pause for a moment out of politeness, at least to listen to what the other person wants to do, right? You impolite shrimp head man. Chen Chu said viciously in her heart, and glared at Suyang fiercely with her harmless eyes. To be honest, she had never suffered so much anger since she was a child. But these days, I really have eaten enough. This dog Suyang seemed to have been drained dry when facing me, and he didn't react at all. It's better not to let her find the opportunity. One day, if there is a dragon in the water, Suyang will bow down to him. Suyang felt even more confused when Chen Chu glared at him. He hated the feeling of not being trusted by others the most. You've been chasing me so hard, aren't you just trying to shut me up and stop me from talking nonsense to others? She is really a worthless woman, with nothing good about her except her pretty face. He has no conditions, he works as a cleaner, but he is suspicious of people's character. To be honest, even if Suyang was not sold to Song Nuanuan, he would not be able to accept Chen Chu like this. These are all Suyang's impressions of Chen Chu at the moment. If Chen Chu knew about this, it would really be a huge blow to his defense. Soon, the green light came on and Suyang was on the road. But this time, I didn't ride that fast. Chen Chu had already caught up, so there was no need to do that. If a traffic accident happened because of this, he would really feel uneasy. Although it can only last for 3 minutes at most, this is already the limit. Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Suyang slow down. Her thighs and calves are sore now. If Suyang had another attack, she wouldn't be able to catch up even with her adrenaline rush. But you know what, his back view now seems to be somewhat similar to that of him back then. For a moment, Chen Chu was a little dazed. Suyang knew nothing about this, and even if he knew he would just smile. No bad intention, I just thought it was funny. Hey, Yoko is back. At the school gate, Hu Chang was holding a girl's hand. He had just come out of the hotel. He was a little surprised to see Suyang and Chen Chu coming back one after another, but he soon smiled. He is quite fond of two people, unlike him who only has sex partners all day long. Moreover, the quality can only be described as good-looking, far from being as stunning as Chen Chu's. Moreover, Yoko is much more handsome than him, and he is also a rich second generation, so they are really a perfect match. When Suyang saw Hu Chang, he wanted to say a few words to him, but when he saw the girl next to him, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Well, it's only been 2 or 3 days since we last met, and already the old one has been replaced by the new one. Judging from the direction, it is probably the Juju Hotel. But it was none of his business, so he just said hello to Hu Chang and walked past him. The main reason is that I don't want to delay Hu Chang's good deeds. Chen Chu was the same, but the look he gave Hu Chang was inevitably filled with a bit of disdain. This man almost turned the class into a harem by his own efforts. If it weren't for some improper time management, they wouldn't know that this Jar Chang had already won over 1/3 of the girls in their class. It was from then on that Jar Chang's name became famous throughout their courtyard. After that, Jar Chang only loves school girls. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Hu Chang couldn't stop smiling. But the girl next to him was a little unhappy. Is she pretty? How about you go with her? Are you tired of me? Are you not as pretty as her? It turns out you don't cherish her after you get her. Hu Chang's smiling face suddenly turned cold after hearing this. Chen Chu is his brother's sister. Even though he is a beast, he would not have such thoughts. Not to mention that this woman dares to show her temper to me, so I must not keep her. Hu Chang just smiled faintly. Let's break up. You don't even know how to put pop candy on the rocks. After saying that, Hu Chang turned around and left, without paying any attention to his ex-girlfriend who was looking in disbelief behind him. Even though she was crying and breaking down, Hu Chang had no idea of comforting her. As for your girlfriend, why not keep her for the new year? Do you really expect your college love to lead to marriage? Just kidding, he just likes the process of collecting and CB. And there are more important things to do right now. Judging from what happened just now, Yoko and Chen Chu's relationship has not reached the final step. It's time to provide an assist. Chapter 18. It's time to let go. After parking the shared bicycle in a designated area, Suyang planned to go back to the dormitory to catch up on his sleep. Song Nuanuan was so unruly last night that he had very poor sleep quality. All right. Actually, he had gotten used to the lack of sleep over the years. I often have to figure out how to split a penny into two. The main thing is that now there is someone to feed him. Suyang is too lazy to think about where to work hard, otherwise why would he hug a rich woman? He had only taken a few steps when Chen Chu caught up with him. Suyang, you and Song Nuanuan are not siblings, right? Suyang was stunned when he heard this, then turned around with some surprise, looked at Chen Chu's face full of inquiry, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Then he spoke softly. Why are you asking that? Suyang couldn't understand why Chen Chu kept pestering him all the way. He has already made it clear that he won't say anything nonsense, but now people are still trying to explore his relationship with Song Nuanuan. Could it be that he thought he could talk to Song Nuanuan directly and arrange a better job for her, so as to get rid of his cleaning job? This was the most reasonable explanation he could think of. Chen Chu's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. It was just as she thought. But, if they are not siblings, what is the relationship between Suyang and Song Nuanuan? It's really infuriating. I went to work today with this purpose in mind, but unexpectedly, I was caught cleaning by Suyang. This caused him to become so confused that he eventually had to change his goal. However, now that I have the opportunity to directly question the person involved, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Then can you tell me what is the relationship between you and Song Nuanuan? Are you superiors and subordinates? Or are you being kept by her? While Chen Chu was speaking, he paid close attention to Suyang's expression. Even the slightest trembling of eyelashes would be interpreted from a psychological perspective. She really wanted to find out what the relationship between Suyang and Song Nuanuan was. She became even more nervous, especially when she learned that Suyang and Song Nuanuan were not siblings. I was really worried that things would be as I thought, that Suyang was being kept by Song Nuanuan. Considering Suyang's appearance, figure, and the fact that he had recently become obsessed with money, this possibility was very high. However, Suyang had always been simple and low-key, so she couldn't make a conclusion. When he heard the word support, Suyang raised his eyebrows. In a sense, it seemed like he was really being kept by Song Nuanuan. However, in terms of status, he seems to be lower than a pretty boy. To be honest, Suyang actually hoped that he was being kept by someone, at least in this way he could show off his strength and completely conquer Song Nuanuan. And they have the right to leave on their own, so their future can be said to be bright. Suyang also has this confidence. However, Suyang felt helpless about his identity as a male slave. This represents great uncertainty and restriction of identity freedom. Although things are pretty good now, everything is based on the premise that Song Nuanuan hasn't had enough fun, so it's hard to say what the future holds. Suyang had thought about giving the kidney he sent to the hospital to others. After all, isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? The only thing he can do now is to try his best to improve Song Nuanuan's favorability during this period of time. All the money earned from feeding him was sent home to ensure that even if he was abandoned by Song Nuanuan later, his sister would have enough money for treatment. However, these have nothing to do with Chen Chu. He hated others prying into his world, including Song Nuanuan. There is a kind of people at the bottom of society who are so proud that they will not seek sympathy even if their lives are very difficult. It's even annoying to have your shortcomings discovered by others. Thinking of this, Suyang smiled and said, "You have a really big imagination. And don't follow me. We are not familiar with each other." After saying that, Suyang turned around and left. This unfamiliar sentence made Chen Chu stand there in a daze for a long time. Looking at Suyang's back, he finally decided not to chase him. Yes, they were not familiar with each other, and she was not that lowly. However, she also got her own answer. Just now, when Suyang heard the word supporting, he subconsciously frowned, which was enough to prove her astonishing idea. She knew that she guessed correctly, and also understood Suyang's attitude towards her. Song Nuanuan decided to let go. But before letting go, she had one more thing to do. Suyang once pulled her out of danger, so naturally she had to pull Suyang out of the quagmire. Being kept is never a glorious thing. She wanted to ensure that before letting go, she could see a clean Suyang, not a Suyang who was corrupted by money. She wants to redeem Suyang, and even if there may be no intersection, she wants to be a light that can be remembered. Similarly, she also hopes that Suyang will become like this, walking on the path of what she believes to be a better person, which is more in line with her expectations of her beloved. In the world of rich people, money is the least valuable thing. In comparison, they value character more. But they have never struggled at the bottom of society, so how can they understand the misery of a hero being unable to be defeated by a penny, and that good character cannot fill the stomach? Chen Chu would never understand that Su Yang's reasons for rejecting her were all well thought out, and even his desire to be kept was mixed with some desire. He hated being stuck deeper and deeper in poverty, even after trying his best to get into college, only to find out that that was all he could get. Why not eat meat? Even if some people live in the world of ordinary people, the scenes they have seen since they were born still limit their perspective on a matter. This is the most basic difference in worldview. On the other side, Su Yang was walking on their way back to the dormitory. He passed by the cafeteria and got lunch. At the same time, the words Chen Chu said flashed through his mind. He always felt that Chen Chu was weird and kept pestering him. Do you really distrust his character? Or are you really interested in him and like him? He did not forget Chen Chu's confession. Although the impression was not deep, it was there nonetheless. But he felt it was a bit trifling, like a joke. The flower of love cannot bloom in barren soil, and love will always be defeated by reality. There must be a reason that he doesn't know. The grandpa once said that when you can't figure out why a woman is courting you, it means her tactics are better than yours. So, stay away. Su Yang also thought so. It's not that he is pessimistic, but that is the fact. Even if one day, he thinks back to today and suddenly realizes his mistake, he will just laugh and say that Chen Chu is an idiot. Poor people don't deserve love. Su Yang shook his head, clearing away all these messy thoughts. In comparison, he might as well think about how to make his presence known to Song Nuanuan, such as increasing his salary and improving his status. When I returned to the dormitory, it was empty. It is obvious that Duan Chao has gone out to look for a job again. Just right, I can have a good sleep. I have to say, being fed by others is a good thing. You don't have to think about anything anymore. However, what Su Yang didn't know was that during the time when he finished his meal and fell asleep, a post became popular on the Haicheng University forum. The title is, "On the Most Beautiful Couple in Haicheng University." The protagonists of the post are Su Yang and Chen Chu, and there is even a photo of the two of them looking quite intimate from a close distance. The entire content is about how well matched the two are, and they just keep making up stories and insisting on being a couple. What about college students? They are creatures that cannot be more idle. They just like to eat melons, especially female college students. What's more, almost everyone knows about the amazing story of Chen Chu, the school beauty, chasing after the school hunk. The moment the post came out, it was pushed to the most conspicuous position. In just 2 hours, Chen Chu and Su Yang became a recognized couple in Haicheng University. Even if the real person comes, if you are not the CP, they will say you are the CP, don't ask, they are addicted to it. The instigator of all this was naturally Hu Chong, who was well versed in the tricks of picking up girls. Now I am on my way back with a smile on my face as I see the popularity of this post soaring. He had even imagined the famous scene in which Su Yang, that second-generation bastard, would praise him highly after waking up and even call him his godfather. All in all, just one word, awesome. In order to increase his efforts, he even created a few other posts with similar content, waiting to take credit from Su Yang. However, if Su Yang woke up and knew about this, he probably wouldn't be able to laugh. Chapter 19, 3 days and 2 nights that the school beauty and the school prince must talk about. On the other hand, Chen Chu, who returned to the dormitory, has been thinking about how to redeem Su Yang. Even when Lin Qingxue talked to her, she was mostly perfunctory. Seeing that she was not in good condition, Lin Qingxue thought that things were not going well at work and she might want to be quiet, so Lin Qingxue did not continue talking. She simply played with her phone to kill time, but suddenly her eyes moved and she saw a post about Su Yang and Chen Chu. His eyes immediately widened and he clicked on it. Then he exclaimed, "Chu Chu, look at what you have done." Chen Chu was distracted, but was brought back to his senses by the shout. He looked at Lin Qingxue, whose face was filled with excitement, and felt a little puzzled. What? What can I do? But soon she was startled. Could it be that the scene of her cleaning was exposed by Su Yang? Thinking of this, Chen Chu couldn't help but grit his teeth. Although she didn't mind her reputation very much, no one liked to be talked about for no reason. If Su Yang really did this, she promised that she would let Su Yang guard the gate of her house and share a nest with the Labrador. Do you really think she is a vegetarian? When had she, a rich lady, ever suffered such humiliation? Just as he was burning with anger, Lin Qingxue handed him the phone. Shocking news. It's like a mountain for a man to chase a woman, and it's like a grain of sand for a woman to chase a man. The most handsome man on campus at Haicheng University is finally won. This is a brand new post, but the content is still posted by Hu Chong. He deliberately opened several more accounts in order to stir up public opinion about the two people. This is the same as when someone is proposing and there are people cheering you on. It can greatly promote the progress of the relationship between the two. When Chen Chu first saw the title of this post, he didn't take it seriously, but when he saw the photos and the content, he was so angry that he slammed the table. Who did this? How can you spread rumors about something that didn't happen? Don't let me know who did it. Lin Qingxue thought that Chen Chu was really together with Su Yan, so when she handed it over, although she was questioning, she still wanted to get some confirmation. But when he saw Chen Chu's reaction, he immediately reacted and said, "That's right. This is really too much. How can you make up something that is not true?" Just as Lin Qingxue finished speaking, she heard Chen Chu change the subject. "This is really beautifully done." Lin Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and then she noticed that Chen Chu's face was full of interest and he obviously didn't look angry. No. Didn't she just say it was a rumor? How did she do it well? Is it true? Who were you pretending for? You're sick. Of course, despite all their complaints, Lin Qingxue still likes Su Yang and Chen Chu quite a lot. Strictly speaking, there are actually few people in Haider who don't like Su Yang and Chen Chu. It's common to see men chasing women, but it's new to see women chasing men. Moreover, both of them are very good looking, and almost no one would object to the fact that they are a good match. Especially Chen Chu's roommates, they are the backbone of the team. Otherwise, he would not have helped to come up with ideas on how to conquer Su Yang. But Su Yang, a Sigma man, has no interest in beautiful women except money. The triple buzzer beater at that time shattered their dreams of having fun, and coupled with Su Yang's later image of a rich second generation, they no longer pursued this matter. However, Lin Qingxue was quite surprised when she suddenly discovered that things had taken a turn for the better. So she asked carefully, "Is Chu Chu true?" "Of course it's fake," Chen Chu said as a matter of course, but there was still some excitement on his face. But this answer once again caused Lin Qingxue to fall into a brief silence. "Fake, rumor. Why are you making such a fuss? Are you kidding me?" Lin Qingxue felt a little toothache, took a deep breath, and said with some resentment, "Seeing you so excited and saying you did a great job, I thought it was true." Chen Chu smiled slightly when he heard this. "I didn't say it was true, I just felt that this matter seemed to be beneficial to me." As he spoke, Chen Chu's brain began to work rapidly. Public opinion, creating momentum, why didn't she think of this method before? Which immortal sent this assist? She had originally planned to give up, but Su Yang's stubborn attitude really made her feel frustrated. And she also has her own pride. As a daughter of a wealthy family, how could she not be a dazzling pearl? "I was thinking of letting go completely after guiding Su Yang onto the right path, but I didn't expect that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. What's the point of redemption? That's the last option. Now that the big thing has been accomplished, I just need to sit back and secure it." How could Chen Chu not be excited? But in a flash, she suddenly felt that this might not be a good idea. She was sure that this news was definitely not released by Su Yang, and Su Yang was not even aware of it. From his perspective, does it feel like he is forcing the emperor to abdicate? Wouldn't that make the impression even worse? Chen Chu's originally excited smile froze on his face, and he began to worry again. Lin Qingxue noticed that something was wrong with Chen Chu and asked. Chen Chu briefly explained his thoughts, and Lin Qingxue thought for a while before speaking. "It doesn't matter. We can use this opportunity to test Su Yang's attitude. If it doesn't work this time, Chu, let's just let it go. What the world lacks the least is four-legged toads and two-legged men. He is indeed good, but you also have your own style." When Chen Chu heard this, his eyes lit up and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. However, she was also feeling anxious. It was already past 6 o'clock when Su Yang woke up. He slept for 4 or 5 hours. It can be said that this was the most peaceful sleep he had had in all these years. In the past, he was short of money every day, and all kinds of pressure made him almost breathless. Not to mention sleeping, even drinking water made his teeth ache. It's only because he has money in his pocket now, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep well. I have to say, it's great to have money. Praising God is wrong, and we should not be superstitious. Praise the God of wealth, praise the Master. Su Yang stretched lazily and subconsciously took out his cell phone to take a look. The 3 days and 2 nights of the beautiful schoolgirl and the school hunk that must be told. This content seems to have something. Su Yang clicked on it with interest, and then his eyes widened. Damn! Who did this? Who on earth did this? He never imagined that the school belle and school hunk were actually himself and Chen Chu. Who among my family members understands? The sky is falling. This is to cut off his source of income. If Song Nuanuan heard this, he would definitely be in trouble. He clearly remembered what Song Nuanuan said yesterday, that he should not have any ambiguous relationship with others. He just took a nap, why would he lose his job? Su Yang was a little panicked and could only hope that the rumor post didn't spread too far. Then he quickly found Song Nuanuan's contact information and sent her a greeting. Song Nuanuan responded quickly as well. Wow! The campus hunk from Haicheng University still remembers to send me a message. You're awesome. When Su Yang saw this, his eyes darkened. If time could be folded, he would definitely stand at the corner of the fold and kill the troublemaker. The instigator, Hu Chong, was playing games and shouting downstairs. Amadei, get out of my way. Don't try to steal my pentacle. Chapter 20 Sexy Clothing. Sister, please listen to my explanation. Su Yang replied quickly, stood up and walked out of the dormitory. He wanted to find a place with few people and communicate directly with Song Nuanuan over the phone. If you type, many things cannot be explained clearly and may even make things worse. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he got out of bed, the noise was heard by Hu Chong. When he turned his head, he immediately revealed an extremely obscene smile. Yoko, you have to thank me. If it weren't for me, you. But before he could finish his words, Su Yang had already rushed out of the dormitory. Seeing this scene, Hu Chong felt a little disappointed. He is still waiting to take credit. But then he thought, Yangzi was in such a hurry, he must be going to see Chen Chu. What else could be more important than this? I will thank myself when I come back, so there is no need to rush. So I went back to playing games. On the other side, Su Yang went straight to the bathroom and then called Song Nuanuan directly. Sister, it's not what you think. I didn't. I don't want to hear your explanation. I'm heading to Haicheng University now. Please wait for me at the school gate. After saying that, Song Nuanuan hung up the phone. Everyone in Su Yang was numb. It's over. It's really over this time. This was the first time that Song Nuanuan was so unreasonable, which was enough to show how angry she was now. You don't have to think about it to know that the consequences will be extremely tragic. Now I just hope that my salary will not be affected. Everything else doesn't matter. Even if I get beaten, it shouldn't be a big deal as my body has been exercising all the year round. Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a little relaxed. However, he really wanted to tear the person who spread the rumor to pieces. Meddlesome and meddling in other people's business. Don't let him know who it is, otherwise he will suffer the consequences sooner or later. On the other side, Song Nuanuan hung up the phone, with a faint smile on her lips, with a hint of playfulness. As an outstanding graduate of Haicheng University, she still visits the forum frequently even though many years have passed. On the one hand, it is the attachment to the alma mater, and on the other hand, there is also the idea of attracting talents. After all, although most of the information published above is insignificant, occasionally someone will publish their own results. She will choose whether to train and introduce the company based on demand. The same is true after finishing work today. After the company went public, it was short of staff, and relying solely on the recruitment software was definitely not enough, so it discovered Su Yang, this surprise. Har, school beauties and school hunks are interesting. She has always had her own rational judgment. Although Su Yang and Chen Chu are very close to each other in the picture, they look extremely ambiguous. But she could tell at a glance from the subtle expressions of the two that the post was complete nonsense. However, this did not prevent her from taking this opportunity to discipline Su Yang and punish him. There are some things she can do, such as creating an opportunity for the two to meet and have fun, but Su Yang must not contact him on his own. She said that she was a germaphobe. Although Su Yang was just a male servant, his use was definitely more than just a male servant. Song Nuanuan stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the nearest shopping mall. Then we stopped at a sex clothing store. A moment later, she stuffed a beautifully wrapped gift box into the trunk. Inside the gift box was an extremely expensive bunny girl costume. But this is not for her to wear, but for Suyang. Tonight will be an extremely unforgettable night for Suyang, and will prevent such incidents from happening again in the future. As for the rumors in the post, she would deal with them later. Now all she could think about was the funny scene of Suyang dressed as a bunny girl and calling her master. Unconsciously, Song Nuanuan raised a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth, and then walked towards Haider. Suyang was standing at the gate of Haicheng University and looking around. People walking around were pointing at him. With his super good looks and strong body, he always becomes the focus of girls' attention. However, what they discussed was that lovers will eventually get married. And all these words were heard by Suyang, who was close by. This made him quite annoyed, and he hated the person who started it even more. If he could find someone now, he would definitely let the other party taste the power of the full-level fighting skills. Of course, Suyang is not thinking about who is behind this. Instead, he was thinking about how to calm Song Nuanuan down and explain the matter clearly. However, he had no experience in love, and his mind was a mess. Apart from speaking directly, he could not think of any other ideas. Of course, Song Nuanuan was not angry at all. Even if she was angry, it disappeared the moment she heard Suyang's voice. The system of flattery gave Suyang the ability to make Song Nuanuan happy no matter what he said. The anger that Suyang felt from Song Nuanuan was just an illusion created by Song Nuanuan. The purpose, of course, is to find a reasonable explanation for one's own perversion. A moment later, when Suyang was feeling anxious, a pink McLaren appeared in his sight. At the same time, it also caused surprise and astonishment among the students passing by. They all explained the value and configuration of the car to their friends who didn't know about it, and looked at it with envy, wishing they could become the owners of the car. At the same time, they also want to know what such luxury cars are doing in a school like Haicheng University. Could it be that there is a young master from a certain family in the school who came here to take advantage of the situation? The girls are even more alert. They often feel the reality earlier than the boys and want to remember the appearance of the owner of the car. If he is really a student of the school, as long as he is somewhat good-looking and has special ideas, he will definitely do everything he can to get close to the rich and powerful. Undoubtedly, McLaren is now the focus of everyone's attention. And the moment the car stopped in front of him, Suyang also came into everyone's attention. It was actually him. Everyone was shocked. Even those who didn't know Suyang soon showed shocked looks after his companions introduced him. But soon, some girls came to their senses and became jealous of Chen Chu. A rich young man who is handsome and low-key is a perfect match for any girl. However, some people are somewhat confused. Most of them really knew Suyang. His plain appearance on weekdays, no matter how low-key he was, didn't seem to support the shell of a rich second generation. However, no matter what, at this moment everyone cast envious glances at Suyang. However, Suyang was not as comfortable as they thought at this moment. Especially at Song Nuanuan's suggestion, he felt like he was walking on thin ice after sitting in the passenger seat. He forced a smile on his face and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Song Nuanuan. Words are always pale and powerless in the face of facts. I will teach you a lesson tonight. You better take care of yourself. After saying this, Song Nuanuan stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. God has mercy on her. Although her face was as cold as frost, she was trying hard to hold back her smile. She saw Suyang's embarrassment and uneasiness. And this is what she finds interesting. But what she was looking forward to more than this was Suyang's bunny girl suit in the evening. A strong body coupled with attractive interest is quite interesting just to think about. She was even thinking about whether to add a script or something. Simply cosplaying doesn't seem to be enough to satisfy her needs. Thinking of this, Song Nuanuan's lips curled up subtly. Children from poor families have to grow up early. Suyang is far more sensitive than he appears, and is also extremely capable of feeling other people's emotions. If he felt that Song Nuanuan was angry on the phone, he didn't think so now. Even so, Song Nuanuan's profile looked extremely cold, as if she was brewing terrifying anger. But he vaguely noticed that the corners of Song Nuanuan's mouth seemed a little stiff, as if she was trying not to laugh. Suyang even thought he had seen it wrong. Isn't it enough to prove her anger that she is unwilling to listen to my explanation? But everything happened too calmly, and Su Yang felt inexplicably uneasy. It seems that what awaits me tonight will be unimaginable punishment. Chapter 21. Absolutely not. Because she was too excited and expectant, Song Nuanuan drove a little faster than usual tonight. In just 20 minutes, she brought Su Yang back to her villa. When she got out of the car, her hands were shaking slightly when she took out the exquisite gift box from the trunk. However, all these signs appeared differently in Su Yang's eyes. He must have been extremely angry, so he couldn't control the slight trembling of his limbs. As for the exquisite gift box, it should be a gift originally intended for myself. As a result, her rumors were seen by her, and this is how it turned out. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but be silent. Song Nuanuan is indeed a good master. If it weren't for this rumor, my comfortable life would have lasted for a long time. I just don't know which inhuman thing posted random messages and ruined my happy life that I can see with my own eyes. Even on the way here, Su Yang was wondering if Chen Chu had someone do it. The purpose is to coerce oneself through public opinion. But this idea is too far-fetched. And with Chen Chu's conditions, it's not impossible for her to find a better boyfriend than herself. As the saying goes, all good-looking appearances are alike, but Su Yang doesn't think that he is the only handsome man in the world, which makes Chen Chu unable to stop. But on the other hand, it is really because my status is too low. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to be so cautious. Su Yang sighed inwardly, then followed Song Nuanuan upstairs. He had already begun to think about what kind of punishment would be left for him. Kneeling on Jurian, keyboard. These seem too light and are between lovers. But if you think about it in a more serious way, that is, being beaten on the body with whips and sticks, it doesn't seem that hard to accept. Just don't let it go against your own will, because you still have to rely on it for a living. Song Nuanuan didn't notice Su Yang's facial expression, but hurried into the room. After Su Yang stepped in, he quickly locked the door and then looked at Su Yang with a perverted look. Go take a shower and change your clothes afterwards. As she spoke, Song Nuanuan put the gift box in her hand into Su Yang's hand. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Bath? What's going on? Isn't it a punishment? Su Yang was a little confused. However, Su Yang didn't think much about it, but looked at the box in his hand with some surprise. It is completely black, with only a cartoon pattern visible at the corners. If Song Nuanuan hadn't mentioned it, with Su Yang's knowledge, he would never have thought that there would be clothes inside. Thinking about this, Su Yang walked towards his bathroom. Seeing Su Yang leaving, Song Nuanuan's lips curled up dangerously. To be honest, she really wanted to do something exciting with Su Yang. I just don't know if Su Yang can accept it. Her original plan was to simmer on low heat, train him slowly, and lower Su Yang's bottom line step by step. If he could also cooperate with her plot, it would be even better. With excitement and anticipation, Song Nuanuan walked towards the second floor. Her room was on the second floor, and she was going to get something. Don't think too much about it. She has always lived alone, so she definitely doesn't have anything like a collar or chain. Besides, even if she had it, she won't dare to take it out now. What if little Su Yang is scared? Take your time later. She just wanted to take out her treasured high-definition camera and take some close-up photos of Su Yang later. These are all good things to break down Su Yang's psychological defenses bit by bit. It's quite collectible, isn't it? However, if Su Yang had no psychological bottom line, she would be even more excited. Su Yang walked into his room, took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. Come out again soon. Men usually take a quick shower and don't need to use body lotion, scrub or anything like that. So it only took me 15 minutes to wrap myself in my bathrobe and prepare to unpack the box. In fact, he was quite curious. Today, when Song Nuanuan was at work, she kept asking him to buy a set of work clothes. I guess it's a suit or something, but I don't know if it fits. Su Yang said in his heart. However, wouldn't it be a bit strange to wear a suit when you get home late at night? So Su Yang didn't dare to conclude. Full of anticipation, Su Yang opened a corner of the box, and then he was stunned for a moment. He was a little incredulous and quickly closed the box again, thinking he had seen it wrong. He blinked his eyes before opening it again. But after seeing the scene just now, there is still no change. This time Su Yang was completely stunned, and he confirmed that he was not mistaken. Su Yang opened the box slowly with trembling hands. A set of bunny girl erotic costumes, packed in packaging, lay there quietly. Their pair of rabbit ears and the orange-yellow clothing constantly caught Soo-young's attention. Could it be that Song Nuanuan made a mistake? How could he, a grown man, wear such clothes? No, it must be Song Nuanuan who made a mistake. Soo-young couldn't imagine, nor did he want to think about, herself walking around in a bunny girl costume with her short white tail twisting. It's really shameful. It's not just shameful, it's simply a manipulation of his personality. There is absolutely no way that Soo-young would wear this outfit, even if Song Nuanuan was just trying to tease him maliciously. However, when he thought of his sister lying in the hospital bed at home, Soo-young hesitated again. Won't this anger Song Nuanuan? After all, the rumors about me today seem to have reached her ears and caused her to misunderstand. If I don't wear it, the consequences. Soo-young hesitated and reached out to take his clothes. But the next moment, he slammed the clothes over the box again. No, absolutely not. He is just a boy of several months old. How can he wear such clothes? Soo-young couldn't accept it, and he believed that no male animal could accept it. Even though he has been sold to Song Nuanuan, he still has to have dignity. He's going on strike. Thinking of this, Soo-young gritted his teeth secretly. He accepted being beaten or punished, but he would never wear a bunny girl outfit, unless you pay more. Soo-young thought hatefully in his heart. But how should he hint to Song Nuanuan? Soo-young fell into a brief contemplation, his eyes wandering back and forth between the bunny girl costume and normal clothes, hesitating. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of the room, and at the same time, Song Nuanuan's voice was heard from outside. It's just a change of clothes, why are you taking so long? Or are you unwilling to wear it? I'll pay more. Song Nuanuan had a dangerous smile on her lips, holding a high-definition camera in her hand, pointing it towards the door. She couldn't wait any longer. And recording is just the beginning. It would be best if Soo-young could make some more moves, it's interesting just thinking about it. When Soo-young inside the door heard the increase in money, he knew it was time for him to make a choice. But, he is a man. How can he face people in the future if he wears a bunny girl costume? How can he stand on the same level as Song Nuanuan in terms of personality? Vicious, it's really vicious. He took back his previous evaluation of Song Nuanuan. If this master was not absolutely necessary, then it would be better not to have him. Soo-young thought viciously while putting on his clothes quickly. How could he go against money? As for dignity, if it can't be exchanged for money, what's the difference between having nothing? But don't let him find the opportunity. If Song Nuanuan has the ability, she will suppress him for the rest of his life. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will make Song Nuanuan dress up as a bunny girl and dance classical dance for him. But that alone is not enough. Chapter 22, The Vicious Song Nuanuan. Snap. The sound of the camera clicking rang out the moment Soo-young opened the door. Song Nuanuan almost fell down laughing at the scene in front of her. It's interesting, really interesting. It's wonderful, really too wonderful. Soo-young was seen wearing a bunny girl costume, shyly covering her entire body, standing in the door frame with a look of despair on her face. It's so much fun. Song Nuanuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her own idea. As for Soo-young, he discovered he was wrong. After all, he underestimated the extent of Song Nuanuan's viciousness. He originally thought that he was just wearing some clothes and at most Song Nuanuan would make fun of him. But what was unexpected was that she actually took photos without any moral ethics. If this photo gets out, how can he live his life? It's over, the sky is falling. He was about 1.8 meters tall, obviously a head taller than Song Nuanuan, but he felt that Song Nuanuan was looking down on him, and his personality was shattered. At this moment, he looked at Song Nuanuan with resentment, just like a bullied young wife. Are you satisfied? Soo-young said this with some resentment. Although he knew that it was inappropriate for him to say this. Even though he had already come to this point, there was no need to go to Song Nuanuan to vent his dissatisfaction. But he really couldn't help it. This orange-yellow bunny girl costume is so revealing. Except for the ears on the hat, the rest of the fabric is almost the same. What frustrates him most is the white tail at the back. He wonders if it is customized. The tail was longer than any bunny girl costume he had seen before, hanging there to match the front. Seeing Soo-young so resentful, Song Nuanuan smiled even more happily, and her movements always allowed Su Yang to see things that he shouldn't see. The two big full moons seemed to be a little more elastic than last time, jumping back and forth there. This made Su Yang focus almost all his attention on it, and his Adam's apple even moved slightly. You know what, this benefit is not a disadvantage to you either. But more importantly, how much extra money did Song Nuanuan mean? Seeing that Su Yang's eyes were always on her, Song Nuanuan smiled slightly and didn't care too much. Instead, he looked at the photos he had just taken with satisfaction. She has a great body and great abs, and when paired with the clothes she bought, the effect is very good. These will be the evidence she will use to control Su Yang in the future. Using benefits to make Su Yang obedient is far less practical than using something very important but not necessary. Deducting salary and delaying payment will sooner or later make Su Yang feel resentful, which is contrary to her purpose. But now it's different, I can contribute some benefits to her and also make him socially dead. But I have to say, her figure is really top-notch. Just looking at her makes me want to eat Su Yang. Thinking of this, Song Nuanuan put down the camera in her hand and moved a little closer to Su Yang. What? Are you angry? Song Nuanuan looked at Su Yang with a playful look and a slightly sly smile. Su Yang pursed his lips but said nothing. But Song Nuanuan thought the expression was very cute. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan became even more provocative. He walked around Su Yang, even stroked Su Yang's rabbit ears, and finally blew gently into Su Yang's ears. In an extremely seductive tone, he said something into Su Yang's ear. Do you dare to play some exciting games? Fairy. Do you think I dare not? Su Yang's throat moved due to the teasing, but he knew that Song Nuanuan was just teasing him. But how could Su Yang be soft-hearted about this matter? He immediately said with some anger. Guess if I dare. As he said that, Su Yang pulled Song Nuanuan into his arms. Song Nuanuan exclaimed softly, half reluctantly, and at the same time hurriedly shouted. Let me go, you offending servant. Upon hearing this, Su Yang let Song Nuanuan go. Seeing this scene, Song Nuanuan chuckled in her heart. That's it? Is it not possible for a little boy servant? He can bear this. So, Song Nuanuan whispered in Su Yang's ear again. My servant, I gave you a chance, but you are useless. As she spoke, Song Nuanuan moved lightly with lotus steps, as graceful as a startled wild goose, as if she was running away. Su Yang curled his lips when he heard that. Who is he looking down on? He immediately pulled Song Nuanuan back again, and not only that, he also pinched her soft body. At the same time, Su Yang said lightly. Before this, you called me a servant, and I didn't blame you, but what should you call me now? Su Yang felt that his self-control had always been strong. But while doing this, it felt like my whole body was out of control. Even as he said this, he felt that everything made sense. It was as if, in this scene, this was the way it should be done, at least that was the case in some of the scripts he had read. But he regretted it after he said it, fearing that Song Nuanuan would get completely angry and cut off his financial support. But what he didn't expect was that Song Nuanuan shyly put her head on his shoulder and spoke in a pleading yet eager voice. Master, please, let me go, okay? I really know I was wrong. Su Yang? He suddenly discovered that Song Nuanuan seemed to have some strange attributes. This situation seems completely different from him. Little did he know that Song Nuanuan was also excited at this moment. The script of the master and the servant is really interesting. She is going to release her true nature completely. Su Yang was stunned when he saw this scene. He is now a little confused about Song Nuanuan's condition and whether she is really giving him a chance. Or is he deliberately playing a trick on him? Thinking of this, Su Yang let go of Song Nuanuan. As a result, as soon as he let go, Song Nuanuan grabbed him back. Master, where do you want to go? As he said that, he started to bite. Su Yang? Although I didn't understand it, I was deeply shocked. My master let me go, but you were not happy about it. Now you actually dare to rebel against Tiangang. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Su Yang turned from passive to active and it took a full 3 minutes to separate. Taking this opportunity, Song Nuanuan blew into Su Yang's ear. Master, please enjoy. Song Nuanuan's voice was very soft when she spoke the following words, as soft as a mosquito or fly. But Su Yang still listened carefully. Because of this, my head exploded instantly. He couldn't believe that Song Nuanuan actually gave him a chance this time. Thinking of this, Su-yang no longer hesitated and picked her up by the waist. 10,000 words omitted here. Chapter 23 Emotions. Song Nuanuan felt a little regretful. But I don't regret giving myself up like this. In her opinion, Su-yang was just a tool to provide fun, and it was enough for her to gain enough emotional value. And for these emotional values, she can spend a lot of money, time, and energy to maintain them. But when it comes to feelings, it may need to be cultivated slowly. At least not now, and there doesn't need to be. What she regretted was that she didn't expect Su-yang's talent and strength to be beyond her imagination, so much so that Song Nuanuan said helplessly, "Do it yourself." Then he closed his eyes. Seeing this scene, Su-yang smiled smugly, but he had no plans for the next step. He had been preparing for this day for 4 years. For 4 whole years, how could Song Nuanuan easily provoke him? This seems to have proved myself, so there is no need to continue. What's more, he has more important things to do now. It's already 8 o'clock, and Song Nuanuan and I haven't eaten yet. As a responsible little servant, how could I not pay attention to this detail? Thinking of this, Su-yang got up, took a towel from the bathroom, wet it with hot water, and gently wiped Song Nuanuan. Then I covered it with a fluffy blanket and went into the kitchen to work. Song Nuanuan felt Su-yang's every move, and a faint warmth flashed through her heart. It's quite thoughtful. The salary must be increased, just at another 10,000 yuan per week. But it does hurt a little. Song Nuanuan frowned and thought secretly. I've even started thinking, why not add one more person to make it easier? Soon, Song Nuanuan fell asleep exhausted. Su-yang twisted his rabbit tail and started cooking in the kitchen, using amazing knife skills to prepare the ingredients. He found that the ingredients in Song Nuanuan's refrigerator were always rich and varied. She has the ingredients for almost all the dishes she can cook, and I don't know if she likes to cook normally. Or is it just to fill the refrigerator? After all, there were no servants or cooks in the house. It's really strange. However, Su-yang did not dwell on this matter. He cooked and made soup at the same time, and also made some millet porridge. After a while, everything was laid out on the table. When he was about to call Song Nuanuan, he saw that Song Nuanuan had fallen asleep. There was a hint of fatigue on her delicate face, and her eyelashes trembled from time to time, which actually added a hint of girlishness. However, Su-yang knew clearly that Song Nuanuan was already 32 years old. She is nearly 10 years older than him, but you can't tell at all. On the contrary, this made him feel more mature. It can be said that Su-yang can see the shadow of any kind of woman in Song Nuanuan. Whether it was her purity, or her aloofness, or her charm, or even her maturity as a wife, all of these made Su-yang feel a little strange. After hesitating for a moment, Su-yang bent down and gently kissed Song Nuanuan on the forehead. This is the best gift God has given him. Especially after having further contact with Song Nuanuan, he began to develop a special feeling for her. Despite his and Song Nuanuan's identities, there is still a difference between master and servant. But isn't this a plus? Thinking about this, Su-yang was about to wake up Song Nuanuan, but found that she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him. What were you doing just now? Do you know what you just did to me? You offended me. Have you thought about the consequences? Song Nuanuan slightly opened her red lips, her eyes had the coldness that had just returned to normal, and her voice didn't sound very warm either. She just felt a slight wetness on her forehead, and could guess that it might be Su-yang kissing her forehead. Such a heartwarming scene certainly made her particularly satisfied. But she just wanted to see Su-yang in distress. Su-yang was a little at a loss what to do after seeing this scene. He never expected that Song Nuanuan would turn against him after using him. He hesitated for a moment before speaking awkwardly. Feel sorry. Su-yang didn't explain anything. Things happened after all, even though it was Song Nuanuan who took the initiative. But I didn't suffer any loss. I should bow my head when I should. In the past 2 days, he also saw clearly that Song Nuanuan's personality was sometimes quite strong. For example, just now, Song Nuanuan was riding on him. Seeing this scene, Song Nuanuan laughed in her heart, but she appeared to be unyielding. Just an apology and that's it? That's a nice thought. I was going to double your bonus this week, but I'm only giving you 2/3. Huh? What? When Su-yang heard the first half of the sentence, he was still thinking about how to argue, but when he heard the second half, he was stunned. What does that mean? And there's a bonus. A smile suddenly appeared on Su Yang's face. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan could no longer maintain her coolness and smiled as well, but soon she took a breath. You shouldn't move it around, it's been pulled down. Seeing Song Nuanuan frowning, Su Yang immediately bent down and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Song Nuanuan rolled her eyes at Su Yang. "What else can I do? I don't know what's going on." However, even though she complained in her heart, Song Nuanuan still told the truth. Pain. Hearing this, Su Yang's face was full of embarrassment. He scratched his head and said hesitantly, "How about I give you a massage? You know my technique, it can relieve the pain." Song Nuanuan rolled her eyes again when she heard this. "Forget it. Help me up." Su Yang smiled but said nothing when he heard this. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone in through the translucent windows, Su Yang opened his eyes. To be honest, he didn't quite remember it. Because at this moment, Song Nuanuan was lying quietly in his arms, sweet and soft. He was curled up like a kitten, his brows were slightly wrinkled, but his breathing was extremely even. If you just look at her profile, there is no doubt that she has the beauty of a beautiful girl next door. TSK, my master really has all kinds of appearances. Su Yang thought to himself, but he had no intention of moving his eyes away. He just looked at Song Nuanuan like that, as if he could never look at her enough. Love seems to come unexpectedly. Although Song Nuanuan was asleep, she seemed to be aware of something. She frowned and was about to turn over, but the next moment the alarm clock rang. Song Nuanuan suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yang. "Why are you here?" Song Nuanuan was shocked. When did there appear to be a man in her bed? When did this little servant come up? She clearly remembered, what did she remember? Song Nuanuan forgot how she got back to her room to sleep last night. It seemed that she was in too much pain and couldn't walk, so Su Yang carried her here. So, he just lay down on his bed. Song Nuanuan raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Yang with some scrutiny. I felt a little annoyed in my heart, thinking that he was really an imprudent guy who took advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Yang explained it immediately. But Song Nuanuan was too lazy to listen. When the alarm rings, it means it's time for her to get up, cook, and go to work. Now that she had remembered this boring explanation, there was no need for her to listen to it again. But as soon as she moved, she frowned. Chapter 24 Work. The pain is not just there, but the whole body feels sore. However, as an entrepreneur, what kind of hardship has she not experienced? Song Nuanuan gritted her teeth and pursed her lips, then turned over and prepared to wash up. But after taking just one step, he almost fell to the ground. This leg seems to be out of control. Song Nuanuan frowned even deeper, and seeing this, Su Yang hurried down to support her. But Song Nuanuan shook him off, glanced at Su Yang coldly, and seeing that he was smiling, she immediately spoke in a cold voice. "Are you very proud?" When Su Yang heard this, his face froze, then he smiled and said nothing. "Of course I am proud of it. Who wouldn't he be proud of this?" Song Nuanuan rolled her eyes at the sight, then held onto the wall and walked towards the sink. Every step she took made her take a deep breath, and the tearing pain made her frown deeper. With great difficulty, she reached the sink and quickly finished washing up. She was about to go to the kitchen to prepare some breakfast, but soon she seemed to remember something. A pair of willow eyebrows were looking down at Su Yang coldly. "I'm hungry." After saying that, she felt the wall and found a place to sit down. "I must let Su Yang cook, otherwise my cooking skills will be exposed, and I won't be able to let Su Yang cook for me with peace of mind in the future, right?" Of course, on the other hand, she needs to ease the pain and adapt slowly, so she shouldn't have any problem going to work today. Su Yang also reacted after hearing this. She smiled, put on some clothes and went to cook. As for the bunny girl's clothes, he also kept them well last night. I plan to let Song Nuanuan wear it next time. As for whether she is happy or not, har, let her know who is the master. Unlike Su Yang's cheerful mood, Chen Chu felt a little conflicted and wanted to see Su Yang. Ever since she learned that the rumors about her and Su Yang were going viral on the Haider forum, she has been waiting for Su Yang to contact her. At least ask if she did it. Even if not, it should be okay to clarify it on the forum, right? But what Chen Chu didn't expect was that there was nothing. She waited until very late last night, but still there was no movement. According to normal people's thinking, not refuting is equivalent to acquiescence. For Chen Chu, this result was pretty good. But Chen Chu just couldn't be happy. Because Su Yang acted too calmly, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. This undoubtedly made Chen Chu start to doubt himself again. Could it be that even this couldn't attract Su Yang's attention at all? She planned to find Su Yang to find out, but she didn't have Su Yang's contact information. As a last resort, he found Hu Chong through his roommate and learned that Su Yang was not in school. Helpless, I had to short sell. As for going to Blackstone Group again, try to see if you can meet Su Yang. That is absolutely impossible. I was already misunderstood when I was doing the cleaning yesterday. If I go again today, wouldn't it be confirmed? Of course, on the other hand, she also felt that there might be something wrong with the president. At this point, she also vaguely realized that she seemed to have been fooled. Su Yang was clearly in the Blackstone building, yet he asked himself to do cleaning work and kept talking about creating opportunities. If this wasn't intentional, it would be such a coincidence. When Hu Chong saw Chen Chu contacting him and asking about Su Yang, he was also confused. He thought that Su Yang had finally come to his senses, and that if he didn't come back tonight he must have gone out to shoot some guns. Excited, he started ordering concubines in his fish pond, planning to have a chaotic battle tonight. Unexpectedly, the heroine he had imagined was still in school, so where was Su Yang? Hu Chong couldn't figure it out, but it didn't affect his plan to play human pyramid in the evening. So Duan Chao was the only one left in the dormitory. I was anxious about finding a job and felt lonely. I always feel like a waste and have accomplished nothing, but I am powerless to change the status quo and I don't even have anyone to talk to. As soon as it's 12 o'clock, I start to be emo on time, hiding in the quilt, and peeking into other people's happy world through the circle of friends. On the other hand, Song Nuanuan, who was never late for work, was eventually late for various reasons. When Tang Enki came to report on work in the morning, he discovered that the president's office, which usually opened early, was not open today. She was shocked and thought something had happened in Song Nuanuan's family. Just as I was about to call for instructions, I turned around and saw Song Nuanuan walking towards me in high heels. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon she realized something was wrong. Why is the president's walking posture a bit weird? It was as if Tang Enki didn't dare to think further. She felt that it was too unbelievable. Just when she was about to give up the idea, she discovered a figure hanging not far behind Song Nuanuan. He looked sneaky, like a thief. Tang Enki recognized him at a glance. This was the handsome guy who appeared in the office yesterday. She remembered him clearly. Because of this, a storm was stirred up in her heart. A certain conjecture is gradually being realized. He even glanced at the president's legs subtly. She was thinking, how fierce a fight must have been to produce such an effect. She kind of wanted to try it. As for the president coming to his senses, they are all women, 30 is like a wolf's and 40 is like a tiger. If the president continues to be single, Lily will be confirmed, and then she will be a little worried about her personal safety. If someone really takes advantage of her position and asks her to do something, will she obey? Or not? When Song Nuanuan saw Tang Enki, she nodded with a cold expression. This is her style, just like always, so it doesn't seem strange. But soon, Song Nuanuan's expression became strange. She could feel Tang Enki staring at her legs, obviously noticing that something was wrong with her. This made her feel uncomfortable and she tried to walk like normal so as not to attract attention, but her legs just wouldn't obey her. Instead, because of the forced twisting, the tearing pain came again. Helplessly, she could only pretend to be calm, ignoring Tang Enki's gaze, and walked into the office. Su Yang continued to act stealthy and followed in under Tang Enki's strange gaze. In fact, Su Yang didn't want to do this, but since Song Nuanuan entered the Blackstone building, she didn't allow him to support her. So, he could only hang behind and help Song Nuanuan when she walked unsteadily. What a big melon! A pure-hearted female CEO, a little puppy with a fairy-like appearance, wow! I want to eat it. Looking at this scene, Tang Enki gently pushed her glasses, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and then pretended to be nothing happened and walked in. Start the daily work report seriously. Soon, the work report was completed and it was time to leave. But Tang Enki didn't leave. Instead, she spoke solemnly. President. Song Nuanuan raised her head when she heard this, with doubt in her eyes, as if to say, anything else. Seeing this, Tang Enki smiled crookedly, glanced at Su Yang, and then asked seriously. Happy. Chapter 25, Aunt is coming. Song Nuanuan was stunned at first when she heard this, but then she reacted. Even though she always appeared cool and aloof, her face turned slightly red at this moment. He picked up a soft book and threw it at Tang Enki. Seeing this, Tang Enki dodged swiftly, smiled, turned around and left. She usually doesn't dare to do this. The president's coldness is not only directed at men, but also at the group of old people who have worked hard with him. It's like it comes from the bones. But they didn't expect that even the president who they thought was destined to be alone would have such gossip. She really wanted to eat it, so she would accept it even if she was given a hard time. What's more, what she asked about was not her boyfriend, but happiness. As soon as Tang Enki saw Song Nuanuan's reaction, she knew that it would definitely ruin her life and she wouldn't be able to walk. She is really envious. After Tang Enki left, Su Yang was the only one left in the office. Because at this moment, Song Nuanuan's eyes seemed to be able to kill, staring at Su Yang with a little resentment. Su Yang just blinked and pretended not to see it. It wasn't his initiative, so can you blame him? Have a clear conscience, okay? Just like that, the scandal about Song Nuanuan spread throughout the Blackstone building in the blink of an eye. The reason why it was a rumor was that they could hardly believe that a barren woman could actually blossom. Except for Tang Enki herself, who was confident, they all just listened for fun. Song Nuanuan did not come out to explain anything, but she also did not clarify anything, so she just left it at that. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On this Friday night, Song Nuanuan felt that she had recovered enough and decided to fight the dragon once again. As a result, he was defeated due to exhaustion and was conquered by the dragon again. Afterwards, with Su Yang's help, I took a bath and went to bed. Because tomorrow is the day she said she would take Su Yang to pick out clothes. And she was indeed tired. Unlike Su Yang, who enjoys life every day, Chen Chu is now in a state of confusion. For various reasons, she did not go to the black market building these 2 days, and as a result, she never ran into Su Yang once. Of course, if you didn't see it, then you didn't see it, and it doesn't matter if public opinion confirms it. But what made her lose her temper was that somehow this matter reached her aunt's ears. She actually wanted to meet Su Yang. This made her a little crazy. One's own family knows one's own business. The relationship between him and Su Yang is not what the outside world says. But she couldn't open her mouth to explain it. You can't say that you are in love with someone unrequitedly, right? That would be so embarrassing. At least my aunt would laugh so hard that she couldn't stop. If that were the case, there would still be room for improvement. But she is the daughter of Chen family, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the apple of the eye. If I explain this matter clearly to my aunt, there is no guarantee that it will not reach my father. It is even possible that when my aunt comes over this time, it is inevitable that my father is watching from behind. If she knew the whole story, her relationship with Su Yang would completely deteriorate. Based on her understanding of her father, she would probably tie Su Yang up and bring him in front of her. Of course, it is not impossible for her to completely cut ties with Su Yang. But no matter which result it was not what she wanted to see. A forced melon is not sweet. In comparison, she still prefers to work hard on her own. It was as if she could easily get the job, but she still insisted on going for an interview and being admitted based on her personal abilities. It's not my fault that I love you. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Chen Chu's thoughts. She took the phone and looked at it. It's over, it's my aunt calling. Chen Chusheng had no hope and finally pressed the answer button. Achu, I've already bought the ticket and will be in Haicheng the day after tomorrow. Don't forget what we agreed to do. Remember to invite your boyfriend to have dinner together. Hearing this, Chen Chu's face was full of confusion and helplessness, and in the end he could only nod lightly. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chu became even more crazy. She didn't expect her aunt to come so suddenly that she was not fully prepared. She thought she would have to wait at least a week. After all, there were so many things to do at home that she didn't have enough time to take care of her own affairs. I was planning to use this week to launch another charge. No, I told my aunt that we broke up because of our different values and asked her not to come again. This was also the idea given by my best friend Lin Qingxue. But the day after tomorrow, how could a breakup happen so quickly? Even if it were true, my aunt probably wouldn't believe it. This matter is bound to be exposed. Chen Chu was now completely panicked and wanted to consult her best friend about countermeasures. But it's too late now, we can only talk about it tomorrow. Even so, Chen Chu still tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Finally, he was so sleepy that he couldn't stand it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. Su Yang woke up early. But he didn't make any movement, because he was afraid of disturbing Song Nuanuan's rest. Second, today is Saturday and he wants to lie comfortably in bed all day. This is also his favorite thing in recent years. What he didn't expect was that he had just opened his eyes for a while and was staring at the ceiling in a daze. Suddenly I felt like someone had caught me. He had a subtle expression and turned his head to look. Song Nuanuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. It was obvious that Song Nuanuan was also awake, but she deliberately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. But the little hands under the quilt are not obedient. He even supported it provocatively. How could Su Yang not understand the meaning of this? Immediately turned over and pressed down. No, I have something to do later. Song Nuanuan cried softly and couldn't help but open her eyes. But why would Su Yang care so much? We have to talk about it later, he is the master now. I had some morning exercises right away. Song Nuanuan was forced to fight, but she was defeated in a moment. After half an hour, she begged for mercy again and again. She shouted to her master to spare her life for 40 minutes. After an hour, she was completely defeated. Only then did Su Yang give up. He got up, boiled some hot water, helped Song Nuanuan wipe herself, put on her clothes, and then went to cook. Song Nuanuan was tired, so she lay down for a while to regain her strength before getting up to wash up normally. At 10 o'clock, the two began to eat. At 11 o'clock, Song Nuanuan, despite feeling unwell, took Su Yang out and headed straight for Haicheng Shopping Mall. On the other side, Haicheng International Airport. A woman dressed exquisitely, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, slowly walked off the plane. She is Chen Chu's aunt, Chen Ningxuan, who is nearly 40 years old. However, thanks to her financial resources, she has managed to look almost as good as a girl in her 20s. Her skin is tight and fair, and her outfit and the elegance she displays in her every move also attracted a lot of people's attention. The main reason why she came earlier than the time she told Chen Chu was that she wanted to come and test Su Yang's background in advance. After all, at a dinner party, everything can be prepared in advance, and only this kind of surprise attack can reveal Su Yang's true side. To this end, she also asked someone to investigate Su Yang in advance. She already knew a lot about his family background and appearance, the only thing left was his character, which she still needed to observe. If it goes well, she will see how the two get along at the dinner tomorrow. If the relationship between the two is good, she will approve the marriage immediately. If she didn't like it, she would not break up the couple, but would tell her brother, Chen Chu's father Chen Jianzi, about it. He makes the final decision on everything. As for the difference in status, it is actually the least important factor. The thing the Chen family has the most is money. However, before meeting Su Yang, as an elder, she should prepare a gift. Regardless of what Su Yang is like, at least as an aunt she will not hold her niece back. Thinking of this, Chen Ningxuan chartered a car on the roadside and headed straight to Haicheng Shopping Mall. Chapter 26 Military Advisor Saves Me. Pack up this one, and the one I tried on. In the men's clothing store, Song Nuanuan circled around Su Yang, pointing at a few pieces of clothing and talking to the service staff. There are expensive suits as well as sophisticated casual wear. Even if it was underwear, Song Nuanuan would personally check it. The total value was a sky-high price for Su Yang in the past, but Song Nuanuan bought everything without blinking an eye. By the time we came out of the clothing store, the shopping guide was laughing so hard that her eyes almost disappeared. Su Yang, carrying a lot of bags, followed Song Nuanuan into another store. This is where they sell watches. Su Yang was not impressed by this. He even felt that a watch was just for checking time, and having a positioning watch was basically enough. But Song Nuanuan wanted Su Yang to be his from head to toe. The main focus is on getting close to people with billions. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Ningxuan also entered the store. She thought about it and didn't know what gift to prepare. I visited several stores, but didn't see anything I liked. Eventually I decided to come to this store and try my luck. If she really doesn't see anyone she likes, she will go to Haicheng University to observe Su Yang first. After all, it was almost 12 o'clock, and she had to leave enough time to ask Suyang out. As for the gift for meeting, I will give it during the dinner. What she didn't expect was that just as she saw a nice watch, she saw a familiar face out of the corner of her eye. She had just seen this face in the information last night, so there was no way she could mistake it. I was immediately delighted and didn't bother to go to Haicheng University anymore. But the next moment, she took off her eyes and her face was as cold as frosty. Because she saw that the boyfriend her niece mentioned was now following a woman. Judging from the intimate way the two behaved, it was obvious that their relationship was unusual. This also made Chen Ningxuan's first impression of Suyang extremely bad, and she directly labeled Suyang as a scumbag. However, Chen Ningxuan was very well-mannered and did not go up to Suyang and question him. Instead, he lowered the brim of his hat and followed silently. I observed secretly and took several intimate photos of the two of them. Then he left. As for whether everything she saw was a misunderstanding, Chen Ningxuan had never thought about it. I have seen it with my own eyes. How could there be any misunderstanding? Moreover, her niece Chen Chu has been well protected since childhood and is unaware of the dangers of the world, so it is normal for her to be deceived by such a person. What she has to do is to attend the dinner tomorrow. In front of Chen Chu, he exposed Suyang's scumbag nature. As for the meeting gift, there is no need for it anymore. The Chen family would never let such a person in. Not only that, she also has to prepare a draft in advance after returning and criticize the scumbag. It is her responsibility. Suyang was unaware of all this and was so immersed in the happiness of feeding the animals that he could not extricate himself. Is this what rich people live like? From clothes to shoes, from coats to shirts, from suits to underwear, and even watch decorations, each of these items was a luxury item that would make him dizzy at the mere glance of it. One after another, they were taken by Song Nuanuan. And it has been clearly stated that all of these belonged to Suyang. Suyang couldn't say anything more than the word refreshing when he felt this way. I was even glad that I asked one more question when I was at the matchmaking agency. Otherwise, how could he get such a good thing? Not to mention. Looking at Song Nuanuan's seductive body, Suyang gently licked his cracked lips. What a good thing it is that he has encountered all of it. He announced that he would let bygones be bygones for the hardships he had endured over the past 20 years. Song Nuanuan looked at the shock in Suyang's eyes and also curled up a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Just a big boy. Isn't it easy for me to control you? It just hurts a bit to walk. Song Nuanuan frowned slightly, wondering if she was too old and a little too weak. Maybe it needs some supplementation. But this does not affect the nature of her current shopping. She wanted to fill Suyang's empty life thoroughly, and of course fill her own emptiness as well. She even made subsequent plans in her mind to warm up her relationship, including beach parties, honeymoon trips, cruises, etc. However, we have to wait until the company is more stable. Different from Suyang and the other two who were in high spirits. Chen Chu now feels that the whole world is against her. Because she once again mustered up the courage to confess her feelings to Suyang. She was even ready to confess to Suyang that she was actually a rich lady, not a cleaner at the Blackstone Group. Although there is a little risk in this, as long as Suyang doesn't say anything nonsense, the risk is actually not that big. The purpose is to capture Suyang quickly so as to deal with my aunt's inspection tomorrow. But who can tell her what the hell is going on? Why is my aunt already at school? Chen Chu felt unwell all over. It is true that plans cannot keep up with changes, and every change happens right after the plan is made. She felt the full malice from the world. But now, she no longer has time to complain. I could only go to the school gate to prepare to welcome my aunt. Alas! If nothing unexpected happens, my lie will be exposed tomorrow. And this matter will inevitably reach his father's ears, and Suyang will really disappear from his world. Thinking about it, Chen Chu felt a little depressed. Putting down the phone, Chen Chu said to the flower shop owner with a little apology. Sorry, I don't want these flowers anymore. My ex-boyfriend has officially announced his relationship with Labrador. After saying that, Chen Chu sighed and walked out of Haider flower shop. Looking at the sunny sky outside, I always feel that it should rain now. Chu, what happened? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Lin Qingxua naturally came with Chen Chu, and even the idea was decided by the two of them together. He then noticed that something was wrong with Chen Chu and immediately asked with concern. Hearing this, Chen Chu curled her lips and frowned with a sense of grievance for no reason. I even had an urge to cry. However, Chen Chu was not that pretentious after all. He sighed and told the whole story. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue also frowned. Does this include playing assault games? Things became difficult. But soon, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Don't panic, Chu, I have a plan. Hearing this, Chen Chu's eyes lit up. My best friend can always bring me surprises. Many decisions and countermeasures were thought up by her. In other words, she was her military advisor. I thought I had no way to escape this time, but I didn't expect the military advisor had a good plan. Chen Chu was so moved that he threw himself into Lin Qingxue's arms. Military advisor, save me. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue's lips curled up slightly, as if she had made up her mind, and she gently pushed up her glasses. No rush, go pick up your aunt first, and we'll chat via Feishuan later. Chapter 27 Pretending to be a boyfriend. Chen Ningxuan has always been a decisive person. Even when I first started communicating with Chen Chu frequently made excuses and refused. She still gave Chen Chu the final notice. And I made the decision right away, bought the plane ticket and came over. Of course, this doesn't mean that she doesn't love Chen Chu. On the contrary, since Chen Chu's mother died, she has taken on the role of mother. Always keep an eye on Chen Chu and appear whenever needed. She is truly worthy of the identity of an aunt, and she also knows Chen Chu very well. She knew very well that if she directly exposed the truth tomorrow, it would definitely have a great impact on Chen Chu. There may even be bad consequences. But if it is not exposed, the harm in the future will only be greater. And now I came here mainly to accompany Chen Chu. In other words, it's like giving tomorrow a shot of prevention. Let Chu have someone he trusts and can talk to when the time comes, so as to minimize the impact as much as possible. At the same time, she also deeply hated Su Yang. This two-timing scum actually hurt his own precious niece. After the two of them were completely disconnected, she would find an opportunity to arrange for someone to sink Su Yang into the river. As for the cost, it's just a drizzle. Chen Chu's figure soon appeared in Chen Ningxuan's sight. Chen Ningxuan also knew the little girl next to her. He immediately put away all his gloom and went to meet him. Aunt, I miss you. At the same time, Chen Chu also saw his aunt, opened his arms, and hugged her like a spoiled child. Time is like an ex, it leaves without even saying goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the sun sets. Su Yang dragged his tired body and fell on the sofa. Women are truly amazing creatures. After dozens of minutes of fierce fighting, one is always the first to become exhausted. But after a whole day of shopping, this young man was exhausted, but he was still full of energy. Song Nuanuan stood on the other side, holding a glass of water in her hand and took a sip. A faint smile appeared on her red lips, and she poured another glass and walked towards Su Yang. Little servant, let's exchange cups and drink. As she spoke, she bent down and handed one of the cups to Su Yang. Hearing this, Su Yang forced himself to sit up and took it, thinking that he was just drinking water with his arms around him. But what he didn't expect was that Song Nuanuan actually stopped him from drinking water. Instead, he drank the water in his cup in one gulp and then took a bite. Hum. So this is how you drink it. Su Yang felt the sweetness in his mouth and smacked his lips. You know what, drinking water really has a unique taste. It's just soft and somewhat addictive. Thinking of this, Su Yang followed suit, drank it in one gulp, and looked at Song Nuanuan who seemed to be smiling. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan smiled charmingly and took the initiative to cooperate. After drinking the water, Su Yang took a short rest and went to the kitchen to cook. Song Nuanuan was lying on the sofa board, checking the work group to see if there was anything work-related that needed her help. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound attracted her attention. When I looked up, I found that it was Su Yang's cell phone. It must have accidentally slipped out when he lay down just now. This will cause the screen to emit a faint glow. Seeing this scene, Song Nuanuan hesitated. There is no doubt that someone sent a message to Su Yang at this time. She had never thought of prying into other people's privacy, but since it involved the little boy servant, she became a little curious. What if there is something urgent? Thinking of this, Song Nuanuan's lips curled up slightly, and she reached out to take Su Yang's phone. A message suddenly appeared on the lit screen. Su Yang, right? I have a part-time job pretending to be your boyfriend. Would you like to consider it? Pretend to be a boyfriend. Seeing these four words, Song Nuanuan suddenly became interested. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and his eyes were tightly narrowed. This part-time job looks unusual. From what she learned from the TV series she starred in, the scenes of pretending to be boyfriends undoubtedly became real in the end. Moreover, this is somewhat ambiguous in itself. If the relationship is not good, such a request would not be made. Is it an agent? Song Nuanuan glanced at the remark above, Lin Qingxue. Such clear notes, coupled with such a nice name, undoubtedly made Song Nuanuan more eager to explore. She slid the screen lightly, wanting to check more messages. But it was blocked by the password. This also made Song Nuanuan's smile become dangerous. Xiao Suyang, how many things are you hiding from me? Song Nuanuan smiled faintly in her heart. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry, but she was willing to give Suyang a chance to explain. But we have to talk about this after dinner. As for the cell phone, just leave it with her for now. The women's dormitory of Haicheng University. Lin Qingxue looked at the message on her phone anxiously. She had Suyang's contact information, and it was naturally her idea to ask Suyang to come and pretend to be her boyfriend. After all, Suyang has always liked part-time jobs, and she believes this method is a sure thing. But what she didn't expect was that Suyang didn't reply to the message. Was he absent or busy? Lin Qingxue didn't know. But she had no choice but to wait anxiously. The happiness of her best friend is now in her hands. If Suyang didn't reply after waiting for a long time, she would just call him directly. On the other side, in Fenghua International Hotel, in a superior room. While Chen Chu was perfunctorily responding to Chen Ningxuan, he was also waiting for news from his best friend. However, the fact that he hadn't replied yet made her a little anxious. Chen Ningxuan naturally noticed Chen Chu's absent-mindedness. What's more, she kept checking her phone frequently. Such childish behavior made Chen Ningxuan smile helplessly. Without thinking, she knew that her niece was in contact with Suyang. This is what happens to all men and women in love, and she had experienced it before. But Suyang is definitely not a good person. Thinking of this, Chen Ningxuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. She wanted to reveal to Chen Chu now what Suyang had done. But I was worried that my niece wouldn't believe it, which would have the opposite effect. It would be better to pretend that you don't know about this. Even though you are being treated perfunctorily, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, she will tear Suyang's mask into pieces with her own hands to let her niece see clearly what she really likes. Although this will bring extreme pain, the more painful it is, the more reborn you will be after you get out of it. On the other hand, Suyang took many measures, so cooking was naturally not slow. Soon the finished food was placed on the table. But when he went to call Song Nuanuan for dinner, he found that Song Nuanuan was looking at him with a half-smile. It's like the big bad wolf meeting the little lamb. This made Suyang feel a little more flustered for no reason. What's going on? What's wrong with this woman? However, Song Nuanuan didn't say much. Apart from a half-smile in her eyes, she didn't reveal anything. Instead, she went to have dinner with Suyang very happily. As for pretending to be her boyfriend, she would have her own way of training him later. Chapter 28. I will be on time. Song Nuanuan loves delicious food, and the food Suyang cooks tastes really good. But she didn't eat much, so she finished in a short while. He sat aside and watched Suyang eat with a smile on his face. This abnormal behavior undoubtedly brought great psychological pressure to Suyang. It feels like ants are crawling all over my body. Even asking him to pick up some food made him feel uneasy. Finally, Suyang couldn't stand it anymore and asked helplessly, looking at Song Nuanuan. Did I do something wrong again? Sis, why are you looking at me like this? Upon hearing this, Song Nuanuan pursed her red lips, a dangerous arc appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes narrowed. Her long hair was slightly scattered, casting a slight shadow under the light, hazy like an elf in the moonlight. She crossed her legs and interlaced her fingers, and suddenly, a slight sense of oppression arose. But Song Nuanuan did not directly question in the first sentence, but said it lightly. Are you full? Upon hearing this, Suyang immediately understood that he had indeed offended Song Nuanuan in some way. But he thought about it and realized that he had followed Song Nuanuan the whole time today and didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Could it be the offense just now? Suyang raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking secretly in his heart, but he admitted his mistake directly. I'm sorry, sister. I was wrong. As soon as Su Yang opened his mouth, with a slightly timid voice, Song Nuanuan laughed. It really is a perfect experience of the latest mental state of a male adult. If I am rich, I will be lustful. If I am poor, I will move away. If I am powerful, I will submit. No matter what, I will admit my mistakes first. It's quite interesting. However, Song Nuanuan was not angry. But things still need to be dealt with. Song Nuanuan said softly, "Don't do things that let me down in the future." As she spoke, she took out Su Yang's phone and placed it on the table. "Open it, find someone named Lin Qingxue in Fishan, and then give me a good excuse." Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. Lin Qingxue? What's going on? Is this suffering I am suffering because of Lin Qingxue? But he and Lin Qingxue are not familiar with each other at all. You can't be unreasonable just because the notes are clear, right? But after spending these 2 days together, Song Nuanuan doesn't seem to be that kind of person. So what happened? Seeing Song Nuanuan's serious and solemn expression, Su Yang dazedly opened Fishan and took a look. Suddenly I felt numb. Pretending to be a boyfriend. Oh, this person has such a vicious heart. There were rumors going around before, and although it was a blessing in disguise, there are still people who are not filial piety. Anyone who wants to cut off his path to success deserves death. Su Yang now completely understood why Song Nuanuan was unhappy. But he really isn't familiar with Lin Qingxue. Who knows, this kind of thing will find him. Su Yang was indignant, but when he thought about how popular he was in school, he could only accept this reality helplessly. Sometimes, being too handsome is a mistake, there's nothing you can do about it. Sister, this girl called Lin Qingxue, I'm not familiar with her. Su Yang immediately explained. Hearing this, Song Nuanuan pretended to say, "Oh." Then he said lightly, "First of all, you have to call me master. Remember that. Secondly, if we are not familiar with each other, how can I ask you to do this? You'd better think it over before you speak, otherwise you know how I will punish you." As she spoke, Song Nuanuan clenched her fist, thinking that she looked quite intimidating. Little did he know that Su Yang not only did not feel any oppression, but instead found it cute. As for Song Nuanuan's method of punishment, Su Yang's heart was shaken. The throat rolled unconsciously. Otherwise, he shouldn't explain it. He just wants more punishment like that. However, Su Yang quickly gave up this idea. Certain things can certainly make people happy physically and mentally, but in comparison, one's own financial prospects are more important. It is still necessary to explain things clearly to Song Nuanuan and eliminate the estrangement. Thinking of this, Su Yang organized his words and spoke in a deep voice. God above, and the earth below, I, Su Yangzhen, am not familiar with Lin Qingxue. The only impression I have is that she is Chen Chu's best friend. Other than that, I don't know anything about her. I hope the master will be informed. As he spoke, Su Yang clasped his hands together with a serious expression, as if he was reading study materials. Chen Chu? Is that the little girl? Song Nuanuan immediately grasped the key words in Su Yang's words, and the figure of Chen Chu appeared in her mind. If it was her, then this matter would be easy to understand. But, is this little girl so lively? Are you so obsessed with my little boy servant? When Song Nuanuan thought about her beloved boyfriend who had been completely eaten up by her, she inexplicably felt a trace of sympathy. But soon, this sympathy disappeared completely. Instead, she began to think about lending Su Yang to her as her boyfriend. Wouldn't it be more interesting to create hope and then destroy it with your own hands? I guess her expression will be very interesting at that time, right? Interesting. The person she had secretly loved for many years, but had been trying hard to get him, suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Song Nuanuan found it very interesting to think about it. As for Su Yang, he was just her tool for fun. As long as he didn't do anything too extreme, it didn't matter. The corners of Song Nuanuan's mouth slowly curled up in a dangerous arc under the shadow, and then her red lips slightly opened. Since you said that, I have nothing to say. Hand me your phone. After hearing this, Su Yang thought that Song Nuanuan believed what he said. As for asking for the phone, she probably wanted to delete this person as a friend. That doesn't matter even more. He was a dispensable person and I even planned to block the entire class group after graduation. Now it's just a matter of deleting someone in advance. So Su Yang handed the phone over directly. After Song Nuanuan took it, she did not delete Lin Qingshue's friend as Su Yan expected. Instead, she typed slowly into the chat box. Of course. Are you pretending to be your boyfriend? How much is the daily wage? Here we come. Lin Qingxue, who was suffering in the women's dormitory of Haicheng University, was suddenly shocked when she saw the reply message. Afraid that he would reply too late and Su Yan would disappear again, he quickly typed quickly and a message was sent. It's not me, it's Chu. 500 a day. The time is set for tomorrow, and the location is not yet determined. After sending it, Lin Qingxue waited anxiously. 500 is a big burden for her. But this was already the highest price she could offer. If it was any higher, she would be stretched to the limit. Even so, she was very worried that Su Yan would not agree. After all, he is a rich second generation, how could he be interested in her little things? If Su Yan didn't have the habit of doing odd jobs and part-time jobs to experience life, she would never use money to humiliate Su Yan. It was indeed her. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan smiled indifferently and glanced at Su Yan. Then he replied in the chat box, I will be on time for the appointment. Chapter 29 Misunderstanding. Thanks. When Lin Qingxue saw this message, a huge stone in her heart suddenly fell to the ground. After replying the message, he immediately reported to Chen Chu, who was completely relieved. Only then did I start to communicate with my aunt from her heart. However, unlike their peace of mind, Su Yan looked confused. He didn't know what Song Nuanuan did with his phone, but he saw Song Nuanuan swiping a few times and then looking at him with a weird look. Su Yan was nervous and felt a chill all over his body. Thinking that what happened just now was not over, Su Yan thought about it and made a promise. Master, rest assured, I will never go. Song Nuanuan just chuckled and handed the phone to Su Yan and said lightly. Go, you must go. Not only you will go, I will go too. Song Nuanuan did not say the second half of the sentence. She planned to give the little girl a surprise when the time came. Now that I have said that, who knows what the little boy servant will do? Although tip-off is unlikely, the performance effect may be impaired. In order to achieve the best results, she thought it would be better to keep it secret. In fact, she was also quite curious about what this little girl Chen Chu was planning this time. Pursue? Then she must appreciate it carefully. Wait until the critical moment and then suddenly appear. Things are certainly interesting. Thinking of this, the corners of Song Nuanuan's mouth slowly curled up. When Su Yan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. What happened? Didn't Song Nuanuan say that I was forbidden to have an affair with others? Pretending to be a boyfriend is such a cliched plot that has been played out in TV dramas, how could she not see through it? Su Yan frowned slightly, wondering what Song Nuanuan's purpose was. Anyway, it is definitely impossible to really push myself out. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to test me? Su Yan glanced at Song Nuanuan secretly, but found that her expression was still strange, with a hint of restraint in her excitement, as if she was expecting something. Su Yan felt relieved, thinking it must be what he thought. Song Nuanuan's purpose must be to test myself. Find your own mistakes and punish yourself severely. What a vicious woman. He actually came up with such a brilliant and vicious plan. He knew that I liked being punished, but he still had to have a legitimate reason. If that was the case, then he had no choice but to make a mistake. Omit her. As a male servant, it is reasonable to satisfy the master's wishes, right? Su Yan's expression became strange. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan narrowed her eyes. What is this little servant thinking? Why does he look so obscene? Could it be that I really have some special relationship with that person? The last rumor was not groundless. Song Nuanuan's mood gradually became subtle. I kept thinking whether I was too indulgent towards Su Yan, causing him to have thoughts that he shouldn't have. Very good. I originally watched it for fun, but I didn't expect to have the chance to see even more bloody plots. Xiao Su Yan, you'd better hope that you don't reveal any clues this time. Otherwise I'll have to teach you a lesson. Song Nuanuan gritted her teeth secretly. If Su Yan really did something wrong to her, then she would have no choice but to give him up. It's not worth her time to waste such a traitor. Thinking of this, Song Nuanuan sighed inwardly. Men are just as my mother said, none of them are reliable. Even though I was already in my 30s and had no intention of getting married, I still encountered such betrayal. Perhaps, changes need to be made. The heart is hidden. Even if it is right in front of you, even if there has been negative distance contact. Without open communication, the outcome is always wrong. That night, Su-yang was driven back to his room by Song Nuanuan. Su-yang looked puzzled, not knowing what taboo he had violated. I just vaguely feel that things are not as I thought. But I can't find what's wrong. The stars were shining brightly that night, but Su-yang's mood was completely opposite. The next morning, Song Nuanuan got up as usual. She cared about Su-yang, but not that much. If a toy is broken, you can replace it with another one. If it is disobedient, you can replace it with another one. As for the 2 million, it was just a waste of money. With her net worth, she didn't need to care about it. In comparison, she might as well think about where her mother is traveling now. Does a person feel lonely? Su-yang also got up early, but he had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. He didn't have a good rest last night. There must be some logic behind all abnormal behaviors. He has been sleeping peacefully with Song Nuanuan for a week, and she bought him a lot of things yesterday. It was indeed a bit unusual to suddenly drive him away. It's not that Su-yang can't live without a woman, but the current situation is that he needs a rich woman. He may not need spiritual enjoyment, but he must be financially sufficient. It's not that he is materialistic, but his family situation does not allow him to pursue poetry and distant places. My sister's illness has been delayed for many years. The longer it is delayed, the more difficult it will be to treat. The risk of death also increases. If he had not met Song Nuanuan, he might have just thought about doing his best. But now he saw hope and would never let it slip through his fingers. But no matter how he thought about it, he was unsure of Song Nuanuan's mental state. Morning. In front of the windowsill, Song Nuanuan was fiddling with a green plant. The afterglow of the morning sun fell on her, and through her hair there was a hazy, quiet and unreal beauty. A faint greeting seems to be right in front of you, but it also seems like a sigh coming from an endless distance. Su-yang heard their voice, took a look, was amazed by the scene, but reacted quickly and said good morning. It just sounds like it's filled with deep powerlessness and a cadence. This undoubtedly made Song Nuanuan turn her head and glance at Su-yang. Only then did I notice that there was a faint dark spot around Su-yang's eye sockets. Didn't you get enough rest last night? You can't hide your true colors, so you feel guilty, right? Song Nuanuan asked softly, then put down the green plants and went to the kitchen to cook. She didn't say the second half of the sentence because she had her own reason and judgment. Speculations are just speculations, and there is no need to take it too far. Su-yang's voice was equally light, and he felt Song Nuanuan's alienation. Although this seems no different from the situation a few days ago, the truth lies in the details. Su-yang knew that he had really made Song Nuanuan unhappy this time. But what exactly is the problem? The mobile phone chat records were made public, and it was Song Nuanuan's request to go. Could it be that he misunderstood? When Song Nuanuan said, go, did she actually mean, don't go? But I didn't give a direct answer. Su-yang fell into confusion. Women's minds are too deep. Su-yang has never been too much in love, and he doesn't know that she only needs to doubt you to do something, without any reason. If it were a girl in her 20s, you could say she was being unreasonable, but if it were an experienced aunt in her 30s, she would be considered overly cautious. And if the facts are not laid out before her, there is no solution. Chapter 30 Departure. Breakfast was eaten in silence. Su-yang opened his mouth several times to try to find a topic to talk about, but Song Nuanuan just said, indifferently. It was like returning to the company. The atmosphere went from hot to cold, like a huge block of ice, causing Su-yang to fall into a brief period of anxiety. Helplessly, at the end, Su-yang decided to fight to the death. Master, do you really want me to pretend to be someone else's boyfriend? Su-yang's voice was a little depressed. He thought a lot and found that the only place that might make Song Nuanuan dissatisfied was here. Upon hearing this, Song Nuanuan looked up at Su-yang. His eyebrows were lowered, as if he was concerned, yet deliberately distant. As for the answer, of course you must go. This is no longer just a stage set up for performing a play. It is also an opportunity to test Su-yang. See through Su-yang as a person, and plan new ways of caring for Su-yang based on his performance. Of course she couldn't miss it. She gently pressed her red lips, and the faint word go was squeezed out as if reluctantly. When Su-yang saw this scene, he immediately began to think. He was just about to open his mouth to make an excuse and try to dispel Song Nuanuan's idea. What he didn't expect was that Song Nuanuan continued to add a few more sentences. You have to go. I've already agreed on your behalf. You don't want to break your promise and lose your basic credibility with me, right? The voice was calm, but a sense of oppression was exuded, and it was intimidating without even being angry. This is what comes with being in a high position and having the final say all the time. Su Yang was silent. In the end, it failed. Song Nuanuan didn't seem to intend to give him a chance to struggle. So, is he going to fall out of favor? When Su Yang thought about the huge sum of money waving towards him, he felt a little heart attacked. But there was nothing he could do, the world seemed to be against him. A hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part. I don't know who made up the rumor about him and Chen Chu. Now she has specially found a fake boyfriend. Chen Chu and Lin Qingxue have really made things difficult for him. For no reason, Su Yang felt some resentment towards the two of them. But I have to pretend to be your boyfriend later. Har har, it's just pretend. It's good enough that he didn't overturn the table. Su Yang looked unhappy and stood up to clean the table. At 9:15, a faint message ringtone broke the silence in the villa. Song Nuanuan looked at Su Yang calmly, reached out to take his cell phone and took a look at it. Lin Qingxue, mission, pretend to be Chuchu's boyfriend and fool your aunt. Location, Haicheng Street Enjoy Cafe. Time, 10 o'clock. Good. Song Nuanuan replied calmly and then looked at Su Yang. It's 15 now. Go change into something formal. You can wear the clothes I bought for you yesterday. I'll take you there later. After saying that, Song Nuanuan closed her eyes, thinking about the latest project bidding and what the upper limit is to maximize profits. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded, went back to his room in silence, and changed his clothes. No matter what, it's always better to be obedient. Seeing that Su Yang was ready, Song Nuanuan stood up. Half an hour later, at a corner of Haicheng Street, Song Nuanuan slowly stopped the car. Go ahead. Good. Su Yang opened the door and got out of the car, nodded to Song Nuanuan, and walked to the other side. After walking a dozen steps, I saw the Zhongxian coffee shop and walked in. Song Nuanuan's expression remained calm throughout the whole process, except that she turned on the watch on her hand after Su Yang left. This watch is a pair, and hers has more comprehensive functions. Sometimes, you can not only see the location, but also hear the specific content of the conversation. As a woman who dares to fight, how could she not be on guard against Su Yang? It just hasn't been useful yet, she just respects Su Yang's privacy. But today, I have to use it. In the corner of the Zhongxian Cafe, table number 35. Chen Ningxuang noticed Su Yang as soon as he came in. With undisguised coldness in his eyes, he quietly watched Su Yang looking around there. Chen Chu also quickly noticed Su Yang, stood up and trotted over happily. Here, Su Yang. Su Yang looked back and met Chen Chu's gaze. I saw that her eyebrows were as dark as distant ink, and her black hair was like a waterfall. The few strands of hair in front of her forehead were a little messy, perhaps because she had just jogged. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his eyes full of joy. She stood there pretty and gracefully. Everything else became the background and she was naturally the center of everyone's attention. Su Yang was also stunned for a moment. He had no reason to deny Chen Chu's beauty. The breath of youth was in the air, and every move he made was full of unique charm. The joy in his eyes was something Song Nuanuan had never experienced before. For a moment, Su Yang really had an urge to fall in love. He could see that Chen Chu really liked him. However, not only did he not have any good feelings towards Chen Chu, on the contrary, he felt that Chen Chu was really annoying. Is tea at your own business? Why do you always have to cause me trouble? Su Yang doesn't think that pursuing someone just because you like them is a rash thing to do. On the contrary, this is something worthy of praise and full of courage. But he has already clearly refused. Wouldn't it be excessive to continue? If possible, Su Yang really wanted to say to Chen Chu seriously, you are stopping me from moving towards a better future. Su Yang is not a pessimist. On the contrary, Su Yang has always been optimistic. Su Yang accepted the fact that his father became disabled while working. One rainy night, the mother couldn't stand it anymore and ran away from home. Su Yang could understand. His sister was born with a heart disease, which gradually worsened as she grew older, and Su Yang was able to cope with it. All in all, Su Yang never gave up. Even if he occasionally complains about the unfairness of the world, he will soon put all his emotions into perspective and face life again. Even though he was carrying more and more things, no matter how hard or tired he was, Su Yang still tried his best to persevere. He always firmly believed that flowers will always bloom and God will arrange the best ending for everything. The emergence of the system gave Su Yang a shot in the arm. Although this did not bring him enough improvements, Su Yang still supported this family for 4 years with his own hands. Under such pressure, Su Yang has not even fallen behind in his studies. It can be said that if Su Yang was not optimistic enough, he would have collapsed mentally long ago. But there is one thing that Su Yang is pessimistic about. That is human nature and reality. He believed that Chen Chu liked him, but he didn't believe that the two of them would end up together. Even if Song Nuanuan didn't exist, even if he was sold, none of this would have happened. He is still so pessimistic. There was very little noise that night when Mom left, but Su Yang saw it. He had no interruptions. I knew clearly that all I had to do was call her mom and she would stay again. But Su Yang didn't, and even watched his mother leave in the dark. That year, Su Yang was 16. I have come to understand that reality and human nature are never worth testing. But Su Yang did not blame his mother, even though all the burdens fell on him from now on. He remained silent, his back straight. Chapter 31, Exposed. The starlight never returns to the weary traveler. Su Yang would never think that love that lasts until death and does not care about reality will happen to him. He lives more clearly than anyone else. So, what should be done is what should be done. Su Yang put away the emotions in his eyes and walked towards Chen Chu calmly. Even though Chen Chu caused him a lot of trouble, making him want to overturn the table. But as Song Nuanuan said, since you have agreed, you should do it. Moreover, just because of Chen Chu's love for her, she deserves his respect. But from now on, the bridge is the bridge and the road is the road. If he gets the chance, he will make it clear to Chen Chu that there is no need to waste time on a relationship that is destined to be unrequited. Not to mention that it has affected him, and now he has already restrained himself. As for Song Nuanuan, the incident has already happened, and the subsequent handling probably has nothing to do with Chen Chu. I just don't know what Song Nuanuan is thinking, and whether there is still room for me to turn the situation around. Su Yang followed Chen Chu and sat down opposite Chen Ningxuan. Hello, auntie. Out of politeness, Su Yang spoke a word while avoiding Chen Chu's little hand. Su Yang, right? Chen Ningxuan spoke lightly, with an imperceptible coldness hidden in her eyes. A condescending disdain was expressed very naturally. It's me. You know, I saw you yesterday. I don't know, Su Yang frowned, then regained his composure. I don't know why, but he fell in love with this woman from the first sight. It gave him a hostile feeling, as if she hated him, and her not-so-obvious condescension seemed to indicate that she didn't treat him as an equal. Is it to give yourself a warning? If we put ourselves in the shoes of Chen Chu's boyfriend, it is actually understandable that he would be treated like this. But it doesn't seem that simple. When Chen Chu heard Chen Ningxuan mention that she had met Su Yang yesterday, his heart skipped a beat. As soon as I realized the situation, it didn't seem as optimistic as I thought. But before she could think too much, Chen Ningxuan's next words made her heart sink completely. Chu Chu, do you understand your boyfriend? Chen Ningxuan's expression was unconcealedly cold, her eyes were like knives, staring at Su Yang. Of course I understand. Why are you asking this, aunt? Su Yang is a very nice person. He is really a very nice person. Chen Chu suppressed the strangeness in his heart and covered for Su Yang with a dry laugh. Oh? You really understand. I really understand. Really? Do you really understand? Then Su Yang, don't you have anything to say? Chen Ningxuan's voice suddenly rose. Su Yang frowned slightly, then said calmly, what does this mean, aunt? Chu Chu naturally knows me. That's right. Aunt, Su Yang and I have been together for a long time, and I know exactly what kind of person he is. Chen Chu spoke again. Chen Ningxuan smiled when she heard this, and the expression on her face became sarcastic. Su Yang, it seems that you have done a good job of keeping secrets. We have been together for so long, but I didn't realize you were this kind of person at first. Aren't you going to explain this to me? As she spoke, Chen Ningxuan took out a stack of photos from her bag and placed them in front of Su Yang. You are a really bad person. You are in a relationship with my niece while flirting with other women. You don't think you can keep it a secret from her forever, do you? Su Yang's expression was calm, and it was only when he saw the photo that he smiled faintly. Without any explanation, he just looked at the other side, quietly waiting for the next step, without any panic of being discovered for two-timing. Just kidding, he's not really your boyfriend. What does he need to explain? The reason I have persisted until now is just out of politeness and respect. An elder is here, nagging him and even secretly taking pictures of his privacy. He is the one who should overturn the table. However, unlike Su Yang's calmness, the moment Chen Chu saw the content of the photo, he only felt a slight electric current sweeping through his body. She flipped through the photos with some trembling, looking at each one very carefully. Because the person in the photo was none other than Song Nuanuan. There was no way she could admit her mistake to the Blackstone president who made her start as a cleaner. And looking at the intimacy in the photos, it seems that some kind of relationship has been proved. Su Yang is really being kept by someone. Not only that, he was caught by his own aunt. Is there anything worse than this? The person you like becomes someone else's doll. And she, Chen Chu, pulled him over and treated him like a treasure, introducing him to her aunt. What made her feel even more devastated was that her aunt caught everything happening. All efforts have been in vain. Only a pitiful lie was left, standing there all alone, still deceiving her aunt that Su Yang was her boyfriend. But in fact, she has nothing to do with Su Yang. Everything will eventually fall apart, but how will things end next? Shame, heartbreak, guilt, everything was gnawing at Chen Chu's heart like ants. The joy brought by the previous rumors, at this moment, became a sharp knife piercing her heart. No wonder Su Yang didn't react at all. It turned out he didn't care at all. She's like a clown. Her love is just like the dogtail grass on the roadside, no passerby will stop for it. Tears flowed silently from the corners of Chen Chu's eyes like a flood. She is a complete and utter loser. Chu Chu, is such a person worth your tears? I know the truth hurts you a lot, but you have to face it. If you really want to blame someone, just blame me. Chen Ningxuan's heart broke when she saw Chen Chu's appearance. But she had to be ruthless. The harm a man with poor character brings to a woman is for more than just a breakup. He can easily ruin a person's life. From then on, I no longer felt any feelings for love and was full of distrust towards my partner. Over time, even if you meet someone who is truly worthy of your trust, you may miss him or her for various reasons. Reality is not a novel. There are not so many reunions and everyone else will be. It will only make you suspicious and sensitive when facing happiness, and live in the shadow all your life. Su Yang was also silent, not knowing how to start. Chen Chu cried very sadly, and he guessed that it might be related to himself. However, he was in no position to offer comfort. If you force him to comment, he can only say that it was his own fault. If you always try to pursue something that doesn't belong to you, the final result will be just like this. As for sympathy, there is a little bit, but only a little bit. I hope that Chen Chu can get over it as soon as possible and face life again. After all, you are someone who likes him, so just a little blessing will be enough. However, in comparison, Su Yang actually felt that Chen Chu was much happier than him. Chapter 32 ending. At least, Chen Chu has the right to pursue better. And he, like a bird in a cage, has no freedom. Just like those people who are trapped in a mortgage for their entire lives. There is no leisure in life, and when there is leisure, it is like sleeping with the mountains. Perhaps the meaning of life is to experience the suffering of hell, and then after death and return to heaven, find that everything is a blessing. All the conversation was heard by Song Nuanuan. Only then did Song Nuanuan fall completely silent. She seemed to have seen a big drama, but it seemed that she did not get the ending she wanted. She was also thinking about how she would appear at the critical moment, break everything into pieces, and enjoy everyone's expressions. But it seems that she is no longer needed. Everything collapsed so quickly. How come the game ended just because of a few photos? Song Nuanuan was a little disappointed. It wasn't just because the game ended too quickly. She didn't even have the chance to find out in detail whether the little servant and Chen Chu had any relationship behind her back. I just heard and understood it, but the specific details of the communication were not reflected at all. This is the fundamental reason for Song Nuanuan's disappointment. Forget it. Let us put this matter aside for now. Song Nuanuan decided to keep the matter secret for the time being. At the same time, she got out of the car and prepared to go in and bring Suyang out. She personally stepped forward to put an end to the matter. It's just that the process didn't quite satisfy her. After a few minutes' walk, Song Nuanuan walked into the coffee shop. His whole body exuded a faint chill, as if he had regained the powerful Mr. Song, with an aura of authority that made him intimidating without even getting angry. The moment she appeared, she also attracted Chen Ningxuan's attention. Har har! How dare this woman show up? Chen Ningxuan sneered, attracting Suyang's attention. When he turned his head and looked back, he saw the cold and aloof Song Nuanuan walking towards him in high heels. Suyang immediately stood up and prepared to go over to greet him. This scene made Chen Ningxuan so angry that half of her body was shaking. Great! I really can't even pretend to turn it. This is exactly what my niece is like. Just look at the other party, this mistress is so open and aboveboard, she doesn't even bother to be shy about it. How could my niece not know? Obviously, the niece knew everything, but in order to maintain this humble relationship, she was unwilling to believe it. It's really hard for Chu. Oh! How did she become a bootlicker? Their mistress was hanging around in front of her like this, but she just pretended not to know. At this moment, Chen Ningxuan was both angry and anxious. What makes me angry is that bastard Suyang, who is playing two-timing and dares to be so arrogant. When I was in a hurry, I found that my niece was raised in the wrong way and turned into a bootlicker. Can you tolerate such a thing? She couldn't bear it anyway. At this moment, Chen Ningxuan, who was still comforting Chen Chu, stood up suddenly. He slapped Suyang in the face. At this moment, all kinds of cultivation are no longer important. If she doesn't pick Suyang now, she won't be able to pick him once Suyang is drowned. The Chen group is busy with business and she doesn't have that much time to waste on this, so she should vent her anger first. Chen Chu was feeling very sad at the moment. She felt uncomfortable listening to her aunt's comfort. Because the truth of the matter was not what my aunt thought. Now her aunt has wrongly blamed Suyang, but she doesn't know how to explain it. As a result, she saw that the aunt opposite stood up and slapped Suyang. She stood up hurriedly and wanted to remind Suyang. But she was too slow to react. Before she could even utter a word, Chen Ningxuan had already slapped her in the face. And judging from the speed, it was obvious that he was using all his strength. Song Nuanuan's face changed when she witnessed all this, but she was a little far away and obviously had no time to step forward to stop it. At this moment, Suyang was facing her with his back to Chen Ningxuan. There is no doubt that if nothing unexpected happens, the slap will be hit on the side of Suyang's face near the back of his head. Anger was brewing in Song Nuanuan's heart. No matter what, Suyang is hers. This person dared to touch her people, she couldn't swallow this. But the next moment, she opened her eyes wide. It seemed as if Suyang had eyes on his back. He just shook his head and avoided the slap. Chen Ningxuan was stunned, and Chen Chu also showed a look of surprise. Suyang dodged the slap that was thought to be a sure hit with ease, with his back facing away. For ordinary people, this is somewhat magical. Only Suyang's expression did not change at all. He didn't know why, but a faint sense of crisis came from the back of his head. He subconsciously shook his head, and without giving it much thought, he knew that it was his maximum level fighting skills that had worked. He immediately looked back and then said lightly, "Aunt Chen, I see that you are my elder, so I don't want to argue with you, but please don't go too far." "I'm going too far? You're a two-timing scumbag. You're in love with Chu, and you're having an affair with another woman. You say I'm going too far." Chen Ningxuan's face was cold, and she looked at Suyang with undisguised contempt. "Aunt, that's not the case." Seeing that things were getting worse and worse, Chen Chu quickly began to dissuade his aunt. But in the end, she still underestimated her aunt's character. Not only did he not listen to any explanation she gave, but on the contrary he spoke seriously and angrily. "Chu, I know your love is humble, but there is no need to compromise for such a person. I will do what you dare not do. There are many men like this in the world, don't worry, I will definitely help you vent your anger." Having said that, Chen Ningxuan did not take any further action. He was able to dodge just now because his back was turned to him. It is obvious that force cannot solve the problem. We can only condemn scum like Suyang from a moral perspective, and then find someone behind the scenes to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Suyang just smiled faintly with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "Auntie, I see that you are older and her elder, so I won't argue with you about some things, but I still suggest that you learn the specific facts again. Chen Ningshuan provoked Su Yang again and again, and even though Su Yang had a good temper, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He bowed to Song Nuanuan because Song Nuanuan was his financial sponsor. But who is this aunt in front of me? If it weren't for the fact that she is old and a woman, Su Yang would have fought back long ago. Song Nuanuan's expression was also a little cold at this time. She remembered this person. Even if there is a reason for it, it is really not okay for someone to bully her. Song Nuanuan took a step forward, pulled Su Yang behind her, and her cold eyes met Chen Ningshuan's cold face. What is the relationship between me and Su Yang? It has nothing to do with you and her. You slapped him just now, and although you didn't succeed, I won't let him slap you back. For the sake of being a woman, you should slap yourself and let this matter go. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Chapter 33 I'm not a dog. You will suffer the consequences at your own risk. Har har. That's crazy. Chen Ningshuan was so angry that she almost laughed. She had forgotten how long it had been since someone spoke to her like this. Even in the imperial capital, which wealthy and noble lady would not show some respect to the head of the family in person? In this small seaside city, any mistress dares to let her bear the consequences. Has the world become like this now? If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think she is a sick cat? Chen Ningshuan sneered and immediately took out her phone, wanting to teach Song Nuanuan a lesson. But Chen Chu pulled him over and dragged him out, while apologizing to Su Yang and the others. Excuse me. Now she had no time to be sad. This incident started with her, and it should be ended by her. This is a one-man show that she has to perform alone. Let me go. Chu, do you still want to protect this man? Chen Ningshuan was furious, staring at Su Yang and the other man, her eyes as sharp as knives, as if they could cut directly. Aunt, let's talk about it later. This matter is not what you think. Chen Chu held on tightly and walked outside while explaining in a low voice. Song Nuanuan snorted coldly when she saw this. She still wanted to vent Su Yang's anger. But now that I'm gone, there's no need for that. However, compensation is still necessary. At least, this time she saw a lot more about Su Yang. There shouldn't be any major issues with his character. Su Yang looked at this scene and was silent. At this point, he can actually see most of the causes and consequences of things. It does have a lot to do with me, but I can't blame him. Ultimately, this is just a farce. And in this farce, the only loser was Chen Chu. Half an hour later, at a 4S store in Haicheng, Song Nuanuan arrived with Su Yang and said softly, "Go ahead and pick whatever you want." Su Yang was overjoyed when he heard that. He felt great. Although I don't know what happened yesterday. But looking at Song Nuanuan's current appearance, it is obvious that it is in the past. TSK. But he didn't really want a car. If possible, it is better to convert it into cash. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Can I not choose? Hearing this, Song Nuanuan raised her eyebrows slightly. Not choosing? What are you worried about? This is compensation for what you just did. Su Yang shook his head. I mean, can I just exchange the car for money? Oh? You're in need. Is it because of your sister? Song Nuanuan nodded. In that case, then let's do as you say. I won't give you too high an amount, however. Having said that, Song Nuanuan paused. Take me to see your sister if you have a chance. I think I can provide some help. Really? Su Yang's heart was pounding. If Song Nuanuan could help, even just a little bit, my sister's hope of recovery would undoubtedly be greater. These days, I am becoming more and more hopeful. Sure enough, the first rule in the college student's employment guide is to hug a rich woman. The other side. Why are you holding me? I have to teach that Su Yang and that mistress a lesson. You are such a jerk, kid. You dare not resist even when I bully you so much. Chen Ningshuan, who was dragged by Chen Chu, had already returned to their hotel but was still chattering. The look he gave Chen Chu was one of anger and heartache. How come a good kid becomes a bootlicker? I don't remember it being like this before. When I was studying in the capital, there were people who expressed their affection for me, but this girl doesn't look like a bootlicker. Chen Chu lowered her head and said nothing. She was thinking about how to explain the matter to her aunt without hurting her self-esteem. After planning it in his mind for a while and having it ready in his mind, Chen Chu grabbed Chen Ningxuan's arm like a spoiled child. "Aunt! Don't be angry. Things are not what you think. What else could it be? Look at you. The facts are already out in the open, and you're still trying to make excuses for being a scumbag. What's the difference between you and a dog licker?" Chen Ningxuan spoke quickly and said what was in her heart. "A dog licker? My aunt actually said I was a dog licker. How can I be a bootlicker? Oh. I'm not. I'm not." Chen Chu's defense broke down on the spot, and he denied 3 times in his mind. At the same time, all his plans were aborted. She just wanted to maintain her pitiful self-esteem with her aunt. Why was it so difficult? "Aunt! I'm not a bootlicker, I'm just still pursuing you." Chen Chu's face flushed, and he argued with reason, determined to change his image in his aunt's heart. Even being infatuated and loyal is fine, but being a bootlicker is not allowed. Because dogs who lick others will never die well. Seeing this, Chen Ningxuan sighed helplessly and looked at the child. He also said that he is not a bootlicker. If not, why would the reaction be so intense? Okay, you're not a licker, okay? But from now on, Suyang, you must cut off contact." "No." Chen Chu refused subconsciously, and then seemed to realize something. He explained hurriedly. "Aunt, what I mean is that I can stop being with Suyang in the future, but I have other things to do, so I still have to contact Suyang, but I can assure you that there is no possibility between us. I will also pull him out of the quagmire." Chen Chu said silently in his heart. "You are confused. What do you mean? If there is no possibility of continuing contact, do you want to be a mistress? What do you like about him? Do you believe that I will make him disappear from this world forever?" Chen Ningxuan's tone suddenly became harsh. She never expected that her niece would have such an idea. The daughter of the Chen group, a rich lady, becomes someone else's mistress. Just hearing about it makes people laugh out loud. It's really too irresponsible. At this moment, Chen Ningxuan had reached her peak in her thoughts on getting rid of Suyang. She would never, and would never allow, to see anything like that happen. If her niece still refuses to change her ways, then she will have no choice but to resort to this last resort. When Chen Chu heard his aunt say that Suyang should disappear completely, his expression changed. "Aunt, please don't. Suyang is innocent. This is all my fault. I asked him to pretend to be my boyfriend. In fact, we have no relationship at all. That's enough." It would have been fine if Chen Chu didn't explain, but once he did, Chen Ningxuan became even angrier. She never expected that Chen Chu could actually make up such a story about pretending to be her boyfriend. She has liked him for such a long time, doesn't she know the specific situation? Even if there is really nothing wrong, the fact that my niece is a bootlicker cannot be changed. Suyang must disappear. No. Aunt, believe me, Suyang has always rejected me. This has nothing to do with him. Don't hurt him. If he really leaves because of me, I will feel uneasy." Chen Chu grabbed Chen Ningxuan's arm and begged bitterly. She knew her aunt's methods and believed that she had the ability to do it. If my aunt really wanted Suyang to disappear from this world, it would not cause any ripples. Seeing Chen Chu like this, Chen Ningxuan felt a little soft-hearted. She was silent for a while, then spoke softly. "In that case, then just disappear." Chapter 34, Disappearance of Chen Chu. Change to another place. It's time for you to graduate. It's time for you to take over some family businesses and practice. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu nodded. She knew that this was the biggest concession her aunt could make. Either she leaves here, or Suyang leaves this world. No matter what you choose, there will be some regrets. Things finally developed to the point where she least wanted to see. It's time to say goodbye to Suyang. That is, I didn't get to see him get better. Now that you've made the decision, go back and pack up. I'll send someone over to make arrangements for you next week. Something happened in the capital, and I need to go back to deal with it. Chen Ningxuan looked at Chen Chu's sad expression, although she felt a little reluctant to hit him. But as someone who has experienced this, she has to do this, it's all for her own good. As for the remaining week, it was the last time given to her. How to deal with it is Chu's own business. I hope she can make reasonable use of it and I won't blame her in the future. Chen Ningxuan came in a hurry and left in a hurry as well. Chen's capital is powerful, but it also has many enemies, and the situation in the imperial capital changes in an instant. As one of the backbones, she has already wasted 2 days here. If she wastes more time, something might go wrong. On the other side, Su Yang and Song Nuanuan came out of the car dealership and walked around outside before going home. In the evening, we played cosplay games again. Different from the monotonous bunny girl last time, this time the collar, chain, etc. are more complete. It is no longer limited to a single master and servant, but also the appearance of the queen. But I didn't play too late and went to bed on time before 11 o'clock. The next day, Song Nuanuan had to go to the company to handle work, so Su Yang naturally had to accompany her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the evening of the 4th day, Su Yang suddenly received a message. "Are you there?" It was from Lin Qingxue. Su Yang wanted to block her right away, as he had hurt her badly last time. But soon, another message popped up on the other side. "Do you know where Chu Chu went?" "I don't know. Also, don't contact me anymore. I've blocked you." Su Yang sent the entire message quickly and then blocked Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue, who was far away in the women's dormitory of Haicheng University, was so anxious that she was running around looking at the red exclamation mark that appeared on the screen. Chen Chu is missing. After she came back that day, she went out again the next day and there was no news of her since then. He just sent her a message before leaving, and then disappeared completely. At first she didn't think there was anything wrong. It wasn't until she kept sending messages but received no reply that she felt something was amiss. I called right after that, but no one answered. Only then did Lin Qingxue realize that something had happened to Chen Chu. She has always been inseparable from Chen Chu, although they each have their own lives. But in most cases, as best friends, we will tell each other before doing something. And there has never been a time when he didn't reply to a message for more than a whole day, even when there was a conflict. But this time, for 3 whole days, the person seemed to have disappeared. As a good friend, Lin Qingxue was of course anxious. She even went to the Blackstone building and some places where Chen Chu might appear, but there was no news. I contacted Su Yang as a last resort. After all, Chen Chu really likes Su Yang more. And the two people should have met the day before they disappeared. If there is any news, Su Yang might know something about it. But what I didn't expect was that Su Yang actually blocked him directly. "Who is it?" Lin Qingxue complained and quickly dialed Su Yang's number, but no one answered. "Oh, I've been blocked again." Lin Qingxue even wanted to curse someone. Su Yang is definitely the most outrageous boy she has ever seen, no doubt about it. But she couldn't say anything. After all, he was a rich second generation, so it was normal that he didn't want to pay attention to her. Helplessly, she had to silently flip through Hu Chong's Feishin. "Are you there?" "About." Hu Chong replied immediately, but the first word left Lin Qingxue completely speechless. Can't this person have something normal in his mind besides colors? Get lost. Help me ask Su Yang for information about Chen Chu. Oh. Yoko has to eat. Go to hell. Chu Chu seems to have had an accident. Please ask Su Yang for details. Oh. So, date. Can you please get out of here? I'm talking about serious matters, it's urgent. Lin Qingxue's face turned red with anger. Seeing that Hu Chong kept talking about the word promise every other sentence, she wanted to reach out and hit him. I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. I'm talking about serious matters, wanna make a date? Hu Chong seemed to have no temper and replied indifferently. Oh. Lin Qingxue was so angry that she almost smashed her phone to the ground. Birds of a feather flocked together. She knew that anyone who could hang out with someone like Su Yang couldn't be a good person. Well. This scumbag has a bad reputation, so she endured it for Chu Chu. After only 3 minutes of hesitation, Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth. Yes, but you have to ask for me. Packed. In Juju Hotel, Hu Chong smiled indifferently. He stood up, put on his clothes, and said to Lolita next to him. You can go back now. Lolita was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Hu Chong with wide eyes in disbelief. The senior had just finished his work, but he pulled up his pants and ignored me. Seeing her wide-eyed look that was extremely cute and shocked, Hu Chong just smiled. He buttoned up his coat and headed out the door. He had no attachment to this Lolita. Her movements are too awkward and she doesn't cooperate when I develop feelings for her. Just sleeping with her once is enough. It would be better to figure out how to take down Lin Qingxue. Not to mention that Lin Qingxue is 80% good looking, he mainly likes collecting. He didn't even manage to take down the entire class, which could only be attributed to an operational error. So he could only go out and play with his schoolmates, which was boring and boring. At Song Nuanuan's house, Su Yang pulled Lin Qingxue aside and started reading a book. These were all shown to him by Song Nuanuan. Mainly some books on business and management, as well as some other things. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be planning to entrust him with more tasks. His status has risen again. Su Yang was very happy about this and naturally studied very seriously. But suddenly, the cell phone rang again. He frowned, thinking it was another message from a woman. After all, when he was in his sophomore year, Hu Chong was a very bad boy and used his WeChat to date many girls. During that period, someone added him as a friend almost every 2 days. After agreeing, she directly sent him photos of her legs in black stockings, making him look like a brothel owner. Later he set restrictions and the situation improved. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yang still took the phone. He was a little worried that it was a message from his alcoholic father. I haven't contacted my family for a while. However, on the lit screen, there was a line of eye-catching but completely incomprehensible words. Are you done having fun? If okay, let Chen Chu go back. Chapter 35. No answer. What? Su Yang was briefly stunned when he saw the message sent by Hu Chong. What's the meaning? Are you done? If you are, let her go back. What did he do? Is he done yet? Su Yang was confused and slowly typed a question mark. When I reply to a question mark, it's not me who has a question, it's you who has a question. What are you doing? Hu Chong, who was already preparing to ask Lin Qingxue out, was stunned when he saw the question mark. I didn't expect that it has been 3 days and Yangzi is still pretending. Based on his understanding of women, where else could Chen Chu be if not with Su Yang? What's more, he was the one who made it happen. Since Lin Qingxue couldn't contact Chen Chu, she must have been having too much fun. What else could be the reason? So Hu Chong also replied to Su Yang with a question mark. Seeing this, Su Yang replied with a question mark. Back and forth, dozens of question marks filled the screen. Finally, Hu Chong could no longer sit still and spoke first. Okay, Yangzi, stop pretending. Chen Chu is with you, right? Ask her to reply to Lin Qingxue so that I can ask her out later. If it works out, I'll treat you to a meal. No, you are sick, right? Who said Chen Chu is here with me? Su Yang was full of questions. What? It's not with you? Then where is it? No, what does it matter to me where she is? Damn it. Hu Chong saw the message and subconsciously kicked a stone on the roadside. He suddenly felt a little regretful for letting Lolita leave. Damn it, how can he sleep without a little girl tonight? He scratched his hair, thought for a moment and replied. Send a message to Chen Chu and ask her. From what I know, she will definitely reply. Don't ask, block it. Brother, no, godfather. I beg you, just ask. Get her off the blacklist. Otherwise I'll be alone tonight. You know me, there's no way I can sleep. Okay. As soon as Hu Chong said the word godfather, Su Yang knew that Hu Chong was really begging him. Remove Chen Chu from the blacklist and send a question mark. But there was no response. After thinking about it, Su Yang dialed the phone. Still no one answered, and the voicemail even reminded me that the phone was turned off. Su Yang frowned, then directly reported the details to Hu Chong. Hu Chong felt disheartened upon seeing this, but as Lin Qingxue was pushing him very hard, he sent the message. And I learned that there was no news about Chen Chu from Su Yang. Lin Qingxue began to feel uneasy, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, and finally decided to report the matter. She couldn't just watch Chen Chu disappear like that. So, is it still a date? Suddenly, a message popped up when she was upset. Lin Qingxue was furious and wanted to block him directly. But considering that he might be needed later as a bridge to connect with Su Yang, he didn't do anything too extreme. I just sent a fucking emoticon. On the top of the mountain hidden in the fog, Chen Chu sat quietly alone. His eyes calmly watched the rolling fog below. She has been hanging out outside for 3 days. During these 3 days, she turned off her mobile phone and only turned it on when necessary. Most of the time, she sat on the rocks on the mountain, watching the fog roll quietly. She had no intention of committing suicide, she just simply felt a little depressed and came here to relax and recharge her batteries. When she felt better, she went back. And apparently, the effect was quite good, as she smiled slightly. Although what I expected turned into nothing in the end. But it's actually quite nice to leave like this. Chen Chu also gradually came to terms with it. When he saw the sunset again, he got up and went down the mountain. The nights on the top of the mountain are cold, humid and heavy, which is not suitable for staying there. But after walking a few steps, he accidentally stepped on a stone and sprained his ankle. The severe pain made her eyebrows stand up. She gritted her teeth, climbed to the edge of the rock and sat down, gently pressing the place where she sprained her ankle. She wanted it to get better as soon as possible so she could get down the mountain. However, this ankle sprain seemed to be more serious than she thought. No matter how hard she pressed, it still hurt when she walked. But as the sky gradually darkened, Chen Chu gritted his teeth and went down the mountain. But due to her physical condition, she only completed 1/3 of the journey before dark. And because of forcing myself to go down the mountain, a big swelling appeared on my ankle, which became even worse. Helplessly, Chen Chu could only sit on the rock and wait. But gradually, the sky began to be stained with ink, and the vision became completely dim. Various insect sounds began to ring in Chen Chu's ears, which undoubtedly made Chen Chu anxious. But it is definitely not possible to go down the mountain in the dark, not to mention that I have sprained my ankle now. If I am not careful, I will be completely killed. Chen Chu is not a vase in a greenhouse and has his own judgment. She had to, and could only, survive one night here. But the hunger in my stomach and the coldness brought by the fog seemed to make this night seem especially long. Chen Chu felt more uneasy and panicky. Looking at the darkness around me, I was always worried that some snake or insect would come out and bite me. So she turned on her cell phone and tried to use some light to give herself a sense of security. But when I turned on the phone, I found that it only had 1% battery left. For 3 whole days, although she turned off her phone most of the time, there was still not much left. This might be enough for her to send a few messages. And given her current condition, after a night of fermentation, it would be almost impossible for her to go down the mountain by herself tomorrow. So Chen Chu opened the Feishan list. She planned to ask for help. The most reliable one is naturally Lin Qingxue. However, she was not expecting Su Yarn's response. In comparison, she should explain the situation clearly to Lin Qingxue now to facilitate rescue tomorrow. After replying, Chen Chu quickly opened Lin Qingxue's chat box and added 99. Seeing this scene, Chen Chu still felt a little warm-hearted. But she didn't have time to look at them one by one, and 1% of the electricity was not enough to support it. So she quickly edited a text message, intending to first let Lin Qingxue know that she was safe, and then explain the situation. But just after she sent the message, "I'm fine," her phone turned off. Chen Chu was silent, looking at the dark screen of his phone. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. It really served him right that he went back to Su Yarn first, which resulted in the key information not being sent out. How could Qingxue launch a rescue operation? Chen Chu smiled sadly and looked at the dark night. There was unprecedented despair and self-mockery in my heart. Perhaps, she would die in this misty mountain and be completely swallowed up by the fog. At this moment, Su Yarn was lying comfortably on the bed, holding Song Nuanuan in his arms and sleeping. Naturally, he didn't see any news about Chen Chu, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't take it seriously. It's on the mountain, so what does it have to do with him? Lin Qingxue had already reported it, but suddenly received a message from Chen Chu. She was so excited that she sent messages one after another quickly, but no one responded. Chapter 36 Search. Something must have happened. When a series of news came out, it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any waves. Lin Qingxue knew that her premonition had come true. Looking at the last 3 words sent by Chen Chu, a strong sense of uneasiness wrapped around Lin Qingxue's heart like a chain. She spent the entire night sleeplessly thinking about what might happen. Finally, it was decided that the original plan would remain unchanged. This matter is no longer something she can solve alone. Even that night, Lin Qingxue went to report the case and provided relevant information. The next day, the search and rescue operation was launched. When some people in the Chen group who knew Chen Chu heard the news, their brains exploded. Quickly join the search and rescue team and provide money, supplies, and manpower. Missing person notices are posted all over the streets. This huge event caused a huge stir in Haicheng. Ordinary people who were well informed also joined in after seeing the high reward. It was noon, and Su Yang and Song Nuanuan went home for lunch. I didn't expect that there was a small card posted at the entrance of the villa area. It immediately attracted the attention of the two. Especially Su Yang. He looked at Chen Chu's missing person notice, hesitated for a moment, and took out his cell phone. After seeing the last message sent by Chen Chu, he fell into a brief contemplation. Song Nuanuan was also nearby, and was quite interested when she saw the card. I can't believe I saw him just a few days ago and now he is missing. Haicheng is so big that no matter how many people there are, there will be no news without searching for 10 days or half a month. It can't be that he is seeking death because he is hurt by love. Are there really such infatuated girls nowadays? That's interesting. Song Nuanuan smiled, took a few glances and was about to go back, but she found Su Yang standing there in a daze, looking at his phone with a strange look on his face. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan frowned. What is this kid thinking about? She leaned over to take a look out of curiosity. But I found that it was just a chat interface. The note is that if there is no note, the online name is Northwestly a Little Red Riding Hood, and at the bottom of the interface, there is a message about Wuyin Mountain. Song Nuanuan raised her eyebrows, keenly aware that something was wrong. Who is this? The missing little girl, right? Su Yang came back to his senses after hearing this, looked at Song Nuanuan and nodded hesitantly. Har har. It's really funny. You disappeared yourself and made so many people look for you, but they ended up sending you the address. Little servant, you really have quite a charm. Seeing this, Song Nuanuan chuckled, with the corner of her mouth slightly raised and her eyes looking at Su Yang had a hint of mischief. Su Yang paused, with a strange look on his face. I don't know what happened. Last night, a friend of mine told me that she was missing and wanted me to help contact her, so I found her from the blacklist. At first, I couldn't contact her, but I didn't expect that she would reply to my message later. Today, there are missing person notices all over the streets. Blacklist. Song Nuanuan smiled when she heard this. I understand Chen Chu's approach. She just hoped that Su Yang would go find her, but she thought that was a bit too childish. Such a big fuss is just because of a personal emotional issue. Is there really any man worth it? Seeing that the little servant didn't seem to care much, Song Nuanuan felt a little ironic. The prerequisite for loving others should be to love yourself first and make yourself a better person. Instead of being childish and low-end like it is now. But Song Nuanuan thought about it and said, she should want to see you. Go to Wuyin Mountain to find her this afternoon. If the person really wants to hide, the search and rescue team won't be able to find him even if they search for half a month. Let them save their energy. After saying that, Song Nuanuan walked away first in her high heels. She said this simply because she felt sorry for the little girl Chen Chu. Give her a chance to face reality. Some people are not worth it. But I. You don't want to see her, are you considering me? Su Yang's sudden voice made Song Nuanuan pause. She turned around and glanced at him indifferently, with no emotion in her eyes. That's not necessary. I'm not that petty. I just think true love shouldn't be exploited. I'm giving you this chance so that you can talk it out with her. Go now. As for your choice, I believe you'll make the right one. After saying that, Song Nuanuan left. Su Yang was not given a chance to explain. Su Yang was left standing there alone, dazed. He looked at Song Nuanuan's receding back, and kept repeating Song Nuanuan's words in his mind. What she could see, Su Yang could see too. Chen Chu's purpose was quite simple. But this really makes it difficult for him. He explained the situation to Chen Chu more than once and made many cuts. But this kind of thing still happens now. Chen Chu is like a dog's skin plaster that can't be gotten rid of no matter what. This made it difficult for Su Yang to understand. Was he really that charming? Or did he underestimate something? Childish. Su Yang defined Chen Chu's behavior in his mind. He looked at the small card, then looked at the messages on his phone, and left reluctantly. Song Nuanuan stood in front of the window, watching Su Yang's back as he left. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. She liked this little girl very much, she was straightforward, serious, loyal and brave, if she was not pursuing Su Yang. But even so, she was willing to give it a chance. Mist-hidden mountain. Things can never get worse. Chen Chu felt drowsy. The low temperature and fog in Wuyin Mountain last night not only wet Chen Chu's clothes, but also caused her to have a fever, which became more serious under such circumstances. After a night of fermentation, her ankle was not as painful as it was at the beginning, but that was when she was not moving. If I force myself to go down the mountain, it will be more painful than yesterday. Not only that, her current physical strength and condition are extremely poor. He could only move down one step at a time. At this speed, Chen Chu would not be able to go down from Wuyin Mountain all day. Once you become distracted, there is a risk of falling. I hope to meet tourists going up the mountain today. Chen Chu thought with hope in his heart. Su Yang set out from home and soon arrived at Wuyin Mountain. After looking at the towering mountains, I started climbing. Su Yang's physical fitness is pretty good. Although I didn't deliberately speed up, I still finished 1/3 of the climb in an hour. And with his continuous efforts, Chen Chu has already finished a quarter of the way. The distance between the two was less than half. Chen Chu actually had no idea why Su Yang would come to find him. Her mind was full of how to save herself and regret for her behavior last night. Chapter 37 The second time. She looked at the long road behind her and kept cheering herself up in her heart. Try not to let negative emotions affect you. No matter how bad things are, they can't crush you. The only thing that can crush a person is emotions. Chen Chu is well aware of this, so she tries her best to maintain a positive attitude. Directly in front of her was a staircase that looked much steeper. It was steeper than any road Chen Chu had ever walked before. He didn't think it was a big deal when he came here, but now Chen Chu is fully alert. But even so, her physical strength was severely exhausted. When he was going down a stone staircase, his injured ankle fell into empty air. Chen Chu slid down the steep stone steps. The entire length of the stone steps is not high. But it was also about 3 to 5 meters high, and extremely steep, so one can imagine the damage Chen Chu suffered. His forehead was broken and bleeding, and there were abrasions all over his body. Pain, fatigue, hunger, dizziness. It seemed as if the world was playing a huge joke on Chen Chu, and a series of negative situations befell Chen Chu. For a moment, she even felt like she was about to die. My vision is a little unclear. She lay on the ground with a helpless smile, closed her eyes, and felt the pain coming from all parts of her body. The image of Su Yang also flashed through his mind. But soon, he was driven out by Chen Chu. These days, she has been thinking about it over and over again, picking it up and putting it down again. At this point, in fact, she herself didn't know what else she felt towards Su Yang besides the gratitude she felt at the beginning. So she planned to keep the last time for herself. Make up a beautiful fairy tale for yourself, immerse yourself in it, and wait quietly for the end of life. She was no longer able to struggle. And it was she herself who caused all these consequences, there is no blame. Su Yang's speed was still neither fast nor slow, he was walking normally. He guessed that Chen Chu should be waiting for him at the top of the mountain. After all, the reason for doing this is to have a good talk with him, right? But what is there to talk about? If it weren't for Song Nuanuan's request, his original plan was just to report the news. Just let the search and rescue personnel go find the person. In comparison, he still prefers a life of lying down and being fed. Just follow Song Nuanuan every day and improve her favorability at the right time to get a large amount of bonuses. Even his golden finger is used for this purpose. What reason does Su Yang have not to do it? Reality left Su Yang with no choice. When we meet later, I will speak more seriously. Su Yang thought to himself. But suddenly, a hint of white appeared in his sight. Lying on the ground motionless. Su Yang frowned and looked up. It seemed to be a person. As a socialist 5 good youth, Su Yang naturally could not help but ask about it when he saw it. So Su Yang sped up a bit. It took only a few minutes to climb up. Is this Chen Chu? Why is she here? There was blood on his forehead, which looked a little creepy. Su Yang frowned even deeper. Things seemed to be a little bit different from what he thought. Forget it, saving lives is more important. Su Yang checked Chen Chu's breath, then forcefully tore open a corner of her clothes. Tear it into strips and use them to wrap the bleeding area on your forehead first. It seems extremely unprofessional. After all, Su Yang does not have any relevant skills in this area. He just followed his common sense and stopped Chen Chu's bleeding first. Who? Who's touching me? Chen Chu, whose consciousness was a little fuzzy, felt his clothes being torn and opened his eyes weakly. I happened to see Su Yang bandaging his forehead. She was a little bit incredulous. What's going on? This man actually came to save me. Chen Chu was a little surprised. There was even a moment when I thought I was hallucinating. But the touch told her that it was all real. Awake! Stay still while I tie a knot. Su Yang noticed Chen Chu's awakening and said something lightly. I didn't expect you to come. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu obediently stood still, but still said something weakly. Hearing this, Su Yang frowned, then spoke softly. Didn't you ask me to come? Everyone outside thought you were missing, but you sent me your last location. It was obvious that you wanted me to come here. If I don't come, wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? Su Yang was very dissatisfied, but he didn't show it at all. When he was bandaging Chen Chu's forehead, he noticed that it was very hot. I think I have a fever, and it's at least 40 degrees. It was good enough that his brain was not burned out. He was too lazy to provoke Chen Chu and just told the truth. Hearing this, Chen Chu smiled helplessly, waited for Su Yang to tie the knot, and tried to sit up. But he was a little weak, so Su Yang still helped him. Sorry to trouble you. Forget it. You don't need to apologize. How on earth did you get yourself into this state? You have a fever, you fell and you got hurt, and you chose this place. Su Yang sat on the stone steps next to him and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu laughed softly, but it sounded very weak. I didn't mean to do this. I came here just to relax. You know some things, so I've been in a mess these past few days. I wanted to stay alone for a while to give myself a chance to re-accept the world. So I turned off my phone the entire time, except when I needed it. As a result, I accidentally sprained my ankle when I was going down the mountain last night. It was dark, so it was difficult for me to go down the mountain alone. I was eventually forced to stay up there all night, and I got a fever. As a result, I accidentally slipped and fell down just now, but luckily I was lucky. I met you again. Chen Chu explained softly, keeping the last half sentence in his heart. She is leaving Haicheng. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the last time I meet Su Yang. Let's get along normally for once. To put an end to your own clarity is to say goodbye. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Can you still walk? Can. You can't stand up. I sprained my ankle. I know a little bit about bone setting. Thank you for your help. The sun was shining brightly and the breeze was not dry. Su Yang held Chen Chu's swollen foot in the palm of his hand. With a sudden break, a crisp sound was heard. Chen Chu snorted lightly, then tried to stand up and felt much better. However, there is still a little pain, but the impact is not significant. Thank you. This is the second time you've saved me. Second time? Was there a first time? Su Yang frowned when he heard this, a little surprised. So you don't remember? Should I remember? This is your business. I can go now, let's go down the mountain. Su Yang nodded, slowed down, and paid attention to Chen Chu intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 38 Su Beiwang. Straightening bones does not mean it can be cured directly. He saw how swollen Chen Chu's ankle was just now. He was worried that he might fall if he was not careful. So pay attention and be prepared to lend a helping hand at the critical moment. As for what Chen Chu said about saving her once, Su Yang really didn't know. When he was in college, he was busy with part-time jobs all day. How could there be time to remember such trivial things? In this way, although the speed is a bit slow, it is also progressing steadily. Just when we were about to go down the mountain. Su Yang, can you lend me your phone? My phone is out of battery. Let Qingxue know that I'm safe. Good. Su Yang handed over the mobile phone decoder without hesitation. Chen Chu took it, then found Qingxue's contact information and typed for a while. Then he returned it to Su Yang. Thank you, Qingxue said she would come pick me up later. Thank you so much this time. No, don't turn off your phone unless necessary. Su Yang said lightly. Being unable to contact someone suddenly is actually a very scary thing. He has a deep understanding of this. For example, The day after his mother left, the lame old man couldn't get through to the phone no matter how hard he tried, and he was like a madman that day. From then on, he became a useless person and drank all day long. And he never said that he had acquiesced to his mother's departure. Everyone has the right to pursue better. Okay. By the way, let me tell you something. I'm leaving Haicheng. Good. Is there nothing you want to tell me? Chen Chu stopped and looked at Su Yang beside him. There was complexity and hope in those eyes, as if he was longing for something, but also as if he was escaping. Even she herself couldn't figure out what she was thinking at this moment. Obviously, there was no need for her to tell others that she was leaving. But she said it anyway. She wanted to see Su Yang's reaction. Treasure. Su Yang only uttered 2 words softly. He understood the meaning in Chen Chu's eyes, but he couldn't respond. If he was born in a normal family, he would have found a girl who liked him so much. He will have no resistance. But there is no if in the world, he can only say sorry. To avoid the emotion in her eyes. Okay, you too. Chen Chu smiled. No loss, no tears, everything is just the same as usual. It's neither light nor heavy, as if it has no weight at all. Separation and unhappiness are also normal, and she has learned to accept it. The remaining journey is not far. At around 3 o'clock, Chen Chu finally descended from Wuyin Mountain. She looked around and felt as if she were in another world. Even when she had given up on herself, a miracle happened. No one knew what she was thinking about during the time she lay there. But soon, her attention was drawn to the sound of running. Lin Qingxue had been waiting here for a long time. The moment Chen Chu appeared, she ran over here. He held it in his arms. Chu Chu, you scared me to death. Chen Chu felt warm in his heart and hugged Chen Chu as well. Okay, Qingxue, I'm fine, right? It's okay. I haven't heard from you for 3 days. My forehead is broken. If you do this again next time, we will end our friendship. Su Yang watched from the side for a while and decided to leave. Chen Chu already had someone taking care of him, so there was no need for him to stay. Several hours have passed, I might as well go back to Song Nuanuan and improve her favorability. Etc. Chen Chu suddenly called Su Yang. Su Yang paused and looked back in confusion. What's up? It's okay, but I still hope you don't rely too much on one person. No one is more reliable than yourself. Su Yang remained silent after hearing this. Thanks. Then turned and left. Chen Chu is right. Nothing is more reliable than yourself. There was no way for me to win Song Nuanuan's favor. Perhaps, it's time to give it an extra layer of consideration. During the days when Song Nuanuan ignored him, he hoped that he could also support a family. Instead of just wagging your tail and begging for mercy. But right now, there is no point in thinking too far ahead. Even if you want to start a business, you should wait until your sister gets better. Or maybe Song Nuanuan is willing to give herself a hand. But is that possible? Make yourself earn 100 million and pay off the penalty for breach of contract to redeem yourself. Su Yang is pessimistic. If he were a slave owner, he would only think that he could buy out the slave's life. But nothing is absolute. Although Song Nuanuan is moody, she is still pretty nice to him at the moment. What if he makes a mistake? Would you really be willing to help him? At least for now, shouldn't you study business management? Maybe he can become one of the richest people in the future. By then, I can take my sister and alcoholic father to a better environment. If he had the chance, he would like to see his mother again. I don't mean to show off, I just want to see you again. See if she is still cruel. Su Yang did not go home, but returned to the Blackstone building to continue performing his work duties. When entering Song Nuanuan's office, Song Nuanuan didn't even raise her head. And Su Yang just treated himself as a transparent person. But what he didn't see was that Song Nuanuan's mouth corners curled up slightly. She knew that Su Yang had made his own choice. Which would you prefer, yourself or money? Reality has already made the choice for you. Money may not be above everything, but it will definitely be above human nature. She calculated that Su Yang loved money. Perhaps, her evaluation of Su Yang was somewhat biased. But as long as Su Yang still needs money, she can still firmly control Su Yang's life. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work. Song Nuanuan packed up and left, with Su Yang following behind her. No one mentioned Chen Chu's matter, and Song Nuanuan didn't even ask about the ending. It's just that at night, there are some new things. Tonight she is the top female CEO, and Su Yang is the plumber who repairs the water pipes. It continued like this in the days that followed. A dull repetition, mediocre yet different. Until this day, Su Yang nervously transferred 300,000 yuan to his father. Then I received a call from Su's father, Su Beiwang. Dayang, where did you get all this money? Su Beiwang's voice sounded a little serious. He had never seen so much money in his life, not even when he was working as a miner. Su Yang is a student. Even if he is about to graduate and may have found a job, it is impossible for him to remit so much money at one time. I'm afraid the money is not clean. Su Yang naturally knew what his father was thinking, so he spoke softly. Don't worry, Dad. This money is clean. Let's get my sister checked up and get some preliminary treatment first. If we delay any further, it will be more troublesome in the future. Clean? Par. Are you still fooling your father? Tell me, have you done something shameful? Even if we die of poverty in this life, we can't do such a thing. Hearing this, Su Yang remained silent. Indeed, in this age where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution, as long as you abide by the law, there is really no other way out except dying in poverty. Dad, don't worry. I met a good boss. She heard about my family's difficulties and gave me money in advance. I will pay it back from my work in the future. Don't worry. I don't believe it. That's enough, old man. I gave you the money, so you can use it with confidence. I'll go over with Su Yang in a few days to take a look. Song Nuanuan walked into Su Yang's room from outside and explained for Su Yang. Then, in Su Yang's surprised eyes, she kissed him gently. There was no more talk from the other end of the phone, as if he had guessed something, and he hung up. Su Yang looked at the phone that had gone dark and raised his head to look at Song Nuanuan. Thanks. No, this is just charity and mercy from the master. Song Nuanuan smiled faintly. When it comes to training, we should not only start from the needs, but also focus on the heart. This wave. It has turned Su Yang into a mentally retarded person. Su Yang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. I think you can't tell the difference between the big king and the small king. He put down his phone and wanted to hug her, but Song Nuanuan gently pushed him away. Then he went out, and when he came back, he wore a mask that half covered his face. Su Yang's expression became subtle. Chapter 39 Meeting. At night, Song Nuanuan fell asleep with her head resting on Su Yang's arm, breathing evenly. But Su Yang couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He looked at the ceiling, his eyes confused for a moment. Life seems a little too simple. Since meeting Song Nuanuan, everything has changed drastically. I no longer need to worry about anything. In the short term, all he had to think about was how to gain more favorability with Song Nuanuan and save up medical expenses for his sister. But overall, he now has nearly 1 million yuan in his hands, although this money is not enough for his medical treatment. But for Su Yang, this was something he had never dared to think about before. Judging from how Song Nuanuan treats him now, life is like buying a plug-in and directly activating a cracked version. But this also made him feel a little too boring. When all people's needs are met, they will start to think about deeper things. The same goes for Su Yang. The words Chen Chu said when he left began to emerge in his mind. Maybe he should do something of his own. Challenge your weaknesses. Su Yang's eyes in the darkness changed from confused to clear, and then from clear to confused again. Before he knew it, Su Yang fell asleep. The end of this month. Blackstone Group welcomed a male secretary, Su Yang. This was the first time that Song Nuanuan gave Su Yang a more formal position. And after this period of study, Su Yang has done very well. Although there have always been gossips about him and Song Nuanuan, in general, they all agree with Su Yang's abilities. His position in the Blackstone Group is second only to Song Nuanuan, so it can be said that his life is becoming more and more comfortable. News also came from home that my sister had officially started treatment. Even when Su Beiwen called one time, he hinted to Su Yang in some way, asking him when he could bring his girlfriend back to visit him. Su Yang has been vague about this question. Song Nuanuan is not his girlfriend, so he has no say in the matter. Although the two have a history of living together. But the relationship is still that of master and servant, in other words, like employment. However, there is no specific time limit for this employment. However, despite this, Su Yang still agreed to go back next week. As for this week, Su Yang is going back to school. As graduation approaches, the mentors also begin to take action. Gather students for meetings to discuss graduation projects and dissertations. The meeting is scheduled for this Friday. Why? You need me for something. In the office, Sung Nuanuan picked up the cup and took a sip of water. He glanced at Su Yang, who was hesitant to speak. Su Yang has performed quite well in recent times. Taking her own office efficiency into consideration, she equipped Su Yang with a separate office. If there was nothing going on, Su Yang should be working in his office right now. Tomorrow, I have to go back to school and come to ask for leave from you. Can. Sung Nuanuan didn't even ask what Su Yang was going to do. She just raised her slender fingers slightly and picked up a grape from the fruit bowl on the table. Peel off the skin and hand it to Su Yang's mouth. Seeing this, Su Yang swallowed the grape in one gulp and licked Sung Nuanuan's finger. Sung Nuanuan frowned, gave Su Yang a cold look, and wiped her saliva with some disgust. Anything else? If not, you can go to work now. Of course. Su Yang picked up a grape from the fruit plate, peeled it and put it next to Sung Nuanuan's mouth. It's rude not to reciprocate, so I'll give you a grape too. Su Yang chuckled. Oh. Interesting. Seeing this, Sung Nuanuan smiled faintly, but did not reject Su Yang. He opened his mouth slightly and was about to swallow the grapes. But Su Yang suddenly took it back, stuffed the grapes into his mouth, and then kissed her in Sung Nuanuan's surprised eyes. At first Sung Nuanuan had her eyes wide open, but soon she closed them. The grape was massaged back and forth by the two men, with their tongues entwined around it, enjoying its silky smoothness. After a long time, their lips parted. Sung Nuanuan took a deep breath, picked up the cup and drank some water. There was a slight blush on her face, but her tone was very serious. Of course. You've made great progress and are now flirting with me. Aren't you afraid that I'll deduct your salary? Upon hearing this, Su Yang cooperated very well and pretended to be afraid. No. I was wrong. Okay, stop pretending. You can go now. Recently, Su Yang seemed to have figured out Sung Nuanuan's temper. Come and tease from time to time. Sung Nuanuan could hardly bear it anymore. But this feeling really made Sung Nuanuan a little fascinated. The feeling was like that of a couple in love, which coincided with her original purpose. For this reason, Sung Nuanuan also has a very good grasp of Su Yang's certain psychological state. Especially when she saw the smug look on Su Yang's face, Sung Nuanuan knew that this kid Su Yang, how could he really admit his mistake? Even she thought it would be better to have more. But this is the company. Over time, it will have a bad impact. Might as well go home. Thinking of going home, Sung Nuanuan's heart beat faster. Seeing that there was still a lot of work to be done, he hurriedly urged Su Yang to leave. Su Yang is also a person who knows the importance of things, and his goal has been achieved. There is no need to continue wasting Sung Nuanuan's time. At night, needless to say, Sung Nuanuan had a lot of fun with the python entanglement and role-playing. Su Yang naturally cooperated very well and was determined to make Sung Nuanuan enjoy herself. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Sung Nuanuan went to the company alone to handle affairs. And Su Yang came to the dormitory of Haicheng University. Hey! You're finally back. Are there any girls in bunny costumes at my villa recently? Hu Chong is also in the dormitory now. He and Su Yang are in the same group. To be more precise, their entire dormitory is in the same group and they have the same tutor. Su Yang came back for a meeting, so he had no choice but to abandon his girl and come back. Of course. There are bunny girls, fishnets, black stockings, and openings. Su Yang smiled but did not deny it. Sung Nuanuan is never stingy when it comes to this. Although most of them are worn by him, it doesn't affect his use of them for fun. When Hu Chong heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and a gleam of spirit flashed across his eyes. Just as he was about to continue the in-depth discussion with Su Yang, a head popped out from a tent. It was Duan Chao. He opened his sleepy eyes and spoke softly. Brothers, keep your voice down, I haven't woken up yet. Go to sleep. It's already so late. Hu Chong retorted teasingly. Seeing this, Su Yang smiled, glanced at the two of them, and then asked. Is the boss back? The boss Su Yang was talking about was the dormitory head, Kai Kai, the one who lived with his girlfriend. Oh. Are you talking about him? I asked him last night and he should arrive at noon. Oh, you guys don't know. The boss is getting married, but the betrothal gift seems to be 300,000. Hu Chang said mysteriously. He looked at Su Yang with a wink. Su Yang was a little confused for a moment. 300,000 for the betrothal gift, what does he mean by that? Could it be that this guy not only likes women, but also has feelings for him? Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a chill on the back of his head and couldn't help but ask. Why are you looking at me like that? I want to ask, when are you and the school beauty going to get married? Weren't you the hero who saved the beauty last time? I heard about it from Lin Qingxue. Hu Chang smiled in a frivolous way.